Yeah, there's so much to dissect here, Tucson. But I just want to say great work. As I've always said to all the viewers here on the channel, when things pop off in Tucson, you're there, brother. You're there before mainstream media, or you're getting there. You're always on the front lines, ahead of the curve, man. That's awesome stuff. You got the scanner. You doing your thing out there, man. Kudos.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's a lot of work, as you know. You always got to be tuned in, and you got people emailing and texting, and so yeah, it is. I mean, I hope to expand because obviously, there is so much to cover that doesn't get covered, right? Sending some people out to cover stories. So I try to do as much as I can, but thank you.
Yeah, but yesterday it was kind of like the situation, like they put you doing your thing out. You're there before me.
I just
Huh? He said it implies 100%. That about family being. Hey, good friend, how are you?
What is happening?
Great work out there. It was hot out there, huh? Yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, you got to keep it into obviously 5 minutes out, and then you get to AC. It's not too bad, but yeah, if you're out there baking like we used to, it wouldn't be possible like we had it before. So I just read this breaking news though.
Yeah, there's so much to dissect here, Tucson. But I just want to say great work. As I've always said to all the viewers here on the channel, when things pop off in Tucson, you're there, brother. You're there before mainstream media, or you're getting there. You're always on the front lines, ahead of the curve, man. That's awesome stuff. You got the scanner. You doing your thing out there, man. Kudos.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's a lot of work, as you know. You always got to be tuned in, and you got people emailing and texting, and so yeah, it is. I mean, I hope to expand because obviously, there is so much to cover that doesn't get covered, right? Sending some people out to cover stories. So I try to do as much as I can, but thank you.
Yeah, but yesterday it was kind of like the situation, like they put out, oh, there's a situation going on at that address. Media staging ground, PIO at the scene. When they put things like that in the moment, I'm thinking, I don't know, I think you felt the same thing. Is this Nancy Guthrie related?
Well, and that's kind of where, this case, in my opinion, it could happen like that, right? It might be something else where the guy gets busted and they find the backpack, they find the jacket. So that's why every day, even though most of them, actually 99.9%, aren't going to be connected, but it's going to be that one case where somebody talks and they want to get out of jail and they go, hey, I know who did this, right? So it might take years for that to happen, but I mean, I just hold hope that that happens, or maybe Nancy's body's found somehow and we get some clues. But that's kind of where we're at right now. We're just hoping. We're hoping.
All right, so I got the Wall Street Journal reaching out to me wanting an interview. The Wall Street Journal.
Wow.
So in the interest of openness and transparency, they're doing an article about influencers, it appears. So a reporter with the Wall Street Journal by the name of Valerie sends me an email. She goes, Jonathan, I am a reporter with the Wall Street Journal working on a feature about the Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. We plan to mention the presence of and influence of live streamers on the investigation. I'm sure it's a hit piece. I want to seek your comment on the case, particularly your early identification of Tommaso Cioni as the prime suspect and the many hundreds of hours you've devoted to live streaming the case. I've also seek any comment you may have on your criminal record and your time in federal prison, which you have said as roughly a decade. Let me know if you have comment. And if so, a good number and time to call, Valerie. So I respond. Hi, Valerie. Thanks for reaching out. We discussed Tommaso Cioni as a possibly being the prime suspect based off Ashley Bansfield's bombshell reporting during the first few days of the case, claiming she was told that. Now Banfield is claiming Sheriff Nanos's boys told her that Tommaso is the prime suspect. I never claimed as a statement of fact that Tommaso is the prime suspect. In fact, the sheriff has cleared the family. On our channel, we speculate who could have done this horrific crime as it remains unsolved. We have amassed over 50 million YouTube views covering this case. We care. People, including myself, want to know what happened to Nancy Guthrie. Yes, I have spent time in federal prison. What would you like to know about that? Respectfully, JLR. So, we'll see what kind of, that's my response, but we'll see what kind of articles coming out.
So are they going to write the article based on, are you going to do the interview or
Pretty
just,
much, but it seems like, they're probably going to be like, oh, well, these streamers are blaming Tommaso or something, you know what I mean? Blaming him or something, that's the way I see it there. And all the streamers have been reckless speculation by streamers. They might even mention about you guys out there being arrested and the streamers, that's, it doesn't seem favorable to me, but who knows? It might be objective here. I don't know. People are saying it sounds like a setup.
well, is the Washington, because a lot of them are slanted a certain way. I don't want to get political, but are they slanted any way? Are they in the middle? Are they,
Wall Street Journal, I'm not even sure they were out there at the time when we were out there. Did you see anybody from the Wall Street Journal out there?
No. But is that the one that's owned by Bezos, or is that a different one?
No, that's Washington Post.
Oh, okay.
But the fact that they mentioned Cioni in there, I think that's interesting too.
Yeah, well, that's where so many things have happened with this case. For instance, the Brianna Whitney, remember Brianna Whitney? She had her inside source, and then nothing gets talked about it again, just because Nano said, oh, well, I didn't say that, or we don't believe, we cleared them. But I did you see when I interviewed the public information officer? Well, I asked him some questions. I said, look, we're at 6 months. You think a press conference would be good? And it's the culture of this department. And that's what everybody's seeing. It's on the stage for everybody to see how Pima County treats their citizens.
Yeah, but they put out a statement today, and that might be based off you encouraging him to say something. You know what I mean? You know that? They put out a statement today.
Yeah, I know. I was actually thinking, I'm like, wow, the coincidence. And that happens a lot. Like I'll post something, the mayor will post something. So I don't know if they monitor it, but yeah, I was surprised, because it was like out of nowhere. And, but that guy, Kevin, he is the main guy for information. And, he's been around that department forever. Seems like a nice guy. So he's probably just, following orders.
It says the Guthrie investigation remains active and ongoing. A task force of investigators from Pima County and the FBI remain committed to finding Nancy and providing answers to her family. The analysis of DNA and digital evidence has been underway for the past 6 months. This work is complex and in time intensive, but investigators continue to pursue every credible lead. As Savannah Guthrie recently said, it's never too late to do the right thing. That's interesting. They would say that. And anyone with information is urged to come forward and help bring this case to a resolution. As Savannah Guthrie recently said, it's never too late to do the right thing. I think they're directing that towards somebody again. Someone in particular. They just don't have the evidence, I don't think. I just don't think they have the evidence like that.
Yeah. And I didn't get to ask you, what did you think of the Savannah interview? Like, because she seemed like she was talking to somebody. I mean, did you get any clues?
She used the word, where is it here? Had it written down. I know you have tried to do things the right way. That sticks out the most to me because how would she know who's trying to do things the right way? What right way did the kidnapper do if it's a total stranger? What based off what?
Well, the one thing that she also said is we've done everything. I don't know how she phrased it. I don't want to misphrase, but we've done everything that we were supposed to do or something. And so I was thinking that maybe they paid the ransom.
We done our part.
We done our part. Yep. And I got an email with there's like 15 statements that, and somebody did say that it appears just their opinion. And I'm looking at it, I'm kind of agreeing that the FBI probably wrote that, or, they had their hands in it. It's not Savannah.
but I don't think I don't think it's the Pima County Sheriff's Department, because Nano said on that interview with that young man that he has not spoken with Savannah recently.
No, but then it's contradictory because
he's also said there's a team of people or something like that. Maybe they do it.
And last night, I don't know if you saw, but he did an interview with K-Gun 9 News, Pat Harris, K-Gun 9 News. I don't think anybody's seen it, but in this little clip, they go on to say that Nanos is in contact with the Guthrie family and everything's on the up and up, and they talk. So every time he does an interview or something, anything, like it contradicts itself within an hour or two. But if you I can try to.
I saw that. It's a short like 2-minute segment, right?
Yeah, but if you listen to what he says, he goes, and Nanos has told me that him and the family are in contact, and it's to me, what it is they're trying to control the narrative, right? They don't want to alarm and have the media come back out here, and so they're trying to just keep everything on the hush and hush. They don't want. I mean, if it wasn't for YouTubers, what would we have? An update occasionally once or a couple months from Intin, or
let me see if I can find that interview. I saw it. I had it in my pipeline here. Because it showed like it's like a minute and a half. It's the K-Gun. Sheriff Nano says Nancy Guthrie case remains active. That's it, right?
That's it. And what's weird about this is they only show a very small portion of probably a 20-30 minute interview.
I want to read some comments here real quick. Peggy P says prosecutor going to have a problem convincing though, because Nanos has contradicted himself so much, and he has. Texas Peg, he has contradicted himself so much in this case. Even his statements alone, even if they find somebody, that defense is going to eat that alive. Like just with the whole handling of its case itself, it's a defense attorney's dream. Prosecutors got a problem convicting, though. I agree. Convicting. I agree. I 100% agree. I 100% agree with this case. Just for the crime scene alone, you got reporters up on the yard the second day.
Yeah, and that's where, because of this case is, how big it is. I mean, I just don't think if they actually do find the suspect and they're 100% confirmed, they will not let that dude go. I can't imagine. Could you imagine? He's the actual Nancy Guthrie suspect, and he's walking and they let him go because they don't have, I mean, could it be possible? Do you think they would, because there was some technicality? I hope not.
I don't, but okay. So first off, I want to share that clip, because there's something in this clip that also disturbs me, and it goes with what Texas Peg kind of said about the prosecutor having a hard time convicting with this case. And this is another reason why I think the prosecutor is going to have let me get this here, have a problem convicting, right? So we're going to get this clip up, and we'll put this up in the pipeline here. Let's put this up. Now, this is a minute and a half. I'm going to stop it in the middle and show something while it's being played, though.
As we approach the 6-month mark since the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos gives us an update on the case.
Yeah, Nanos telling me today in a one-on-one interview that he agrees with the FBI. This is a kidnapping for ransom case. He says the case has not gone cold and that his investigators, along with the FBI, will solve it.
There's so much being put into this case. I just have all the confidence in the world that we'll get there.
You feel like you're going to solve it?
I do believe we'll solve this case, yes.
Sheriff Nanos tells me DNA evidence collected from Nancy Guthrie's Foothills home is now at several labs across the country, including at the FBI's lab. He believes that DNA could lead to a suspect as they now begin utilizing familial DNA genealogy.
And I hope that they progress faster than they do, but I think they're getting somewhere.
Does that include familial DNA?
Absolutely. Yes. Familial type DNA, what we've seen in some of the cases across the country that were solved, where you find this is a relative, and even though it may not be who you're looking for, we can tie, it gives you a starting point, right? Somebody to go talk to.
Now,
Right here. This is what disturbs me. Now, this is taken on the second day, February 2nd. There's very few reporters out there, but look at this. Look up there at the casita, Tucson, and you had footage of this same vehicle up there.
I was there, yeah.
Yeah, whose vehicle is that? I know whose vehicle that is. That's the Guthrie's vehicle that Cameron and Annie was seen in. It's the same one. It's the same one. The same vehicle they were seen in on Wednesday. This is their same vehicle. Now, how in the heck do you have a crime scene, and their vehicle is there? Cameron's vehicle or their vehicle is there. Did they let the family go to the crime scene on the second? It appears that they did. But right there alone, you can't, like, when you have a crime scene and you don't know what's going on in the moment, you have got to keep family members out of there too.
When I showed up there, and I got there at about Monday, that 11, about right around 11 o'clock in the morning. Okay, the house was then turned over to the families. Okay, by 11 in the morning when I got there.
How can that be? How can you do that?
That's what I'm saying.
No sense. That means you are taking the absolute position from the beginning that no one in the family's involved.
That's what was so weird about it. And I mean, if you watch, I mean, I did the video of me because, the service isn't that bad, so it's not the clearest. But I did video, and the lady comes up, and they were going to push us back. If you remember, if you watched that, they were going to push us back, and so they decided, okay, we're going to do that. So they made everybody move their cars, and then they decided, okay, we're just going to let them come, and then everybody came back, and next thing you know, it was pandemonium. But yeah, Monday when I got there at 11, basically the house was now the Guthrie's, and there was no the FBI showed up. That's when the FBI showed up, and they wanted to see the house. And if you remember, I did a video where they went and knocked on the door. Do you remember that? So a sheriff and the FBI, I believe it was an FBI, went to Nancy Guthrie's front door and knocked. That Monday morning, I have it on film, and I go, why is he knocking? Why is he knocking? He literally knocked like he thought someone was there, and then no one answered, obviously, and then they went around the back and into the house and disappeared for about, I don't know, good amount of time. So, do you remember the knock, though?
I don't. I'm not familiar with the knock.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find the YouTube video, but
if you can find it, email me and timestamp it, and I'll put it up.
Well, no, I clipped it, and I believe I'll try to find it though.
So I got one that just wrote me an email and says, "Please read. Why do you think Savannah had had this last plea on Instagram? Why do you think Savannah had this last plea on Instagram? She's giving them one last chance to come forward before it all starts crumbling down." And yes, her brother-in-law is involved. They all know who is involved. It's going to be breaking news soon. You can share this with your audience if you like. People are just speculating, but listen, here's the bottom line. Ashley Banfield, I stand with her. She's not going to put her neck out there like that and say crazy stuff that's not true and just keep it up like that. She's saying that she was told by Sheriff Nanos's guys that Tommaso is the prime suspect in this case.
And that was what I was wondering, is she said that, and then there was a whole bunch of hoopla, right? Because she said it, right? So there was the reaction in the media. Did she ever say anything like the next day about what was going on? Like, did she ever? Because I mean, I know she said it, but is there a response that we could go over? Or, maybe she'll make a video and kind of go back to it and go, hey, I'm going to address this, but that and the Brianna Whitney hearing that it was a burglary gone wrong. Those are the two things, and those were inside sources. So it's not like people are just making it up. That's what they heard from somebody inside the investigation.
So which one is it?
Yeah, right. What do we believe?
So which one is it?
But
But
do you
then-
think?
But then you got Nano saying today that no one has been cleared. And did you hear that one?
Which interview was that one on with the kids?
He talked to ABC 15. They released it today. Nano says
Let's
that
pull it up because I didn't see that one.
Luke and Carlos are not cleared. But he also says nobody's cleared. He basically doesn't call them by their name, but he's been asked that question by Ford Hatchett. And I'll play this here. But listen to this, because the way Nano says it is that no one has been cleared. Like nobody. But the Nanos misspeaks, so it's hard to tell what he means by this. But to me, it seems like it's nobody's been cleared. I'm gonna put this up right here. We'll play it again. We're on repeat. Listen to this, Tucson.
So when is this from yesterday, right? Wow.
He posted this today.
Oh, okay. Because we met Ford. Ford's been covering the case. If you remember,
He's great.
You remember him?
Yeah, he got the exclusive with Carlos. All right, here we go.
The two folks we saw detained in February, have they been completely ruled out at this point?
Nobody's completely ruled out. What it is, we took information, developed it for a warrant from a judge, a magistrate, and we served that warrant. All the information we gathered is gathered, and because we didn't make an arrest or we released some people, doesn't mean they're cleared. It just means that we don't have enough now to hold you. We don't have it. The courts get to tell us that. And we release them, release their property back. But the evidence we've obtained, who knows, maybe a day from now, a month from now, a year from now, somebody might call in and say, oh, you missed this. And guess what? We'll go back. So, yeah.
Whoa.
Are you still actively looking into those individuals, or?
No, I wouldn't talk about that. Yeah, I can't talk about that.
The two folks we saw detained in February, have they been completely ruled out at this point?
Nobody's completely ruled out.
Nobody's completely ruled out. So is he
Yeah.
just talking about the two, or is he talking about everybody as a whole?
Well, that's why I'm thinking, is this a statement that because he said this before. This is a statement he said before. Nobody's ruled out, and then he clears people. So this is a typical Nanos talking out of both sides of his mouth. But if you notice, both of the suspects or the people that were arrested, they're not suspects. They were arrested. They both lawyered up. Right? Carlos and I believe Luke, didn't they? Or I don't know if Luke did. I know Carlos lawyered up.
Sending out links. We got Patriot Pride wants to come in the house.
Oh,
Patriot
nice.
Pride. Nice. All right. Stand by, Adam. Brenda Investigate says, check your email. Annie's in Vermont. What? Re-loop that to me, Brenda, because so many people are emailing me. I got 23,315 emails. And people are just piling in. People are piling in. What's the with Annie has? Oh, by the way, okay. So, Voices for the Missing. Do you know Voices for the Missing?
Yeah, nice people, great people.
So they went by. Yeah, so they went by Annie and Tommaso's home yesterday. Let me get this up because they're talking about some rocks there that they found. Or something like that. I didn't see these rocks there before, but I don't think any of these rocks are anything to it. But I want to share back in front of their home because, the whole question is, many people in this chat feel like Annie and Tommaso is involved. There was a pool guy at their house yesterday. It doesn't appear they've been there. And Voices for the Missing went there yesterday and was talking about these rocks at the property. Now, I don't think Nancy's done rocks on the property, but this is technically a spot where many people feel like Nancy perished or something bad happened to Nancy at Annie and Tommaso's home, just based off, the amount of law enforcement presence inside Annie and Tommaso's home, the pictures and the nighttime search and the neighborhood and people coming out in boxes and celebrate. Just the amount of, the totality of things, this is the last location. This is where Nancy went over there and played games or went over there and had a dinner and meal. And supposedly Tommaso brings her back.
Yeah, and that's where,
I
for them, think of how many FBI agents and sheriff's deputies were there that day when we were up and down the neighborhoods. How many do you think there were? Like 15, 20?
I think about 24.
Right? And so all that money they spent, they're not going to just send people out, or why would they send them out in Annie's neighborhood? Now, if you think about where you live, right? How far is Annie's house?
It's
Two
across
miles.
Oracle Road. It's not even Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood.
Yeah. So that was what was all confusing, is like, okay, I could see Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. What drew them over to Annie's other than that's where her daughter lives? And I mean, not only that, but they were in the washes, they were going behind people's houses, and it went on and on and on. So what drew them to Annie's house in that neighborhood that day that they had to spend all those resources? I mean, it's probably $20,000 they spent in just that day in people.
Well, not only that, but KMP Kid, Annie Tommaso's neighbor, told us that they were asking him if he's seen any discarded items in his yard related to this case. Discarded items. Why would discarded items be all the way in Annie and Tommaso's neighborhood when the crime happened 11, 12 minutes away in a whole other neighborhood?
And I heard, and I never got it confirmed. I was asking, I remember that day and days after, I go, what were they looking for in the backyard? I mean, what were they? I heard, this is not confirmed, a burner phone. They were looking for a burner phone, right? Now, so then it got really strange. I mean, because just to put, the Publix where we were at, we're like, why are we in Annie's? It's 2.5 miles away. They've told us Annie and them Tommaso were not involved. Tommaso drove her home. So why are we looking in Annie and Tommaso's neighborhood? Right? There should be no reason, right, that we ever looked in that neighborhood. To me,
the only theory I have is two things on that. One, they ruling them out by exhausting all remedies to officially rule them out. It's been reported that they went to the Circle K down the road right there at Oracle, going into their neighborhood, asking for surveillance. Media outlets report that the FBI were seen going door to door of all those businesses along Oracle up to Rudicell. There's a Chevron station there. I was told the FBI went there. The route going from their home to Nancy's, they were going, asking these businesses for surveillance from the night of the 31st all the way up to noon on the 1st. Around noon is basically when, Annie and Tommaso, whoever, went over to Nancy's home to report her missing. They were asking for surveillance all the way up into the next day, up to about noon. I think that it was like 11:30 or something in that time frame, but all the way through the morning. Okay? So they're all in there. They're all in there. Are they trying to rule them out to validate their timeline, to back their timeline of what happened? Or were they a target from someone else? Like the perp could have been targeting them too, and was around that neighborhood too, plotting and planning on them some way, somehow. That's the only two things. Or the FBI thinks they're involved, or they're involved. That's really the only logical conclusions here.
And that's what's they're trying to control the narrative. And then when the public asks questions like what you're asking right there, like, that's a valid question. We need to know, why should that neighborhood be worried? Right? I mean, why would they be? I mean, obviously, if you're Annie's neighborhood and the FBI shows up at your house and there's no explanation, I have no idea that day when we're going to Annie's, FBI's in the neighborhood. Like, what? Why? Well, we still don't know.
4 houses down from them, going back towards the back of the cul-de-sac there, the back of their neighborhood, back by the school, right? 4 houses down, I saw FBI going in a RV trailer. centered around this case. Down at the end of where it turns in that back of in the back of their neighborhood, I seen FBI poking their heads in the tunnels and those drainage pipes.
Yeah.
Door to door, going through washes. Some of these homeowners knocking on the door, asking them about surveillance videos in the back of the neighborhood, going through inside their home to talk to homeowners and everything.
Inside that was.
Why are they doing that there?
And then no explanation after that, right? Because normally, okay, you want to do that. Okay, well, tell us why, right? You violated a whole neighborhood. You scared everybody in that neighborhood. And then they don't tell us, well, why? Why were you guys there?
Am I getting a little vocal? Some people say, JLR, calm it down a little bit.
We're fired up.
Yeah, I'm fired up on this. I'm like, dude, we need to get this case solved. If we're at 6 months, we need to get this case solved.
No, the week should have started like this. They should have said Friday, this coming Friday, this is what we're going to have a press conference, and then let everybody know weeks ahead of time, because they want to bring awareness and bring this case to but their silence is what is, leading the case. They want to control the narrative throughout the whole thing. And you see Nanos's fingerprints all over this, everywhere. You know what I mean?
Nanos never says his name. He does not acknowledge Tommaso. He refuses to say his name. He's never said his name once in this thing.
No.
It's weird. It's weird. Like, he ducks around when people ask him things centered around them. He clams up and he tries to play word salad.
It doesn't matter what he said. It's all word salad. Just like when he talks about the family, he goes, oh, well, they have my number. They can call me. They have my number. It's like, oh, it doesn't sound like that's a good relationship if you're, saying that. And it sounds like maybe, Savannah's only probably dealing with the FBI at this point. Do you think she's even talking with anybody, or with?
It's weird because they're assuming what Savannah thinks, but Nanos is saying he's not in communication with her. So it's either she's communicating with the select task force of maybe, which comprises of both the sheriff's department and the FBI, or she's not speaking with the sheriff's department, but only the FBI. She has to be talking to some FBI, but at this point, just knowing about Nanos, you think she wants to align with Nanos, considering what has been discovered with Nanos and during the course of this whole investigation, going back to El Paso, and he's under investigation for perjury, and just the horror stories that we're hearing. He has no confidence of anyone within the association. What is that? The Deputies Association? Zero confidence.
Yeah.
You think Savannah is grateful for Nanos?
No, I'm sure she's waiting to see what the AG is going to do. Because remember, the interview room the other day told everybody to email the Attorney General for Arizona about Nanos. And I had a couple people tell me, I think they got a lot of letters about Nanos. Wouldn't that be shocking if we woke up one day and he's facing charges from the AG? Since obviously you said Nanos, or nobody really likes him, even the Democrats. They've all kind of jumped ship, and Nanos is sitting on an island. To me, it could be quite possible that she does file these charges just because of all the hoopla.
So
And
the
not
article,
even-
so the article with ABC is saying that the sample of mixed DNA has 4 people in the house, but he also saying there's no evidence that there's more than one person involved. He said could be up to 10. Could be. It's 10 guys. Could have. He's just saying could have. Did the person have help? But he's saying there's no evidence that more than one person is involved here.
Well, and that's where Jim Clemente, the famed FBI profiler, he says, look, anybody who says there's more than one people, you're actually just imagining them to be there, because all we have is one person in a video. We don't have multiple suspects.
One person's not taking one person, stranger is not, I don't think, is kidnapping Nancy Guthrie like that and getting her outside alone. It's just it doesn't make sense. Mobility.
No, and that's the thing. It doesn't make sense. But as far as like investigators, if they don't have any video of anyone else, I mean, what do they have? They can't just create people there, right? So in the video, he's saying basically because there's only one, you know, obviously our minds think, well, it's got to be more, it's got to be, but all we have is one, you know. So why? I mean, even though we assume there's more, but Jim Clemente, he's sticking to the story. He believes it's only one person.
One person that did a crime. Like again, Ashley Banfield saying that the sheriff's department, more or less, Nanos's guys are telling her Tommaso is the prime suspect. One person, doesn't say Annie. Tommaso, prime suspect. Tommaso, one person. Nano's saying today there's no evidence more than one person is involved that he knows. He said could be.
Well, and he talks so much that's like everyone says word salad that, you know, he go, oh, well, and the person could strike again. You know, he never, you know, everything is just basically, you know, for him to, it just comes out and he's trying to get through the interview, but there's no substance to what he's saying.
Miss Dog Lover says there's a reason Ellie always focuses on the last person to see the victim. They are either involved or have crucial information. I kind of agree with you there. I mean, the last person with somebody is pretty much the person that did something, right? You would think the numbers are. I mean, but I guess there's cases out there where the last person drops somebody off and someone else is lurking in the shadows and takes it from there.
Well, here's the thing. When it first happened, a lot of people said, you know, it could be somebody indirectly that knows Annie and Tommaso. Indirectly. So anybody that's indirectly, it could be somebody that, you know, went to his show one day, right? And they met at the at one of his shows, right? And then he found out, oh, that's Nancy Guthrie's, you know, daughter's husband or whatever. So that's where it could get real sticky where, you know, like you were saying, was someone trying to get back at Annie and Tommaso, right? And you know, I've thought that too. We can't rule it out. And so indirect contact is, you know, a lot of people are thinking, could it be a friend of a friend? They found out about, you know, that Nancy was into jewelry. I don't know.
All right, so voices for the missing. We're at Annie and Tommaso's home yesterday. I'm just gonna put this up. It's like a minute and a half. They're talking about rocks at the house. I didn't see these rocks before. Let me know if you've seen these rocks.
So here we go. And I think this is the front door. Right there is the front door. So, yeah, it doesn't look like anybody's home either, and doesn't look like they've been home for quite some time.
I kept trying to get Sleuth's attention when he was out here last time. What I want to know is if you drive a little bit further, you go up a little bit, there's a big pile of rocks over here by this tree. I was
There's
trying to get his attention. Yeah, see, you'll look and you'll see that big pile of rocks back there?
Oh, yeah. Look at that, guys.
I was trying to get his attention. I'm like, dude, that's all broken ground right
Well,
there.
hold on. Let me see if I can get it aimed. Hold on one sec. Let me find it first. Hold on, guys. Right there.
I don't know. She points out to some rocks there. I don't know if that's part of the landscaping there. Keep in mind, they were getting a survey the day before Nancy Guthrie vanished. Annie Tommaso got a survey done on their
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Now we don't know what that's about. We don't even know what that's about. We don't know if it was because they were going to add extension to their house. I heard rumors that they were trying to get Nancy to live over there with them in they were going to build like a casita and bring, because Nancy was, having, mobility issues and getting older and she couldn't take care of herself. So they were trying to convince her. And this is just rumors that I was told, that they were trying to get her to move over there. And they were going to build something over there because they recently bought their home year prior. They got a pool there. They got a pool. Trying to get Nancy over there. Maybe try to get Nancy to sell her home, and they could be the caretakers for Nancy. I don't know. I don't know. But they're saying here that there's some rocks here. I don't know. I don't want to take anything of this, but
Well, here's the thing, a little bit of what you're saying, because recently Pima County passed a law, right, where you can like there's like tax breaks if you like added like an addition, right, to rent out, right? So say you wanted to have a little casita and you wanted to rent out. Well, we have a housing crisis here, so they allowed homeowners now to kind of freely do that without any stipulations that were in the past. So if you do a survey on your land, right, or on your house, what are the things that you're trying to get accomplished, as far as what building, right, building a little structure. So it could be.
people are saying Patriot Pride, he's not in the queue, so I don't know where he's at. So if once he comes up, we'll definitely bring him in, but I don't know where is Patriot Pride waiting. No, he's not in my queue. I don't see him. So I gave him the link. So we'll see if he comes in.
I can forward him the link.
Yeah, forward him the link again because he asked for it. He sent me a message. I'll forward him the link, please. We'll see.
Okay, I just forwarded him to if you let him know to his email.
So basically, there's some rocks there, but there's also here. I want to share something else too because the pool guy was at their house yesterday too.
Oh.
Yeah, they got a pool back there. People really don't know, but they got a pool back there. Now, what does that mean? I mean, pool guy's there, but they didn't have a pool. This was taken yesterday, sent to me yesterday. They have not been there. They have not been there, I'm told, for months now. Now, maybe they left once the kids were out of school. Maybe they just got out of there because they feel like their life is in danger. They're getting harassed. YouTubers are coming around. People all over the internet are saying things. They just can't take it anymore. They got to get out of town. This was taken yesterday. This is the pool guy. So they got, just like Nancy, they got somebody going out there doing their pool.
And where did you hear that she's in Vermont? Because that's the first I didn't. Why Vermont? What's going on in Vermont?
Yeah, somebody needs to send that to me again. I got that from a source. Send that back. Where's the proof that they're in Vermont? I'd love to see it. But yeah, I mean, there's just when he's talking about mixed DNA and they want to make sure they get the right person and just all this, I'm just wondering if they generally feel the sheriffs, because remember, Sheriff Nanos has also said, he just said nobody's clear, but he's also said before in prior statements that he has a theory and he's still sticking with his theory, but he won't share that theory. He said, remember that a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a month ago or something like that, he's talking about he has a theory of what happened, but he won't share that theory. But
he's been saying that since the beginning, that we believe, we know, I don't know how he phrased it, but that's what's been frustrating about this is they have every right to hold stuff to their belt, right? But then 6 months later, they're getting all this slack and they continue on this same where we got to control the narrative. There's information they could release that is not going to, do anything to the investigation. They could hold a press conference, but here's the issue. They don't care about making the relationship better with the public. It's weird because we're used to most departments. They want to, be real upfront, transparent with the public, right? Mm-hmm. They're trying to build trust. They've lost all the trust and they don't care. That's what I see. At least Nanos has. Everyone's lost trust in Nanos. I don't want to say everybody because it's specifically Nanos, I think.
Hair found in Nancy Guthrie's home is not linked to the suspect, which is very strange. Then whose hair is it? And did they find the source of the hair and say, oh, well, I mean, a lot of people thought hair would be Tommaso because beard hair. It's just weird, but they're talking about it comes down to mixed DNA. That's pretty much what it comes down to inside their home. It's saying, the report is saying that leaves a mixed sample of DNA retrieved from Nancy Guthrie's home as the only known piece of biological evidence in this case.
Well, and she's lived there for what, 35 years, 40 years. So imagine how many hairs and people and in and out and are in that house. DNA. I never really thought that the DNA that the hair would bring back anything. So to
4
me,
people. How is mixed DNA going to be with 4 people? Does that mean that 4 people are involved?
and
mean-
that's where it would be, because I don't know that much about how DNA is spread, you know. So to me, it's like I just don't have an informed answer other than it sounds like you know, it could be right, but there's
I-
also a lot of people in and out of that house. You know what I mean?
How many people play Mahjong?
Well, somebody said you need 4 people. Is that
4 people to pay Mahjong. 4 people, right? I know that there was reports that were out at the early stages saying just before she vanished, people were over there playing Mahjong. A day or 2 prior, right? She had people over, visitors over there playing Mahjong. Remember, she also had a birthday that Tuesday on the 27th. Then going into, you know,
yeah.
We don't know, you know, if anybody was in that casita.
Well, and here's another thing, and I think it was Lauren. Lauren, she said Nancy used to post, and this is all unconfirmed information. We're just hearsay, right? Nancy used to post on social media pretty much every day. From the day of her birthday to she went missing,
Nothing. She didn't post nothing, right?
I mean, that's what I mean, I haven't been able to confirm it, but yeah, that's what people have said. So, you know, there is some weird things where when Nancy went to Annie's that night, well, how many people does it take to play four people? Well, if you count Annie, Tommaso, and Nancy, who's the 4th person playing that night with Annie and, you know, for game night? Who is the 4th person?
Who's the 4th person?
Is it Annie and Tommaso's son? You know, does he play Mahjong with them? But was there more people at that dinner party? Because it seems like if she's gonna have a dinner party over at her house, Annie's, maybe she'll invite a couple other people. You know, who else was there that night?
Ted just sent me a message.
Ted.
I tried to get him in chat, but he said he's busy right now. He said he's busy, and he says some chick recognized him, and he's hanging out. Ted's hanging out with somebody right now. He said he can't come into the chat. He said some chick recognized him. So I don't know what
Small
Ted's
world on YouTube.
Yeah, he looks like he's hanging out a little bit. Sorry, he can't come in, folks. People have been asking. Who knows what's going on there? Yeah. So in my mind, Ted's texting me saying I can't come in right now. All right, Ted. Good luck. Annie and Tommaso. Hey, Alex in the chat too. Alex, you want to come in the chat?
Alex. I'll be right back. I gotta just run to the next room real quick. Be right back.
So, folks, Dom C, JLR 857. Every time we hear a new theory, my head spins. I know, right? It's your head in a loopy spin. Like, what in the heck is going on here? It's been 180 days. Where is Nancy? Who did this? I'm so frustrated. JLR chat, Army strong. I personally think, and many people have commented, feel like Savannah is giving one last plea to someone to do the right thing. Do the right thing, as if Savannah knows the person. All right, so Patriot Pride said he's having issues right now. He'll be in when he can. So it looks like he might be having. So if does anyone want to chat and comment on some of the things that we've discussed thus far on this case? Anyone want to talk about? Wait, hold on a second. Somebody said there's a report out. Give me a second. Missing Nancy Guthrie case takes another turn as Annie Guthrie and son-in-law Tommaso Cioni reportedly left their home. Online speculation grows. This is an article. Online speculation grows after new claims emerge about Nancy Guthrie's family amid ongoing investigation. I'm telling you, the Wall Street Journal has reached out to me about Tommaso. I find that interesting that the Wall Street Journal is about to do a story on Tommaso. Maybe.
And
But it
that
might
just
be
came today or yesterday or today?
today. But it also might be like internet people are blaming Annie and Tommaso despite the fact that the sheriff cleaned her or something like that, you know?
That's what press conferences do. They let people ask questions. You know?
There's another, yeah. Exactly. But Nanos won't do that. We get word riddles from Savannah. You got the secrecy of Annie and Tommaso that we all know they're, you know, them with this case. I wish they would just speak and go in front of the cameras and just say, we didn't do anything. We had nothing to do with this. This is why.
What do you want to? Yeah. They don't even have to get on camera. They can just write a social media post but basically they're acting like the public doesn't even exist. It's like, oh, for whatever reason, they don't, you know, feel like they have any need to respond. You know, I mean, one of the biggest people, I mean, just imagine you have an inside source, anybody in the chat, and that inside source, you know, works in a very important job, and they're on this case, and they call you with some information, and you post it because it's your inside source. And then the next day, you're labeled that, you know, you're putting stuff out. That's what happened to Ashley Banfield. I mean, this inside source isn't going to lie to her.
She's not. You could be in big trouble if you flat out say someone's a suspect, and you know that's defamation all the way. I mean, that's defamation per se.
Exactly, and that's
ruining someone's reputation. I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, this is an unsolved case. It is not defamation to speculate names and, you know, that are out there in an unsolved case until the case gets solved, right? You know, like with the case with the Idaho, when the TikTok girl was blaming Rebecca Schofield,
yeah,
professor, you know, she was a private person. Her name wasn't even put out there by any media outlets or anything, right? She's just a private person. You got a TikToker saying, "Oh, she did it, she did it, she did it, she did it, she did it," and just throwing her name out there, and she's never been mentioned by any media or law enforcement. Yeah, she has a defamation claim. This case is much different at this point because Banfield, very first day, you know, I'll say 2nd of February, she puts out this bombshell. I think it might have been the 3rd, the morning of the 3rd. I think she came out, or it was overnight, the 2nd or 3rd. I'm told, my sources told me that Tommaso Cioni, the son-in-law, is the prime suspect in this case. On top of him being the last person with her, it just blew up like wildfire all over the place. Speculation. Case in point, I arrived there at the Friday, that first week Friday, and there's already reporters camped out in front of Annie and Tommaso's home with spotlights on their home.
Spotlight. I was going to say, there was like, I mean, that wasn't just a camera and a guy. They had the van, they had the generators going. I mean, it was
24-hour spotlights on their home for days.
Yeah.
So,
and then,
yes, they're going to be talked about at this point. You can't avoid it. It's you know, again, if Ashley, and I believe Ashley Banfield sources, you know, I believe that somebody, sheriff's people told her that Tommaso's the guy. The prime suspect. So if Tommaso and Annie got a problem, then they need to take it up with the sheriff's department that released that information to Ashley Banfield. If they got a problem at this point, until this case gets solved. Now, if this case gets solved and they're not involved, whew, they should go after the sheriff's department. But if they can't go after everyone that has been speculating about them being involved because of this.
No, and that's, you know, do you think they will go after the sheriff? I mean, you think you think that could be a reason why they're staying quiet? Because if they talk, then they're waiting for a certain day and they're going to go after the sheriff. I mean, it could be a reason why. Another reason why a lot of money will help them keep silent about a lot of things.
But
So
I mean, the Guthrie family, the sheriff itself, even though he said cleared, he's still speaking in riddles. He still is. And, technically, if you want to say the family's not involved, did he actually say the son-in-law too? Did he say the son-in-law not involved?
he just always says family. He just says family.
Is he technically family?
That's the whole thing is when they first said that, and you saying that he never said Tommaso's name, and he always referred to them, family dropped them off. Remember, family. Why don't I don't even think he said son-in-law. He always says family.
He said family and children.
Yeah, and he's not
Plural.
a child of Nancy's.
Plural, by the way. Plural.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I just don't see why Annie wouldn't ride home with them to drop her mom off. I mean, maybe that's how some people do it, but to me, maybe Annie was in that car too.
So this is one of my sleuths sent me this. They're like, they were talking about the rocks at Annie and Tommaso, and there's like also when Nancy's home, there's a big pile of rocks there like this too.
Oh, yeah. Someone just said they sent me an email. I meant to tell you. They said the rocks had been there since 2025, so they are not new.
Okay, so those rocks have been there.
If you go to Google Maps, you can actually see the rocks. Anyone wants to do that. But yeah, someone just did that while we were talking, and the rocks have been there. It's not new. So it's a good sleuth, but yeah, nothing connected. They've been there.
Allie, hello. Welcome to the chat, Allie.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm great. What's on your mind? What are you thinking here?
I've been saying it since the beginning. Tommaso's involved.
Why do you think that?
Because what is it? Over 90 or 95% of the time it's close family or someone within the family. And then on top of that, how rare is it for an elderly person to go missing?
Mm-hmm.
Extremely rare. So if you put those two statistics together,
a good point.
Yeah, it's got to be family. And the only thing I could think of is Annie and Tommaso, because they've asked for money from Nancy and Nancy told them no. And then 2 weeks later, she's missing. Explain that.
And where did you hear that they asked for money? Because I hear rumors and things, people, lots of stuff, right? But where did you hear, like, how would we know that they asked Annie for money? That seems pretty personal. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah,
I don't remember what YouTube channel I was watching when I heard it, because I watched so many.
Yeah, and see, that's where it's, yeah, and I'd love to confirm that, right? But I hear this stuff, and then we need, like, how would people find that out? Like, we can't even find out, little things, and that's pretty big. So if you can, definitely email that to either me or JLR.
Yeah, I will.
Because that's big right there. That's a big clue. If they, needed money just to get by and they weren't getting it, and then now this happens.
Yeah, well, Allie, so Banfield is saying what she's saying here. You're thinking it's Tommaso.
I think
here.
I lost you guys. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes? No? Come back out and come back in, Allie. I think something happened with her reception here. Mike, throw us a bone, Mike.
What's up, fellas? Can you hear me?
Hey, good job on the other day giving me the tip on the interview, the Nanos interview.
Yeah, no problem. I for whatever reason, was watching Ashley, and then she mentioned that, and I got right on it. I was like, "This is sweet, man." So, and the young man did a nice job, didn't he?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely on numerous fronts. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So this is interesting. I just got home from work and tuned in and saw the potential. I mean, I think it's just like the last caller. She was saying, you know, we know the 9 out of 10. Wonder if it was just like, God, come on over, Ma. We'll do Uber. That way your vehicle can stay there. Come on over. And then she never came home.
Okay, so you want to take us back to the house. You think the house, Annie Tomaso's home,
Yeah,
is a crime scene here.
there or somewhere else, but not in the neighborhood of
The
Nancy's.
Apple Watch, though, that's the thing that's mind-boggling me the most.
True.
The Apple Watch.
True. Yeah,
You know,
the whole thing sucks. Now, where did you say that? Where are they located? Do you know?
they're not at their house. They haven't been at their house, according to my sources, including a neighbor and 3 other people that have been around there. They haven't been at their house in a significant amount of time.
Yeah.
Probably once their kids got out of school. If their kids, don't they have kids in school?
Yeah, I think we heard that.
Kid.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they just beelined out of town. But yeah, and then with Savannah the other day, she was definitely, I think, talking to someone. But what that even means, I have no idea. It's just, I don't know. It's just interesting.
This was at one of the beginning stages. You know, people camped out in front of their house, media.
Yeah.
And then they had their own private security guard out there standing in front of their house.
And they still do, it sounds
I think
like,
I've
right?
just got to stick, you know, we said stupid, simple, you know, stick to and I think I've got to just continue to think that until it's ruled otherwise, and they can just, I don't know if the sheriff was just, well, he actually said in an interview, like, I don't want to traumatize the family anymore, so we'll just, you know, leave them out. And obviously that doesn't sound like it was 100% legit, but I guess that's all out for speculation too. But I think I'm still going to stick with my guns at the very beginning and
remind the viewers what your guns are.
Well, the gun is, you know, the Annie and Tommaso, mostly Tommaso, just because the simple fact of, you know, the experts say 90% of the time, it's the last person that had seen her.
Whoa, we got some breaking news.
What do you got?
Carlos is now, I think, suing the police department. Hold on a second. A notice of claim has just got posted by ABC 13 or at 15, 18 minutes ago. Man detained in Nancy Guthrie case files notice of claim against Pima County Sheriff's Department. Carlos, I never say his last name right. Palazuris, Carlos, and 2 others are seeking more than $3 million, claiming they were wrongfully targeted. Holy smokes.
Hey, man.
This just got posted 18 minutes ago.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so let's listen in on here. A man detained and released during the Nancy Guthrie disappearance investigation, along with 2 family members, are seeking $3.25 million from Pima County. A Phoenix law firm filed a notice of claim against Pima County Sheriff's Department Chris Nanos and Detective Earl Garion, Gieron, on behalf of 3 people who they say were wrongfully targeted during the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The claim filed this week seeks a combined $3.25 million on behalf of Carlos, a woman by the name of Josephina Maddox, and Daniel Maddox. Carlos is seeking $2.5 million. The claim says he was arrested at gunpoint on February 10th, 2026, and held for approximately 7 to 8 hours before being released without charges. Daniel Maddox is seeking $500,000. He was handcuffed and held under armed guard outside the family home during the incident, according to the claim. Josephina Maddox, the homeowner, is seeking $250,000 for property damage. The claim says deputies caused while executing a search warrant at her home. The law firm Robbins, Curtis, Millie, and Showalter filed the claim. According to the claim, deputies followed Carlos before stopping him. When he pulled over to determine why he was being followed, officers pointed guns at him and placed him under arrest. He was held in the back of a patrol vehicle while deputies executed a search warrant at his Rio Rico home. The claim states Carlos was asked to provide his name, date of birth, social security number, and that deputies seized his cell phone and driver's license. He was released later that day without being charged. He spoke exclusively at the scene with ABC 15. The claim describes the experience as leaving Carlos feeling as though he himself had been kidnapped. It also states that since his detention, Carlos and his family have been followed and photographed by members of the public, which the claim attributes to his public association with the Guthrie investigation. Carlos previously spoke to ABC 15 saying people are taking pictures of us, were following us. Like yesterday, we went out dashing and we got home and there was this red truck following us. This morning there was one too. It's been kind of scary for me and my wife, my kids, and everybody, Carlos said. The notice of claim alleges the search warrant was obtained through a secret application based off false or baseless evidence, and that the Pima County Sheriff's Department lacked probable cause to believe that Carlos had committed any crime.
Exactly.
The warrant application remains under seal, according to the claim. The claim also alleges that on the day of their arrest, Sheriff Nanos posted on X that deputies detained a subject during a traffic stop south of Tucson who was being questioned in connection to the Nancy Guthrie case. PCSD personnel also told media that Carlos was a person of interest in the case, according to the claim. The claim alleges those statements were intended to communicate to the public that Carlos was a suspect in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, and that Sheriff Nanos and the Pima County Sheriff's Department have since refused to retract them or publicly clear Carlos's name. Jeez. Attorney Jesse Showalter said the family wants accountability, and they're living day by day. They're living in fear. And so the first thing that I like to see is Sheriff Nanos and the Pima County Sheriff's Office come forward and say, Carlos, this was a mistake. Carlos is not a person of interest. He's not an investigative lead. We messed up. We need to see some accountability. Under Arizona law, the settlement offers must remain open for 60 days before they can be deemed rejected. Whoa.
Wow.
That's from ABC?
ABC 15. So this is so interesting because Nanos tells Ford Hatchett that Carlos and Luke are not cleared. He says nobody's cleared. And now a claim this week was filed for $3 million by Carlos and two others saying they're not the people and their rights have been violated.
Yeah. Do you remember that was so typically, right? They release an image to the public and then somebody can step forward and say, that was the guy. And they went after him right after it was that day, I think, later in the evening.
Yeah. The evening.
Remember? Because then they went to Luke second, like a day or two later, but they went right to him like that evening.
Well,
yeah, that was on the 10th. That was on the 10th.
Because
I can tell you, I spoke with Luke's family. I'm not gonna tell you who.
Yeah.
They told me they're suing the sheriff for what happened.
Well,
him and his mom. I was told they are suing the sheriff. So expect maybe something similar. I don't know. How does this work with claims? Why isn't it a lawsuit? How does that work?
Not sure, but I mean, we haven't. Well, with Luke's interview, he definitely said that, he had been harassed. He'd been looked at differently. Can't really go anywhere without people, checking him out. And that's crazy, man.
This is wild.
Yeah. there'll be another lawsuit.
Are you able to play that video?
Yeah,
In
let me
that-
see. Let me see. Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Let me see if I can get this video up. It might be one of those things where it's just something else, but let me add this to the stage and see if we can play. Well, let me just see. Let me see if it's spinning first, and I will see if I can get it up. Yo, this is let me see. Hold on, it's spinning. Usually it goes through these commercials first, whatever. I'll put this down and see. We'll see if it comes up. They might even have it on YouTube right now. Let's see.
So Carlos, we spoke, I guess it was late last Tuesday night or early Wednesday morning.
And this is just they're
almost a week now.
reposting the interview that Ford had with Carlos back in the day.
Oh, okay.
We shared that before the interview, so they're using that video. They embedded that interview video.
And haven't heard from him as of late, right?
Until this popped up. But sheriffs told Ford Hatchett in a recent interview that he posted today for the first time that nobody has been cleared, which includes Carlos and Luke.
Yeah.
So this claim is saying they want Sheriff Nanos to take accountability and admit that he messed up by detaining him and his family.
That'd be step number one, right? You'd think.
And putting him out there as if he could be the suspect in the case. What a mess.
It is a mess.
But this is the thing is, when you file a claim like this, I don't know how it works. Again, a claim, not a notice of claim. What is a notice of claim in Arizona? Notice of claim. Is that like pre-lawsuit? Could we get some legal?
That sounds like you said, pre-lawsuit, and
I mean that.
And then they have to accept it.
That would be the start of a lawsuit.
They have to accept it.
What's up, Tucson? How are you, bud?
Hey, how you doing? Looks like you got some good weather out there right now.
Let me see. Notice of claim.
I don't know if he can hear me. Just let him know he can't hear me. JLR.
Okay. No, Mike, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear.
He
Okay,
can't hear me either.
Okay. Why don't I drop out?
Okay. See you later, Mike.
I'll talk to you. See you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. Folgers. Fueled by Folgers. Hey, Folgers. The best part of making up. How's it going?
All right.
What's on your mind today?
Well, I've always thought that Tommaso was the prime suspect from the beginning. That's always been part of my theory. Not the actual porch guy, but I think that he's involved in it because, like the first caller said, and it's a proven fact that 95% of kidnappings is either a family member or somebody that's close to the family. So I honestly think that Tommaso is involved. I'm not saying that he's the one that actually kidnapped, but now that I watched, I don't know if you watched it last night, or yesterday, the Thornbridge It's Unfiltered, where they were talking about that lady from that search group in Mexico. And they were she basically said that she got a call from a guy that had Nancy's body, that dumped Nancy's body, and the whole bit and everything. And she was going into details of everything that was going on, for them to search. And so now, she says that they're part of the Nogales cartel. So it makes me wonder if, Nancy had some kind of life insurance policy that Tommaso and Annie were trying to cash in. And in order to do it, have her kidnapped, have her killed. So what not a better way to have this cartel get involved? They probably sold Nancy to the porch guy, then turned around, the porch guy sold, the body to whoever in Mexico, and then went from there. And that's always been my thought. That's always been my theory, that some kind of organization was involved in this and that Tommaso's behind it. Because, like you said, the neighbor said that it's been like 2 months and Annie and Tommaso haven't been home. And you remember last time Jacob was out there when he was searching for his flowers, that his flowers came up missing, and he had that tracker on there. There was even somebody saying that Annie and Tommaso were staying at a hotel right there in Tucson. across the street from where he was searching. And then all of a sudden they've disappeared. And I think that they're in Italy, trying to hide out in Italy, knowing that Tommaso's probably thinking, okay, they're on to me. If I go to Italy, I can't be extradited back. And that's wrong. He can be extradited back.
So let me just jump back to this for a second. If a formal notice of claim against an Arizona government entity or a public employee is rejected or denied, you are permitted to file a formal lawsuit, but you must do so within 1 year of the original injury date. So it's a pre-filing notice. So they're giving them opportunity to pay them before they file a lawsuit.
Right. They're basically allowing them to give them the chance to settle out of court before actually going to court.
Which, you take it to court, discovery, depositions, interrogatories.
And then Nanos is going to have to show up and testify, and he's full of lies anyways. Just like when that youngster just interviewed Nanos, and Nanos got on there and called Cash Patel a liar. He said, oh, he's misinformed. How in the heck are you going to sit there and call the director of the FBI a liar? And he was like, oh, well, we've had FBI here since day one. But if FBI was there from day one, we would have seen FBI all over the place investigating this and not Pima County. See what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's just, you can't believe anything Nano says. And then the whole thing about, clearing the family. Okay, he said that the family was cleared. He didn't say who in the family was cleared. He just said the family was cleared. But the FBI has never come out and cleared anybody.
Well, he's saying nobody is cleared.
Oh, so now he's coming out saying nobody's cleared. So
I don't know
now
if he's
he's
talking about Carlos or in Luke, but he's basically said in an interview I just shared, nobody's cleared. Nobody has been ruled out.
So now he's retracting his statement.
Well, I don't know if he's referring it just to Carlos and Luke, because the question was centered around Carlos and Luke.
I think that's who they're talking about is Carlos and Luke. But Nanos did come out and he hasn't come back out and said it that, and Tommaso, and you're right, he's never mentioned Tommaso's name at all anywhere. He just said the family was cleared. And so the thing is we never heard the FBI say anything about anybody being cleared. So my theory's always been Tommaso was involved some way, somehow. And it's funny how all of a sudden, after David Kalila goes to court and pleads guilty on what he did, and that part of his documents was sealed, and we don't know what's in that part that's sealed, all this stuff is starting to come out. It's just, it's crazy how all this stuff is starting to come out. And by the way, I did 857. I did email the AG's office on Nanos.
Well, a lot of people did. That's why, we could wake up one day and Nanos is gone. I said,
well,
if that happens, we are going to throw a massive party. JLR, you got to make sure you come out for that. If once Nanos, big party.
Big party.
Once he's
gone. I don't know if they would actually fire him. I think what they would do is they would force him to resign. But
however, when he's no longer in office, the day we hear that, we're doing it.
And then what they got to do is they got to pick somebody to take his spot.
This claim here, lawsuit, it's going to cost Pima County hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
And Monday, did you see they got hit with $176 million lawsuit? Pima County Sheriff?
Yeah.
Because they did that, basically they went in and shot a guy and he got doxxed. So somebody got doxxed and he reported the guy who got shot a week before they came and shot him, that he was getting doxxed. And he warned him. He said, look, if anything comes in here from my house, there's people that are doing this. And then it happened on a weekend. They came and now he's paralyzed. $176 million lawsuit.
Yeah, see, and all these lawsuits now popping up, it's going to force Nanos to resign or just fucking leave.
You know, the board of supervisors is going to be ticked off on this. They got a budget and everything like that. The board of supervisors, listen, just on this new claim itself, it's going to hit a lawsuit. You know, they're going to reject it. Maybe they pay. I don't know. But if they have to pay, they're going to pay Carlos $3.25 million for some sort of settlement. It's going to cost money. And then don't forget Luke Daly.
Well, and then don't forget if 857, Alex, and Troy all do a lawsuit.
857's coming too, right? You coming?
Yes, sir.
You know, and Juice and Alex, if they all do lawsuits. So that's even more money.
Bro, that's crazy, man. But Carlos, if he was involved, he wouldn't do this type of claim like this.
No,
I don't know.
he wouldn't.
Barry Morphew tried to do some crazy stuff too and sue, and you know he's in trouble for what he did to his wife, and he tried to sue them too and everything like that. So who knows? But most of the time, somebody that's involved like this won't try to be suing them and everything like that, getting them in the court. You know, so Carlos, I think, is out of this picture. I really do, as far as being involved.
Carlos and Luke.
Yeah. But now it
Carlos
takes us
and Luke both.
also. I mean, or Luke.
I am your father. But let me hop on. I'm gonna hop off of here.
Yes.
You know, and all that, so other people could jump in. 857, thank you for hopping into my live last night. Really appreciate it. That was kind of exciting, and everything.
Keep going, man. Don't give up.
Oh, I'm not. I'm going live again tonight, probably about 6 or 7. So,
okay. Right
Take
on.
it easy, fueled by Folgers.
Take care.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
I just sent you an email, JLR, about from Fox, and they interviewed a detective that's suggesting the suspects are they're in a small circle.
Yeah,
So
I read that earlier.
Okay.
A small circle of people. It's so interesting. All right, so I have Rich and I have Bahamas Gem. I'm gonna get Rich up in the chat and then Bahamas Gem. Rich is always very insightful, and I like Rich from California. Hello, good sir.
Rich.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hello, chat. What's up, 857?
Oh, hey, good. Your voice sounds familiar.
So I
You've
was
been
listening
calling
to
for
you
a
guys
while.
talk some interesting theories. The one thing I noticed is that I guess Brian Enton's back in your town, 857. At least he was yesterday. I would find that interesting with these news guys, because usually that means something. Either he's talking to somebody, or he's got a tip, or something's getting ready to break. And before, I didn't think that anything was going to happen. I felt like, it was just kind of, Nanos being Nanos, putting something out there, because it's been quiet. But I'm now believing that I think something may pop.
Well, I'm thinking the reason why Enton is there is more about the anniversary.
Yeah,
yeah,
6
that's
months.
a good point. I thought about that too, then I forgot about it. But yeah, that's a good point. I will say though, like there's a lot of things. If you dig like a little bit deeper on Nanos, there's a case out here in LA that you guys probably heard about, the D4VD, the David case.
Yes.
And one of the things that happened out here was our new district attorney, who's like a hardcore guy, as compared to our old district attorney who wasn't a hardcore guy, he and the police here kind of had a difference of opinion on how they were going to handle this. And they came together so that they could actually put together a grand jury and then eventually, get David and get him incarcerated, because for the longest time he'd been walking around. The reason why I bring that up is because I watched an interview with one of Nanos' subordinates. You probably saw it a long time ago, and he was talking about how his group was being investigated some years ago by the FBI, and it put a bad taste in his mouth. So now I feel like everything he's doing is really to almost, it's an ego play. You know, it's like he's just going to go, hey, man, you know, you can't come into my city, blah, 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 blah. And I think that that's the big reason why there's so many discrepancies and why he had the audacity to speak out against the director of the FBI, because that takes a lot of cojones to do. I don't care who you are, and especially because I mean Pima County is Pima County, but this guy's running everything, and I think that there's probably some truth to what Kash Patel said in the sense that they always say the first 48 hours are critical, and you, JLR, and all of you guys were there firsthand to witness what was going on, and it was, you know, to lack of a better way to describe it, a poop show out there. Between there's police tape, and then there's not police tape. There's cars parked in the back. There's deliveries happening, you know, and there's Brian Enton who got to walk up to the door and take that photo of the, you know, of the blood on the porch. And I just think, you know, this whole situation is a mess. That being said, and I want to ask JLR this question because you were right there probably, I think, before anybody. I think they spent the most time at Nancy and Tommaso's house.
At Annie and Tommaso's. Well, I have Annie and Tommaso's neighbor in the chat, Campy Kid. How are you, good sir?
Doing well.
Hopefully the knee's better. Yeah,
It's a little sore after getting drained yesterday, but we'll get through it.
Nice. Yeah, I feel like they spent a significant amount of time more in an investigative aspect at Annie and Tommaso's home than Nancy's. Though they kept coming back to Nancy's, doing things from the septic tank to going up on the roof.
Yeah.
They were canvassing some of the neighborhood there in Nancy's neighborhood that we got to witness, but we did a lot of stuff at Annie and Tommaso's too.
Yeah, they did that whole thing in the garage, you know, that night. So the FBI canvassed the neighborhood. You know, I had detectives showing up at the house asking for, you know, video footage. And so there was a lot in our neighborhood. But then once he quote unquote cleared the family, everybody left.
Right. Well, I think it's weird though, as JLR said, Nanos just said that nobody's cleared. So I don't really understand what that means, because that's really confusing to me.
That guy's changed his story about 9,000 times.
Yeah. I just, like I said, I can't get out of my head though, when I was watching JLR's channel, and I'm watching this at night, and there's lights on, and they're going through this house, and you know, there's tow trucks, and I mean, it just looked crazy. It looked like something out of a movie.
Yeah, they took Annie and Tommaso's car for how many months? 2 months?
Yeah, a month and a half, something like that in that range. You don't do that to victims. You don't do it to victims. I don't care. Someone explained to me, how can you be a victim of a crime like that and seize and take their vehicle for an extended period of time and allegedly take it apart?
Agreed. And the other part too is the national media really didn't even talk about that part, which I also thought was interesting. Like, I learned everything that I knew about that pretty much from JLR's channel. And you know, it's just interesting because that's, to me, at least from everything I've ever seen, that's highly unusual to do that to someone who's cleared. You know, I mean, I don't know. It just seemed very odd to me. And then the other part too, and again, you guys brought this up, was them ducking down in their car when they're driving through. You know, like that's kind of unusual.
Pretty sus.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual too. So again, I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just judging what I've seen and the factual information I've received from what I consider to be credible sources. And I just feel like the biggest thing is kind of weird is on the other side, you have Savannah, who clearly was talking to someone. You know, the more I've watched that footage, the more I realize that she's definitely talking to someone that she has some kind of interaction with previously. And it wasn't like a broad kind of communication. What do you guys think about that?
I think she clearly was speaking to someone she knows, someone she's
Yeah.
interacted with in the past, not just a random kidnapper via a ransom note.
That's not someone you talk to through ransom notes. You know, that was someone that was very, and the term buried with nature, that is just kind of, who says that?
Yeah.
A poet.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that. Part of my thoughts at one point was maybe it was AI translated from a different language, or it could be someone who is a trained poet who speaks in a very poetic way. It could possibly be because that's not something that's not how we talk, you know, not in the 21st century, right? We don't talk like that. So I thought that was of concern. The other thing some people said, getting back to the Savannah, was some people thought she was sending a message to Nancy and Tommaso. I don't know why she would do that publicly when she could tell them, like, hey man, you know, cut the crap, right? But who knows? Maybe if that theory was true, I think I heard that from one of the people in the army had that theory. But it could be to put public pressure maybe on them if that's what it was. But
what if they can't be getting in contact with them, right? What if they've shut their phones off?
Good point.
You know,
Good. That's a great point. Yeah, because if they're like on the lam somewhere, right, it's possible that's.
Well, they haven't been home in over 2 months, so.
Yeah. So, the other thing too you guys were talking about was your was the lawsuit that's being levied against Nanos. I tell you what, I mean, they're going to have so many lawsuits. I mean, it's incredible, like literally. And I think 857 talked about it. Like, this literally is breaking your constitutional rights. Like, it's not even like questionable. I think Chris McDonough said the same thing. I mean, it's obvious that your constitutional rights were being affected out there. And I know the city's like, man, we just want this guy to go away. The problem is, even if he does go away, they're still going to have to deal with this mess. And I think that could be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to have financial. I could just think Carlos, Luke, Tucson, Juice, right there, centered around this case. Maybe even Tommaso now that it's out that, you know, somebody within the department leaked out that he may be or he is the suspect, the prime suspect. I mean, leaking that out to Ashley Banfield. Ashley Banfield would stand by that she got the information from Pima County Sheriff Nanos, these people, a lawsuit.
And that's not a wackadoodle source either.
Not involved.
No.
If Tommaso's not involved. Now, if Tommaso's involved, then that's a whole other story.
Yeah. No, I could. One thing you guys all know is that, and that was kind of a point I forgot to mention earlier, but that sheriff's department is fractured clearly, right? And what does that mean? That means that when somebody in the sheriff's department says to, at the time, 857, like, hey man, we don't really want to do this. We were ordered da-da-da-da-da. And then they put it, I think it was the Union of Deputies or whatever it's called, all put down in print that they were forced to do something. And they were basically saying that these guys got reprimanded, but they also are going to stand by them. I was like, okay, which then brings it over to Ashley Banfield and having a source. Somebody's willing to essentially take up for someone they're arresting is going to talk, if they have knowledge about something, to an Ashley Banfield. So for me, I can believe it based on that. Not to mention the fact that, she's got a pretty reputable reputation. So if all of that's true, that lets you know that somewhere in there's reason to believe that Tommaso has something to do with it, in my opinion.
Hey JLR, I gotta dip, man. I just wanted to come on for a brief second. I'm just here in the great state of Utah, so I gotta
Okay.
roll upstairs.
Hopefully it's all is well. Nice being in your chat last night.
Yeah, well, hey, thank you very much. We'll see you guys.
Take it easy, man. But anyway, so I'm probably gonna go too.
Okay.
I just wanted to kind of comment on some of the stuff you guys were talking about, and seeing if you guys had any more thoughts on really these latest developments, because I think they're kind of important. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of movement, but yeah.
I think it's huge. I think it's huge. It's showing that one, DNA,
Yeah.
the plea by Savannah.
Yep.
Nanos now kind of saying some things and opening up a little bit more in these interviews about people being cleared and not.
Yep.
Ashley Banfield sharing really why she said that Tommaso was the prime suspect that came from the sheriff's office, it appears.
Yep.
What's going on here?
Yeah,
Is this
no,
I job? Is this Tommaso or somebody working with Tommaso, or also the sheriff in a recent interview saying that there's no evidence more than one person's involved?
Right. Which I don't agree with, but that's just me. But I think it just goes back to the old thing that they say is where there's smoke, there's fire a lot of times, and it feels like there's a lot of smoke. And hopefully it'll be solved soon. I think if it is someone if they have some suspect and they lean on that person hard enough, they may get that in the crack. So we'll see. But anyway, thank you so much for having me again. Appreciate, JLR Army and 857 and the neighbor and everyone else that you brought up, because, it's just, I think you guys are doing the most work to get answers that I see out there. I mean, that includes the national media. I mean, there's like a couple people like Ashley, like Brian, who are out there doing stuff, but you guys put in the most work. And I think I learned the most from the findings that you guys have and some of the theories you come up with. So appreciate you.
Thank you. You take care, Rich. Be safe out there.
Yeah, you too, man. All right, man.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
We got Bahamas Gem from the Bahamas in the house. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. What are you thinking?
In the Bahamas.
I know that.
Hi, 857. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. Listen, I'm gonna go back and say the answers are at the beginning. What everyone is looking for is at the beginning. And this is why I can say that maybe two things. Nanos botched this purposely, or he did it because he has no clue on how to deal with a case like this. So it was either intentionally or unintentional. But for the way his attitude is, I want to lean more to, I can't even say, because sometimes when people realize they're false, they try to now say less, speak vaguely, and well, you end up contradicting yourself, which is what he has been doing. And I agree with Ashley Banfield. And like I said, it is at the beginning, because Tommaso, so we know, was the last person to see her. So it's known that he was the last person to see her. My thing always was, did she ever go home? Everything surrounded home, and we saw when Brian saw the blood on the porch, and then they said in the back by the gazebo, the little house she has in the back, and how it was how do we know that part wasn't set up? Also, the person that called 911 or called Annie and Tommaso that morning when they said they were missing, did we ever find out who that was? Did they ever say who it was?
No.
Did they
But
ever confirm that this actually was I think it was a church member or something they said, and she didn't come to church?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think we're ever going to get the information because of HIPAA laws, and it's just unrelated to the case. So there's no
Right.
obligation to tell us anything.
Yeah, no, and I asked because, and you say it's unrelated because what that call could say a lot. Because if you know who actually called, they could have said it was a church member, but it could have been Annie on a burner phone. I'm just speculating, you know. It could have been one of them, just just to report it. Someone could have just reported it just to say it's, to bring attention to say that she's missing, of course, so they don't be the ones to be the main persons to say, okay, they're reporting their mom is missing, and then kind of fingers point at them. However, the fingers are still pointing at them now, to me personally. Even those few days after when everybody started to come around and they were in their car and they were hiding their face. If you're not a suspect and that's your mom, why are you covering your face? You would want to be seen. You would want to be, like I say, fighting for answers as to where she went. And then the car situation, it was so strange. And I was listening earlier when you said they also took the other two persons' cars and they got those back right away. It's just, it's something that's sticking with Annie and Tommaso. See, look how suspicious they look. It's just, so why would you cover up your face? It's your mom that's missing. Eventually, it would come out that you are Annie and you are Tommaso. We know who you are. The world who's watching knows who you are. So why would you hop in your vehicle and then cover your face? It just makes no sense. It honestly, and then when they were searching the neighborhood, I could say they were searching the neighborhood, Annie and Tommaso's neighborhood. Like I said, I feel she may have never left their neighborhood. You feel she never left her neighborhood. She may have never left that area at all.
So Nancy's neighborhood, that's where I'm at. The reason why I'm at Nancy's neighborhood is, still, according to the sheriff, 9:48, 9:50, garage door opens and her, Apple Watch is syncing to a point to 2:28 a.m. Okay. So how can we, if she never made it home, how can we explain the syncing stopping at 2:28?
Well, I heard a spike too. There was some sort of spike. Remember, what was that? Was that when it unsynced, when it spiked? Because I did hear there was a spike.
Okay, yes. So what if her Apple Watch was always home? What if she didn't have it on that day?
That would be a question to ask, in a press conference.
Because don't forget, we don't know what she was wearing. Savannah came a few weeks later and said in her pajamas with no shoes on. How do you know that? Just how we don't know right now that, like I just suggested, that she even had her watch on. And
and that's Savannah saying this stuff. That's Savannah saying. The sheriff has never validated what Savannah has told her.
So where would she have gotten that information from?
He was asked the other night about the plants, the flower plots on the back doors property. He wouldn't talk about it. He wouldn't say yes or no. He just wouldn't talk about it.
Yep. And, he, of course, like I say, he's holding back. And I feel he's holding back too because he's already contradicted himself so much. Even the interview, the last interview, he still contradicts himself when he said, nobody is clear. You could say we're saying he just mean, what's the two guys' name? I can't remember their names. That's Carlos and Luke, right? So he's saying those are not. He didn't call a name. He just said no one is clear. And like you said, he speaks so vaguely, so we don't know if he is speaking specifically just to those two or he's speaking to everyone involved. And for me, I would say because there's no one, they have in custody or no one yet. To me, everyone, I would take it for what he said it as. No one is clear, including Annie and Tommaso.
Now, is that something standard though that he has to stay just to, you know, because I've heard a lot of people say that. I mean, so is he saying that to just say the statement as they, no one's ever cleared, no one's ever cleared. I keep hearing that.
Yeah, so he's going back based on he made a mistake the first time, maybe clearing them because, like we said, the FBI didn't clear at the family. So how is it, And like I said, he brought it from the beginning because you stopped the search from what day 2. You basically said this happened when this didn't happen, and you said I think they said it was she walked out. How could she walk out if she is so fragile? And then now you find out that it's a kidnapping. So it's just so much. He contradicts himself with the other person who was inexperienced, who basically said, I can't remember the other one, who said that she was which that she walked out. It's a lot
with no shoes.
Exactly. Come on now, and her yard is not paved smoothly. She has rocks in her yard, and so that's not a comfortable feeling to be walking on, a surface to be walking on in pain. She doesn't have dementia. They never said she has Alzheimer's or dementia. She just has severe back pain and she's very, very fragile in terms of mobility, but she's still she's still able to communicate without any issues. And so and then too, we constantly see now, and in the beginning is we just hear from Savannah. We hear from Savannah. Yes, she has a huge platform. Yes, she's on today's show, and yes, she is. But not only does Savannah have a circle of people or to help her, Annie and Tommaso also would have a circle of people, of friends, separate from Savannah, that they should be able to hey, I need help or speak out on finding my mom, or we need help. Why is it that only Savannah is speaking? Why is Savannah the spokesperson? And then now we see we don't know where they are. It's just a mystery because all of you share the same mom, Tommaso's mom-in-law, but only Savannah speaks. It says a lot. And
Well,
I do
she doesn't even
see
live in the city. She lives in New York. I mean, as much as she cares, Annie and Tommaso are Annie's caretakers, essentially.
Right, and that's the thing. You said it right there. She's their they're his caretaker, and also they would have a better relationship with the people in that community. They would know them a bit better. The people in the community would know them a bit better, to have more of to have meetings, come together and try to figure this out and to get help. But for them, they just disappeared. And it's just Savannah speaking from New York. It's just crazy.
They should be the spokesmen of this case because they are boots on the ground here.
Yes.
They should be organizing hope gatherings. They should be having locations for us, because the sheriff isn't going to do it for them.
Right.
So it's not like they're doing anything else as far as work. So
they haven't done anything.
And here's another thing. They could have donated $500,000. They could have said, look, we're going to start a foundation, right? To find missing elderly people. They have and now Annie has a new job and she's raising money to help other people, going through stuff. And maybe, she hires a couple people to help her because maybe it's not her forte. But to me, they have the tools to bring awareness, and they're choosing not to for whatever reason. And that's what's so confusing is they're here locally and we don't hear anything. Savannah, she's got things going on. I mean, she's about to make $10 million this year or something. I mean, I think anybody, understands that, she actually has contracts that she signed that if she doesn't, do them, she's going to be held liable in a sense. So, but Annie and Tommaso, they should be doing, just speaking about it.
Yep. You're right. You're right. And you're right because
Especially Tommaso, the last person
Yep.
with Nancy. Of course, not only with the information out now that the sheriff's office told Ashley Banfield that he's the prime suspect, but if you want to win the internet court of public opinion on the internet, you need to speak, pal.
Yeah.
Speak and set the record straight here. And otherwise, 85% of people in this chat over the numerous polls feel like he's involved. And Danny.
Yep. He is. I feel he is, and both of them probably are. And like I said, it is just, I wouldn't say it's confusing. Like 857 said, it's not confusing. It's suspicious because that's your mom. And like I said, we both said you live. That's your place of residence. That's your community. If something happens, that's your I would say your outside family in terms of what's going on. You see neighbors regular, you know who's around, they know you, and they know Nancy. And so for now Savannah to be miles and miles away and she's the only person speaking, it's just it's weird. It's weird, and I do agree with Ashley. I agree 100%. I do believe it is. We'll see in due time. We'll see, and then too with the ransom, like we said, you're saying you're getting money, and nobody has claimed that. That is weird because that's a lot of money to sit on information and not collect that. That's so that stands out too, that it could be family involved.
Nobody's been clear. That's what Nano said today.
Yep.
So that means it could be anybody.
Yeah, and that interview with Nanos with the young with Wyatt the other night, I think Nanos was caught off guard and he was surprised, and like you said, he's very selected with who he wants to interview, and he didn't expect those questions to come. I'm almost certain he didn't expect those questions to come because of the age maybe of that person, the young guy. But I'm happy with the questions he asked, because even while he was asking those questions, I could see where Nanos was like, he was like kind of like, fighting to not to say the wrong thing or, to just be vague about his answers and, what he's asking. And I was like, okay, yeah. So Nanos, I feel like Ashley said he doesn't want, he doesn't want her to interview him. He's ducking her. He's running away from her. And I think he and Brian Anton as well. So he's running away, like you said, he's running away from the hard questions that is going to come, because every time he opens up his mouth, he contradicts himself.
Thanks for stopping by, Bahamas, Jim. What do you think? When do you think this is going to get solved? Soon?
To be honest, I hope in a few weeks. In a few weeks, I hope. I give it a few weeks. Because a lot is coming out now. More information is coming out. And yeah, I'm anxious about this DNA though. What they said, they have DNA testings different areas. I'm like, okay, I'm curious about that. I want to know about the different DNA testings they have.
You take care.
Thank you. You too. You guys have a good evening.
See you. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Annie and Tommaso's home at the time. Media outlets were out there. Again, for people coming in the chat, Ashley Banfield reported in the last 24 hours that the sheriff's office, or Nanos's guys, told her that the prime suspect in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie is Tommaso Cioni.
Are we able to pull up that older video? If you want, or because I mean, was it just like a one statement thing, or was it like a
it's
whole?
Right here. It's a little bit low though.
Okay.
Let me get Allie in real quick, because Allie was in here and then she dropped out. Hi, Allie.
What's up?
What's
Hello.
up? How are you?
So you are asking about me finding where I found the resource
financial
of the
problem.
loan.
Yeah. Yes. You sent me a link or something to that, right?
I sent you what you had said. You brought it up
Yeah.
on May.
But I think I retracted that, or that wasn't credible that the person said anonymous source. So I kind of backpedaled on that one because it came from third hand and I wasn't able to actually get that. Somebody told somebody else kind of deal. And, you know, at the beginning stages, that was a lot of that was going on, you know, with the financial aspect, Allie. So I'm not so sure on that.
Okay. So
because it came from this person, heard from this person. And you got to be careful with that because that's like just basically how rumors get started, you know?
Exactly.
But
So
I mean, and what she's talking about, folks, is she's talking about the loan that Annie was supposed to ask Nancy prior to the disappearance for some money.
Yeah, we heard that.
That has been talked about a lot. Look at this right by their house, septic tanks, manhole covers. But we really haven't really able to concrete get the source to that. So it seems like that's not, I don't know. I don't know it's true. You think it's true?
I do. I do think it's true. Everybody falls on hard times.
Well, you know, again, motive for what happens to Nancy, right? Motive. I mean, if it's kidnapped for ransom, it's money. Somebody wants money. Somebody wants money. Why do people in people's houses just say it is family? What would be the number one motive for killing someone in their family? Would it be money?
Money.
Money? Inheritance, money, life insurance policy.
Yeah.
Now, what we do know about Annie and Tommaso is they lived in the center of Tucson up to, you know, last year when they moved here. But they were living prior in a $350,000 home. Wasn't too impressive. Tommaso, a substitute teacher based at school. Annie with the jewelry, right to book. They upgraded. They're in their 50s, right? They upgraded to a home pretty much double the value. They're up there in the Catalina foothills. Doesn't seem like they got more significant income, but I don't know if they inherited something or Annie's book deals got one, you know, and they get this house here. I know that Annie last year, in July last year, was trying to sell a used car.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
A $9,000 used car. July of last year. Now, a survey was done on their property the day before Nancy went missing. Don't know why people get surveys. My experience is you get a survey because you're about to build something or someone feels like you got something on their property or something. There's only a couple reasons why.
Yeah.
So
usually it's because you want to build something.
Build something bigger. Build something there. Maybe an additional house, an additional casita. Build something. You know, I don't know. And then, you know, she vanishes. You know, what's their financial status? Well, the Guthries got money because they're offering a $1 million reward, but I would think that's Savannah and her people on her end that are fronting that.
But
not Annie and Tommaso. I mean, they're still in a used car that got seized here. The car that what Honda is not very impressive, is it? Well, I'm not saying people in, you know, used cars are broken poor. I say they were always late on their property taxes too. If you got
and
you know.
here's to think about. Oh my God, I just had it. I just lost it.
What did you lose?
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh, it's okay.
It'll come
Just
back.
like like it was right there, and then like I totally forgot.
It'll come back.
Shutting down the scene, and sheriff says sheriff stops search, clear the family, which could be a tactic because maybe they did find evidence early on that it could have been family related. Another thing is maybe they just didn't want people to eye Tommaso or Annie to protect the integrity of the investigation, to kind of keep everybody away from them, because there was media piling out front of it. Annie and Tommaso's home, up to the point they said they were cleared. Then the media just started leaving. They were literally in front of Annie and Tommaso's home 24/7, 365, up to that clearing part. As soon as he says clear, everyone's like, back it up. Let's go. Just take what Nano says as gospel. Cleared them. Okay, they're cleared. All right, time to go. All is given for being out here for a week prior, shining the light on your house at 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. No biggie. Sorry. Oops.
I
Wow.
remember what I was going to say now. You had mentioned that Annie and Tommaso are always late on their property taxes, making that payment.
Well, if you look, this is all public information. They were late on this year's.
Mm-hmm.
Filed it late. And the couple of years prior in their old house, you could see their records too, late. It appears late.
So, well, if they asked Nancy for a loan and she told them no, I mean, what she ends up missing. Now we have a reward out for her, so no one's taking the reward. So wouldn't that, like Mark say, that it would be close to, more skepticalism to Annie and Tommaso? Because if you think about it, the inheritance that Nancy leaves them might be more than the reward.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is I thought when you buy a house, they automatically, I guess you can check the box, and the taxes they'll take every month from you, so you don't have a big bill at the end of the month, right? Or at the end of the year. So to me, it should be automatic every month that they're paying it with their mortgage. So is this house paid off already that they don't need to have a mortgage? Because that's how they set it up, is so people don't get stuck at the end of the year with a big old bill. Could the house be paid for is kind of what I'm saying.
Anyone know that? Was it an all cash purchase? Was it a loan, home equity loan from their other home to buy? Anybody know? Money fronted? Do we have a money issue here? It's a great question. JLR,
it does change perspective.
From Nanos that no one has been cleared. Yeah, sure. I'll get it up here in the pipeline. Thank you, Tracy Addiction. Nice to see you.
Anyways, JLR and Damien, I will talk to you guys later. I'm going to jump out and you guys could bring someone else in.
Thank you, Allie. You take care.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, so we got a few people here. We got Lynn, Stephanie, Chris Talks Truth, and Lisa. Lynn, you're up. Hi, Lynn.
Hi. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing great.
Hello.
How are you? Hello. Uh-oh. Lynn, come back out. Yeah, we lost her. She'll come back in. Come back out. In the meantime, I'm going to get this clip. Well, Lynn's coming. Hi, Lynn.
Hi. How are
Hello.
you?
Great. Welcome.
I made notes.
Oh, we got
because
notes.
I would be like the last girl and be like, I forgot what I was going to say. So I've been listening, but a couple things. When you were talking about Nanos, what I was trying to say is, remember not too long ago when they were asking him what he thought, and he goes, well, I'm still sticking with my original
theory,
conclusion. Yeah, theory. So, that makes me wonder about the Ashley Banfield thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That was at the beginning. That Ashley Banfield came out with that report. Basically, is right at the beginning. Tommaso, the prime suspect.
Which leads me to this picture that you have up. I wonder if this picture was taken after Ashley said that.
It was.
It was after Ashley called him out, said, "Oh, they're looking at Tommaso."
So this picture was taken on I believe the 3rd. I believe
okay.
The 3rd. But if anyone can get the timestamp this picture, this was like a Daily Mail actual picture. Let me get the actual time Ashley Banfield posted a video about Tommaso being the prime suspect.
Yeah.
I'm going in.
Oh, and about the loan.
I'm sorry?
About Annie asking for a loan. I want to say that was some kind of secondhand news through a church lady, if I'm not mistaken.
February 4th, 2026, Ashley Banfield says, stunning new twist. Son-in-law, prime suspect.
Yeah, it just kind of made me wonder if that's why that's why she's got her hat pulled down and he's hiding his face.
I remember it dropped in the middle of the night, so it was into the 3rd, into the 4th.
Yeah.
Really early in the morning on the 4th.
That's when she released it?
Yes, because I remember waking up in the morning and then I followed reviewed what she put out there by making my own video. Is Tommaso the prime suspect? Ashley Banfield's reporting.
Did you just say she just said that again within the last 24 hours?
She talked to this young man. Here's a clip. It's a little low. I wish I could get it louder, but this was the clip given to me.
From yesterday?
Watch this. Let me take down Nanos.
Get the feeling that he's answered physical evidence questions before, but suddenly you've asked those ones and he's all
that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, people have asked him, I think you even might have asked him when you interviewed him about the flower pot stuff, right? Like
No, God.
No, you
Oh,
didn't.
he won't talk to me because I had an interview with him on day 1 and after that he hated me because I talked to his guys and they said we've got our prime suspect and his brother-in-law, and he was so angry that
I remember that.
I said it or that his guys said it and I said it.
Yeah, I remember I remember like when it was all like, remembering they were going to say that Savannah was suing Ashley because she said that, not crap.
She said at the time when she did the video with the prime suspect, he may be a prime suspect. But she said here that Nanos's told her that Tommaso is the prime suspect.
I see what you're saying. Sorry.
Nanos got mad
it took me just a minute.
And ghosted Ashley and has not spoken to Ashley since.
And then also, Enton, he got rejected. He flew.
He won't talk to Enton, and we know why. Because Enton will ask him those questions. Enton will ask those questions.
Exactly. I was just going to say, and I think another caller just brought that up a few minutes ago about it. Yeah, he's going to be very selective because of the questions and the person who's asking them. So he can get away with that with his like little local, news station.
Right.
You can't. Yeah, you can't do that with like bigger media. You
won't get by on that at Ashley. Ashley Banfield's a great reporter. When she does exclusives, she asks really good
questions. I love
questions.
her. She's like my friend.
Nanos, I think, got bamboozled thinking that he could get around this kid and just did it. And this kid actually got him good.
Yeah. Apparently he's been at it for a while. The kid
Andy would ask the questions. Not sure if Nancy Grace would ask those. But I think two hard hitters that would actually fire off them mainstream media would be Banfield and Enton.
And they're both News Nation, right?
Actually, Ashley's away from there now. Isn't she doing her own thing?
She is, but she still does like her Drop Dead Serious podcast.
Yeah.
Still ties in somehow with News Nation with their
that's what I'm saying.
page.
And I remember out there, Tucson, being at the field, those News Nation guys that we were hanging around with out there, each and every day with the tent, they kept saying, we're trying to speak to Nanos. He won't speak to us. He won't speak to us.
Yep.
Yeah, well, remember when Brian had his, he was like, he didn't want to talk to him because he was like, basically saying that he didn't feel like he had put him in a good light, or he didn't like what he had been saying about him either, So, yeah.
Well, he didn't like to, Nanos doesn't like to be exposed. And that's what, Enton was the first person to start going after Nanos. When he talked to Aaron Cross and all these people started coming out of the woodwork and said, hey, you guys need to look into this Nanos. That's, I mean, it's, yeah.
So CR Investigations, shout out to you, CR Investigations, investigates, says to answer JLR's question, Annie and Tommaso owe $355,000 on their home, which they purchased for $379 through JMAC in 2025.
Okay, so that house for being $379, that's a red flag right there. That house should not be. That is a cheap. That would be like you buying like a brand new car, and then all of a sudden it's $25,000-$30,000 cheaper. That's low for that house right there. I'll tell you right now. That's a red flag.
So a lot of people have been commenting, Texas Peg. I work at a bank. Not all loans are escrowed, and they may not even have a mortgage. Yes, their taxes are definitely not escrowed. Thank you. So we're getting some clarity from people, with I saw Laurie with the comment. I saw Monica DMV with the comment.
But just help me make sense. So that neighborhood, the houses are like what, 400, 500, 600,000 in Annie's neighborhood. How do they get it for $379? I mean, that just doesn't happen.
You think about how everything jumped up after COVID,
Oh, no. And there's no way. If that house was $379, you know how many people would be putting in a bid
no,
for
I'm
it?
saying it should have been a lot higher. Like, like at least a high 6 or something.
No, I wonder who they bought it from. That's the question. They probably got a deal. But that's an interesting, because that house should be way more than $379.
I got another Nanos interview that CBS just posted.
Ooh.
And why Nanos doing all these interviews? Suddenly.
Because it's a 6-month mark and he knows that everyone's going to be asking.
Okay, so CBS News just posted right here. Look at this. Okay, so let me get this up. Boom, bang. They just posted this. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos tells CBS News the testing on the hair recovered from Nancy Guthrie's home is complete, but does not point to a suspect. He said investigators are still hopeful that bodily fluid DNA could potentially help them identify a suspect. What? Now we got bodily fluid DNA. What in the heck?
So the hair was nothing?
No, that was ABC 15 put that out there a couple hours ago. So that was out there, that the hair came back, not the suspect. Now, I don't know what that means. They find out who it is and they just cross-referenced it. I don't know.
Bodily fluid? So what does that mean? Could that be
semen?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. So you know what it also brings into?
I mean,
it could be a psycho, an essay.
I mean, I know, I get it. It could be.
All right.
Let's hope it was like sweat or something.
All right, listen. So they just posted this 3 minutes ago. So let's see. We're fresh and hot.
Do we know what that DNA is? Is it blood? Is it fluid? Is it hair? Is it a fingerprint? Can you give us that guidance? Just for our own reporting accurately?
What I can tell you is that it's probably a combination of all of that. But what I would tell you is that I think there was some mention from the FBI about a hair that was found in having it DNA. So we gather all this DNA from all types of sources, and it's given to who? Oh, Sheriff's Department, you handle the DNA forensics for cameras and that. FBI, you handle it. That was just a sharing of responsibilities for resources.
So this DNA is likely blood and possibly hair.
Well, the hair sample. So if you know anything about DNA, which I don't, others have had to tell me, hair is very rare to find DNA in, extremely rare. But we did have hair, so the FBI said, "Hey, we got somebody out here that has a new technology can, hey, give it to them, because it wasn't on our priority. When we prioritize DNA, we go, what's the best DNA we have in front of us? The hair would be one of the lowest ones. Blood or semen or whatever you've got, that would be probably higher because of its probability of identification. But we said, absolutely, you can help us take that.
Is the hair still viable today? Is that still being?
It came back with no results.
No results. Yeah. You said blood and semen.
No,
generally.
generally,
I know you
yeah,
were talking
yeah.
generally.
Yeah.
Was there blood that is still being analyzed right now that could belong to the suspect or suspects?
I know that there was blood at the scene, and so that was also part of the processing of the scene.
Okay, so what's your take on that? Is he saying no? It's not just, he's just saying in general?
Yeah, and I don't get it. Where is all this DNA that they still have to go through?
Well, the ABC 15 report saying that mixed DNA comprised of 4 people.
Oh.
He said investigators are still hopeful that bodily fluid DNA could potentially help. So bodily fluid could be blood, could be semen, could be spit, sweat.
Or the other S word. No, just kidding.
Bodily fluid. All right, let me analyze this a little bit more.
Why wouldn't he just say blood? Why does he have to use body? I mean, when you use bodily fluid, he's maybe implying he doesn't want to say the S word, but did they find something on her sheets? You know, that's where the most
Right, or did he
DNA
go
would be
pee in the
found.
toilet or something? Anyway, that was good to talk to you guys.
All right, you take care.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you
hop off.
very much for stopping
All
by.
right.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
What the heck is going on here, people? All right, we got Stephanie, Chris Talks Truth, Lisa. Oops, Stephanie dipped out. Chris Talks Truth. Chris Talks Truth. Welcome. Hello.
Hey, Chris.
All right, come back out, come back in. Stephanie. Hi, Stephanie.
I can't hear you guys. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Okay.
You know what I noticed is when you switch screens as far as sharing the like to a new web page, that's when it cuts out. I've noticed that on mine too.
Oh, okay, good to know. Techniques, special techniques to prevent the coming back in and coming back out. Might be like a StreamYard glitch. Oh, it's starting to get a little stormy here.
Oh yeah, I was wondering how the weather is in Flo.
It was crazy thunder this morning.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'm back.
Hello.
Hi guys. Hi Tucson.
Hey,
Hi.
how you doing?
Good. I'm Stephanie. I was on a couple days ago. So I have a lot. I made notes as well. Why, first of all, I'm so frustrated, so forgive my passion, but why does Nanos always talk in word salad nonsense? How are you running this sheriff's office and you don't know if the hair had a root, if it didn't have a root, and if you're telling us that it was probable that it wouldn't bring as much results, then why didn't you send it to Quantico right away? You knew it didn't have a root. And I mean, that's basic knowledge that if the hair doesn't have a root, then you're liable to not get as much DNA out of it. So why did he insist on still sending it out somewhere else? And then the bodily fluids, can you be definitive? Can you tell us, you should know, there are very little details that we have left to go on. Why do you not know if it's not blood, sweat, spit, the other one? Why do we not get clarification? And I want to go all the way back to the beginning because I'm frustrated as so many other people are. Why, when he started this, has he been allowed to go through all this time with no details given, no press conferences, no information? I almost want to look up why or how often that actually happens in a department for them to absolutely say nothing and go radio silent. And what are the reasonings behind that when they do it? I know usually they're trying to protect, their inclination about who it is, but why nothing? You're asking the public for help. We can't help you because we can't even rule things out. we're wasting time possibly going down rabbit holes that don't exist because you don't give us information.
That's
It's
the
just very
pattern here in
frustrating.
Pima
And he
County.
sits here and he does this interview with this young kid. And I could see the frustration on Ashley's face. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but she was being very supportive of him. He did a really great job, especially for his age and his, you know, how long he's been doing this. But you could tell she's like, well, did you try to ask this? And she would just go, oh, because she knew Nanos was getting away with things a little bit with that interview. And you can just tell she wants to get her hands on him. But I'm just all around very frustrated.
Sheriff, preach. It's so frustrating. And the word salad and the speeches,
I can't hear you guys.
the interviews, can't hear. Come back out and come back in.
I got someone that says they still have touch DNA. This can be extracted into profiles. So touch DNA, I guess, is different. Have you heard of that? Touch DNA?
Touch DNA, yes. Touch DNA.
So
Hello,
this can be
Hi, guys, I'm back.
extracted.
Sheriff Nanos is claiming the mixed DNA could be comprised as four people.
Could be.
Interesting.
But didn't he send that to Florida like right when this all started? That was, or was when was the bodily fluids found? Was it different? Did you find it after you found the hair? Did you go back and then you found it later?
That's a great question too.
So many people trampled through the house. Like it could be anybody's sweat droplets or, I mean, and they didn't take the mat. Why didn't they take the mat?
No,
Great
as close
question.
as the blood is, if you look at the photos from that front porch, I mean, the mat's right here and the blood is like literally 2 inches. So you know that there's splatter that went on there. You can't see it, but it's so close it had to have.
That's the most rookie thing. You see blood anywhere in a crime scene, you have to take it. You have to take it. They rip carpets out of the floor. They take mattresses off the beds.
And there was some talk, and I think it was Ashley Banfield. She said that there was blood on the front entryway inside the house. Remember, there was that debate, JLR, and there was. So whatever we see on the front porch, most likely is the same kind of blood, and I'm just guessing is in the front entryway. Those blood droplets. So what happened? We have to figure out, what do you guys think happened at the front door? Or is there more blood that they just didn't tell us about? You know, that's kind of what I'm wondering.
I feel like they found more blood. I heard along the way. And again, because there's so much speculation, we have to go back and literally like timestamp and date when we heard these facts and what was facts and what was speculation. But I remember somebody saying that there was significant amount of blood found inside the house. I don't remember if it was the entryway or her bedroom, but all those things matter. Again, we cannot put nothing together. We know nothing. We know bits and pieces of very vague information. And I have other things. I'm sorry.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
So upset. So the financial situation with Annie and Tommaso, there's no way that house was that cheap. And if it was, it makes sense that they're there, because this whole time I've been going on a poet and a teacher. How are they affording to live in that area? It doesn't make
Someone
sense.
just posted that house
I'm
is
getting
worth
all-
600,000, and
I'm getting all types of estimates here. I'm getting higher estimates here.
Yeah,
Somebody's
there's no
saying
way.
now they're 507 on their mortgage.
Also, if we're going to go the financial route, and Nancy was 83, correct? How dire does your financial situation have to be to have a mother who's 83, who you will probably inherit something from, and you can't wait for that woman to just naturally pass away in her old age? You have to rush it. How dire was their financial situation to go to that extreme, if that's what the reasoning was?
So what's the interesting point?
it really doesn't, nothing makes sense. And for everyone watching and all, all the stories you guys have reported on, none of this makes sense, and we're not crazy. None of this makes sense. And I'm sorry, I'm going to say this, and you guys don't have to agree with me, and nobody even has to respond to this. This is my personal opinion. Savannah is very weird to me. She's very weird, and I always liked her, but I didn't know this side of her. And maybe it's the grief or whatever. I don't know. I just lost my dad. Honestly, I started watching this because my dad passed away in January, and it gave me a distraction, and I was very invested. But the way she speaks and the way she acts, it's so rehearsed. It's so poetic. It is very poetic, the way she speaks as well. And when you're going through something, why not just say, I need to know who did this, be very upfront. I'm tired of this. You're putting my family through hell. Just be forthcoming. I don't know. She just seems very rehearsed, and it rubs me the wrong way. And then Annie and Tommaso have disappeared. They're going to have to come back soon if their kids are going to school. So I guess we pay attention around that time.
Some people are speculating Savannah was pleading to Tommaso to do the right thing before it's too late. Not necessarily Annie, but to Tommaso. Sheriff said something interesting today, though. He said there's no evidence that more than one person's involved. He said there could be.
Oh God,
all indication is it's one person.
I don't believe that. Do you guys believe that it's one person who did all of this?
They also said, remember, Nanos has also said there's no evidence the other day that she's dead either.
Yeah, he keeps saying that in that one interview. He says, well, if the family thinks they're alive, then I'm going to think they're alive. Do you remember when he said that in that interview? It's like he won't eat. So he's going to literally lie just because, if that's what they think, I'm not going to tell them, what I think.
I think it's his job to tell them what he thinks. It's his job to do his job and guide them through this process, because this is supposed to be what he's good at. So he's just letting them tell them, oh, well, this happened and this happened. And he's just running with their stories. And then he goes, no, I'm going to sit you down and I'm going to tell you this is the reality of the situation. We have, in order to face this and really seek the truth, we have to accept what we're given here. Yes, we can be hopeful, but we have to look at the facts. And why do they not share the facts with the public? I don't understand.
Because they want to control the narrative, right? And so they saw what happened when they actually tried it, and Nanos literally went off the rails into the ditch. And so now they want to control the narrative. So that's the only reason. Even though we all know there is information they could release, but it's all about the narrative. They don't want to be made look any worse, which I don't know if it's possible, but that's my opinion.
I think the negligence of them not saying anything at all and almost trying to make this disappear, because let's put them not saying anything at all on top of them trying to destroy streamers. I mean, they put more energy into shutting you guys down and quieting you guys and making you go away than they do at looking for her, actively searching, actively putting out press conferences, doing all the normal things that people do when they need help, when they've hit a roadblock in their investigation. They put so much energy into trying to stifle you guys, and all you have done is help. And for Nancy's neighbors, this message is specifically for y'all because I'm on one today. I do not appreciate the fact that you guys were coming for all the streamers. If I lived in that area and I had Alex outside, I had JLR, I had Tucson, I had Juice, I had all these people outside overnight, I would sleep like a baby, because I would know that there are grown men outside who are looking for anything suspicious while I sleep. Why they didn't feel that way? Weird to me. Very weird. Ugh.
It's frustrating.
It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. And one more thing before I go, you guys, the whole reason for me getting on here was, if Ashley did put up that episode like a day after this happened. She felt confident enough to go out on a limb and put a whole episode out about Tommaso. She never retracted it. She never took that episode down. It's still there if you want to see it. She's sticking to it. And if he was so innocent, why would he not defend himself? He has a case. He could easily say defamation of character, stress. You've caused me undue stress, and I've had to go out of town, and I can't show my face, and I feel pressure and anxiety, all these things. But he doesn't. And I'm sorry if you falsely accuse me of offing my mother-in-law. I'm going to be the loudest person out here to defend myself and the fact that I love her and I would never do something like that. He hasn't said.
Well, he might be waiting. They might eventually, do it, but they might be being told to be quiet. That's what I'm thinking is somebody's in their ear telling them how to, how to act, right? With this kind of notoriety.
Counsel. Maybe it's counsel.
Yeah.
True. Maybe
they lawyered up. Family lawyer. Maybe they're lawyered up.
Yeah, maybe they'll come for the civil case later.
That would be a great question to ask Nanos. Any reporters out there, if you got a chance to speak to Nanos, ask, does the Guthrie family, have they lawyered up?
Yeah, that's a good
Seriously,
question.
Great question. He's either going to say yes or no, or he doesn't know.
Yeah.
Have they lawyered up? Has anyone in the Guthrie family lawyered up?
And if Savannah was talking just to Tommaso, and not including, like, say she's literally just jumping over Annie. She's talking to Tommaso. Would Annie be in trouble? Like, is Annie in danger? Is she concerned for her sister's well-being? Or are they both somewhat involved? Annie, let's go back in the history, we should have a whole episode of just diving into Annie's background. Because Annie, when you start looking into her, she creeps me out. Okay. She has got some pictures, the thing, she's very into the dark art. Like, she is a dark energy type of gal. And she just creeps me out. So I think we got to dive more into that. It would be very interesting to do that. She's a polar opposite of Savannah.
Mm-hmm.
And my 11-year-old son, who is very, very smart, said, I think Annie is jealous of Savannah. She had a really good relationship with Nancy. They were very close. I'm like, listen, if you figured it out and Nanos hasn't yet, we got a problem. But thank you guys. I'm going to let you go so someone else can come on.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. Bye, guys.
See you. Have a good day.
Bye, you too.
Chris talks truth.
JLR 857, how's it going?
It's going. How are you, Chris?
All right.
What's up? What's on your mind tonight?
I just want to throw a couple things in there. Man, great caller. This last caller was a good caller. Ashley Banfield put out that statement early on. She was actually given the chance to redact that statement, and she actually doubled down and stood by her statement.
Yeah, she did.
So that should be telling right there. I mean, and she's got sources, and she had a chance to get out of it, and she didn't. I mean, that speaks volumes.
And not only that, but she has revealed that she got that information from Sheriff Nanos's guys.
Right. And you remember that one time when we were sitting there and the lady came up in the truck and she wanted to take us out to some spot?
Yeah.
Well, she also said, she goes, do you know that they're keeping this case in a safe? And so, and that was after the leak, or suppose if someone talked. And so now from what I heard, from what she told us, they literally have all the files in a safe. And so nobody can get to any of them except for the detectives there. So that's why we haven't had any, normal leaks like we should in a case like this, I think.
Well, it's crazy. I mean, everything's sealed, even Luke's thing and Carlos and Colella, everything's sealed up. So it's like you're not going to get any information out of any of it. But
well, didn't you do some FOIA documents, JLR, that you never got back?
Yeah, I've done FOIA based off calls of service to Annie and Tommaso and Nancy's home prior to the kidnapping. I did calls of service, Annie Tommaso's home, their prior home, with the Tucson Police Department, and for some reason they're not giving that information from when they lived in Tucson.
Isn't that against the law?
Well, if it's tied to the Nancy Guthrie disappearance, they can withhold information, and then they gave a point blank statement out there just saying, we've received a large volume of requests centered around the Nancy Guthrie case, and we have to go through it. And when that information becomes available, we'll release it. It's a boilerplate because 3 people got the same response. I also asked about Nancy Guthrie's, all the prior, because I wanted to know more about the Adult Protective Services or any type of calls to her house for disturbances or anything like that prior to the disappearance. So I said with Nancy Guthrie, I think I went back to like 2020 up to January 30th, 2026. I did like January 1st, 2020, all the way up to January 30th, the day before the alleged kidnapping or the incident, the evening, 2026. And again, I got denied, or said, we're not giving it at this time. You still have to go through it, or legal department. This is something about their legal department. Let me see if I can get the response here and get it up. I'm gonna look through my emails. But yeah, I mean, you know, I did both houses. That's the center of my FOIA request. I don't know if you did any.
No, I didn't do any.
Because, you know, it's always telling if police were at these people's houses beforehand for any reason.
That was, yeah.
Disturbances, fights now, something, you know, who knows?
What I want to say about Annie and Tommaso is, I mean, you got to be crazy if you think you're the last person to see somebody and the first person on the scene the next day that you're not going to be considered a suspect. I mean, especially showing up at the house an hour before the cops were called. Like, what were you guys doing that whole time? And you know, you think it's suspicious that we're, you know, thinking of them as a suspect? That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't at all. I mean, it's nothing. It's nothing personal. You would think the police officers and law enforcement would do that to anybody if their loved one went missing. They're going to go at the most logical person first and branch out. So if you're a husband and a wife and something happens to either or, they're going for the spouse first, you know?
All right. And then they got, you know, the car, they're investigating the car for 45 days. It seems like they did more investigation at Annie and Tommaso's house than they did at Nancy's, you know, with the luminol and the pictures and the iCat and this and that.
You make a good point, because they did come back to Nancy's neighborhood. You remember JLR, and they were in the desert, and but they didn't go to any of the houses that day. They were just in the deserts. Maybe they went to a house or two, but it was light compared to Annie's. I mean, Annie's, they were door to door. They didn't miss a house. They split up into, I think, 3 or 4 different teams. Every team had one sheriff with them, with the FBI.
Mm-hmm. There's one more thing I wanted to point out. If you go back to the Hoda interview, something that really stood out to me, Savannah says that Annie said, you know, mom's gone, she's missing. And, you know, we thought there might have been a medical emergency, so we called all the hospitals. And Savannah immediately goes, well, no, that doesn't make sense, so I'll call the hospitals. To me, right there, that just shows that there's no trust between Savannah and Annie. I don't know what you guys think about that, but.
Well, yeah, we've discussed this lengthily about the timing and stuff like that. One thing I find out of that is why didn't Annie call Savannah before she called authorities saying, hey, you know where mom is?
Right.
Why is she calling Savannah after she calls police and after they call Tommy and Annie call all these hospitals, which we
doesn't make sense either.
Like 10 medical centers around there, so I'd take some time. They can call Savannah.
You know how long that would take to look up all these numbers and call and ask the information? When the cops could show up and you just tell the cops and they'll look on the radio and say, 25 seconds, they'll have the answer for you.
Well, a dispatch came out by a reporter. It really didn't say it by name, but it seems like a little like 1:20-ish, around 1:20-ish in the afternoon, where they exhausted all that. I gotta take this call. You guys talk for a second. It's medical. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So basically, as far as your thoughts after seeing the interview with Nanos and the 17-year-old and these other ones, I mean, do you think they're just going through the motions, or do you think we're getting closer, cold?
I think Nanos is just feeling the sweat. I think he got all these emails that people want to have the attorney general charge him.
Oh yeah.
I think he's just feeling the sweat, and I don't ever trust anything that Nano says. So I learned that from early on, and anything he
Yeah.
says, I don't really give it credit. But it's just weird to me. It's all weird. I think Savannah is talking to Colella when she put this last one out about I think she's just telling him to tell the FBI all that he knows, and then maybe he'll go home instead of going behind bars for a long time. I mean, I don't see why she would call her family members out in public.
Right here. Oh no, wait. Yeah, so here we go. October 2nd. Well, let's go back. Let's go all the way back. So February 2nd of 2007, it was listed for 950,000. This is Nancy's house. And then it was taken off, and then it was relisted in August 23rd of 2007 for 875,000, and then it was taken off. And then it was listed. Now fast forward to October 2nd of 2024, Nancy's house was listed for 950,000. They removed it the next day.
That's strange. What was it, listed 3 times?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, so they, for some reason, her house was listed for sale for 950,000, and then it says listing removed on the 5th. So they listed it on the 2nd, and then on the 5th, it was taken down. Which seems, I mean, that's, unless they like, I don't know, why would someone put up a house for 3 days and then take it down?
And where would she go if it's sold? Is she going to go to a old person home, or is she going to go live with Annie and Tommaso? I don't really understand what the end game is there.
That's kind of the weird thing is, I think Annie and Tommaso were all about their life, right? Annie and Tommaso's life. And of course, Nancy taking care of Nancy. But, Savannah probably had the means to say, hey, Mom, do you want to come to New York? I'll put you up in a house and we can see each other every day, right? Like, why does Savannah want to spend Nancy's last years of her life without her? That's her mom. She loves her mom, so to me, anything's possible that maybe they were trying to get Nancy to New York to move in.
It makes sense because Savannah has the means to even pay for a caregiver over in New York too. So that would take the responsibility off of Annie and Tommaso, and she would know that her mom's getting the best care over there in New York, right by her. I mean,
yeah. Yep. See you later, Christine. Yeah, that's exactly it. Is basically, there's so many things with Savannah being that wealthy and that in the know that, when people start thinking of different conspiracies, was Savannah trying to get her mom away from Tucson for some reason? I don't know. I mean,
those are great questions that I think should be answered. I mean, if Savannah answered a couple questions, I think we would be able to know a lot more about, the whole family insight and how that all took place. But I just don't see if Annie and Tommaso need money. Okay, whatever. Like, I don't know, 500,000. If I have a brother that has $45 million, I don't understand how my brother is not going to help me out with $1 million. Why would I be going to my mom, who's 84 years old to see if I can get money. This doesn't make sense to me. I mean,
well, just to put it in perspective, like that house, if they got it for 380,000, that would be like $150,000 off what it should be selling at. Like, or even if it's only 100,000 more, that house is not 379. How did they convince somebody to sell them a house for that? I mean, that be interesting to find out.
I mean, that doesn't really matter. What matters is if they're still struggling for money and they got a good price on the house. Why aren't they why isn't the house paid off? They shouldn't have got a house that costs that much, even that, if they can't afford it. I mean, why is there a money problem? That's the question.
Well, that's just speculation. Obviously, there's not. That's the whole point. There's no money problem. They somehow were able to, get a house and get approved. I mean, to get approved for a house, you got to show a lot of stuff. You got to show income. You got to have, I mean, on a $379,000 house, you got to have 20% down. So you got to have about 20-30 grand just to put down. And I know they sold their previous house, right? So they probably used that.
Right.
But now, on a $379,000 house, that's going to be about a $3,200 payment.
Well, I mean, is Annie's income, is it consistent? I mean, I don't even know what.
I can't tell you how she makes $1, because I'll tell you right now, there's not a lot of people, I guarantee you, that are buying her book. And there's not a lot of people that buy jewelry. I mean, she might make, okay, hey, I made $50 this week selling my jewelry. Hey, that's not going to pay no bills.
Hey,
I know jewelers.
Breaking news. I got a clean bill of health.
Let's
JLR's
go.
health. Yes. Testing done, all types of stuff, blood work, and I had ultrasound. Yes, I'm good. I'm a little concerned here. You always got to get checked up as you get older, folks. If you see signs, trust your body. Go get the checks. I got the checks. She's explaining some things. I'm like, holy smokes. I was like, oh, do I got cancer or something going on with me? And everything is good. Everything's good. So I'm happy.
Yeah, lots of people were saying prayers in the chat once you got that call.
Yeah, so that's kind of like stomach pains, like different stomach pains. It's really been bothering me the last couple of weeks, little pains here and there. And I'm like, what the heck's going on here? Is my appendix about to explode? Do I have pancreas something going on, or something in my kidneys? Is there something in my liver? And then I did all these testings and I'm all good. So I'm pretty stoked on that. It's cheers to good health.
Amen.
Cheers.
All right. So sorry, I kind of just busted in. I know I maybe did a little TMI as we're talking about a prime suspect in this case, but I had to share that information.
So this whole bodily fluid thing, this is kind of new to me. I mean, I don't remember hearing anything about it, but now that I think about it, 857, I don't know if you remember, Misty Haynes had mentioned this a couple days ago on your show. She said that there was semen found on the comforter or something. So shout out to Misty, but I that was the first time I ever heard of that. What about you guys?
Never there should be semen with. She's 84 years old. Semen
I mean,
around an 80. Are you kidding me? Is this guy like whoever did this? Like that's. I mean, sick alone, but sick of the sick.
Well, there was somebody in the house for 42 minutes, I think, too. So what is this guy doing? If someone can figure out why was this guy or whoever was in a house for 42 minutes, it leads you to believe. I thought, well, hey, maybe there's a safe and they're trying to get the code. Where's, because they're going to hide the code. Where's, I mean, but it could be something as insane as that. I mean, it really could be. There's been cases before.
Well, that's the problem. Nanos isn't reporting the facts. Like you said earlier, like he said, oh, the family doesn't know if she's dead or not. So I don't even know if she's dead or not. Like, you're not supposed to report what you think the family is going to be emotionally positive or negative about. You got to report what you've investigated and what the facts of the case are, not, how the family feels. And that started from the very beginning. He came out with this little his cell phone and said, I got to talk about what the family has some talking points here. That's not how it goes. So I don't believe this whole investigation in the beginning. It's just weird.
I wish Nanos would say right now again, and not divert.
I gotta go out and
or
come back
duck
in.
the
Hold on,
question.
Joe.
Not divert or duck the question. Are Annie and Tommaso, or is Tommaso cleared? Is he cleared? Is Tommaso Cioni cleared? Nanos, yes or no? Is he cleared? Not like, well, no. Yes or no? Yes or no? Is he cleared or not? Nanos. Hi, welcome back. Chris Talks Truth. Welcome back.
Hey.
Uh-oh.
Try again. Try again. Go in and come back out.
Bodily fluids. What could bodily fluids be? Oh my God, that's your
I mean, that's kind of what
imagination.
Dr. Q was kind of saying. I mean, I don't know, he was kind of hinting that, that it could be something like that of it happens. There's sickos out there.
I'm going to bring in Barney. Hi, Barney. Hi, Barney.
Hello,
Oh, yeah,
JLR.
Mrs. Barney.
Mrs. Barney.
How are you guys?
We're great.
Good to see you.
How are you?
Awesome to hear your great news, JLR. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Well, it's not great news because Nancy has not been found. And we don't know if this is true or not. I mean, this is just what Ashley Banfield was told by the sheriff, Nanos's guys, that Tommaso was the prime suspect.
No, what I was saying is great news about your health.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to be doing this, Barney. We're going to be doing this when I'm 100.
I like that idea. Unfortunately, I probably won't be here then.
Oh, we're all going to be here. Cheers.
Cheers.
In spirit, wherever we're at, we're going to be there. In the next life, we're all going to be here.
Oh, yes, I believe it. So I have a couple of things. I'm not sure if they've been addressed because I did come in late. The hair that Nano says is not related to the suspect, then has the family truly been cleared? Could that hair belong to one of them?
What I mean. But if it was belonging to them, you would think there's hair all over the place that belongs to them. Look at that beard. Look at Tommaso's beard. We know Tommaso's been in that house of Nancy's home. There's probably beard hair everywhere. In the bathroom,
Exactly.
beard hair is everywhere. Dude, I had a beard like that once. Seriously. About 20 years ago. So I grew my beard out pretty thick, big beard. Dude, there's hairs all over the place. Hey, hair is everywhere. Beard hair.
Yep.
Exactly. So why are they only finding one?
One hair.
Yeah.
Whose hair?
It's the hair that they sent to the lab. There was one strand of hair without the root. And they're saying it's not related to the suspect. How do we know that?
Exactly. Great question.
I think that's a pretty false statement to make. And then
We know, like, Nanos likes to flap his gums a lot too.
Yeah. Can't believe everything we hear, can we? And then back when Brian Enton found the blood on the porch and he did a video, if we have somebody that's a really good sleuth, I think someone needs to go back and look at when Enton showed the front window right there on the right-hand side of the door. You kind of get a reflection on the window, but if you look carefully, I think it looks like there's blood inside the house there too.
Whoa.
So if somebody's really good at it, if they could freeze frame that, slow it down enough to freeze frame it and really look at that picture. I'm very curious. Was that blood inside the house? If so, it was a sufficient amount. It was more than what was on the porch. I'm not saying whether that's right or not, but I think somebody needs to take a look at that.
I'm sure they already did, but who knows what they really done.
Well, it just happens so fast. It's just a quick moment. And I've watched it a few times and I'm like, I tend to think there's blood inside that window, not on the window, but on the floor inside the window. Just a thought there. So if somebody has some time and could let us know what they find.
I remember Ashley Banfield talking about being blood inside the house at the front entryway.
I just can't imagine what else it was that would have been seen on the floor like that.
Well, it makes sense is like, why would it just be on the patio, right? And if the door's wide open and they're bringing Nancy out, why would it just start on the patio? Most likely it started in the house, you know? And so that's where I'm still back to, you know, if I was in a press conference, we need to know how the suspects got in the damn house. Not, I mean, for the safety of the neighborhood, if you lived in the neighborhood, you want to know how people are getting into the house.
Oh, I think I'd be visiting the police department every day. Like, you know, come on, I don't feel safe in my own neighborhood.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is what's just crazy is these neighbors have literally, you know, just all cowered down. And now, you know, who knows what's, you know, did they put up new cameras in the neighborhood? That's what's weird. How come they won't tell us how the suspects got into the house? Why is that so earth shattering that they can't tell us that?
Yeah, it's there's too much lack of information. And agreed, law enforcement isn't obligated to tell us all the
Nope.
detail. I understand that, but if it was in my neighborhood, I'd be raising a heck of a loud voice. And if I had to, I would go above Pima County. Come on, guys. This is a concern. Where are the residents?
So they
I
also,
don't
I
know.
heard reports that a vase was knocked down inside that house too at one point too, a vase. But really didn't hear more about the vase.
Well, and
blood
then he comes out weeks later and says the house is immaculate. Remember, the house is immaculate. Well, what does that mean? I mean, does it mean that, you know, there was nothing wrong with the house when I mean, that's what I thought is they didn't find anything in the house except Nancy missing and some blood on the front. But like you said,
who is the suspect they're trying to compare the hair to?
Exactly. If you don't have a suspect, you can't say that the hair doesn't belong to the suspect.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
Well, the two cases of elderly people that were kidnapped, you know, before was that that one lady on Inside Edition, and then there was Hetty Braun, and they were both kidnapped by people that worked on the house previous workers, some sort of workers on the house. And
I'm told the pool guy took the DNA.
Yeah, I'm sure the pool guy had to give it, but you know, you saw how many houses are under construction there.
Yep.
Well, when you go under construction and you're building a new house or an addition, that's a 6-month, 8-month project, especially for a new build. So these people are going back and forth every day for 6 to 8 months building a house.
So they know what's going on in the neighborhood.
Yep.
Especially, you know, if you're outside or up on a roof, you see what's going on.
Well, and
And
the clue, yeah, the clue that I thought is, you know, this happened on a Saturday. So is the guy working Monday through Friday on some job sites, and then on Saturday, he's doing some crazy stuff? You know, why isn't he doing this on a Wednesday or a Tuesday? Both times, if the dates are correct, we're on a Saturday when the people are not working.
It's a good possibility. Yeah, yeah. And the other question I had was evidence collected inside the casita?
They never said.
Interesting. Was
The
that another
casita seems
failure?
like somebody, I mean, the clip that I shared earlier, Tucson, there was a vehicle, the Guthrie's vehicle was right by the casita.
Yeah, it was weird how it parked there. And we never got confirmation of, because when I arrived there on that Monday, I didn't really, like, Savannah wasn't in town yet. I didn't think that any other family member like Cameron, it's not like I saw him walking around, so I don't know where that car came from and if it was there. Here's the question: was the car there before Nancy was missing, or did someone park it there after? That's what we don't.
That's a great question.
Yeah. So
was the car always there? Crime happened, car stayed there, or the car arrived there to check up on Nancy and it stayed there?
Was it somebody just innocently visiting Nancy?
Is that the car used to go over there and check up on Nancy?
Well, didn't you say you thought it was Cameron's? A rent-a-car or something?
To me, let me get this up here. It appears to be the same car. Cameron was seen midweek with Annie in the car.
So that's what I'm wondering is, did Nancy or was Cameron able to get to Tucson that fast? Because I was there Monday at 11. Nancy went missing Sunday at 12. So it would have given him enough time if he caught a red eye and got here. But yeah, I don't know why that car would be there when I got there in the morning. And I don't know when it left either. How do you remember when was it gone? The next day. I don't remember when it was taken away.
I don't recall. But
Free Source, thank you for always being in the chat, says, I've always questioned if she ever got home. However, if that's the case, how would the drops of blood get on the steps? I believe it could have been staged.
And anything
Also,
is
what was in the
possible.
back?
But if there's blood inside that window on the floor, you'd need quite a bit of blood to bring it in and stage that.
I wish they were able to determine when that blood was laid on the concrete for the first time. When? Don't they have the capability to determine how long blood has been on a surface?
Yes, they do. Unless it's like really, really old, really been there a long time. But at that point, it should have still been fairly fresh, and they should have had a professional out there analyzing it.
Free Source, this might answer your question. Chewy Lewis, always nice to see you. You guys keep focusing on the perp, but I think it was a setup by Annie and Tommaso. I think they killed Nancy, sucked blood from her, and planted it in the house. And outside, then they fed her to the wolves. Holy smokes. Javelinas, wolves, the wolves. Remember the wolves out there? That's crazy to think that they would do that.
Wolves don't normally howl like that unless they're doing a mating call or if they have a source of food. I lived among the wolves for years. And yeah, that's the only time that I would hear them go off is the group had a deer. And you would hear them all going off, kind of calling in their own group, to let them know, hey, food, or if it was mating season.
Oh, that's scary to even think.
Well, I don't know. Yeah. Very
Southern
sad.
Mary. Yeah, Southern Mary. When houses are being built, they burn scrap wood. So could she have not made it home and it all happened at Annie's house and they burnt her body?
Hmm.
I mean, this is the house here that they treated as a crime scene to me. With all the media there, they treated the house as a crime scene to me. Who hired this guy, by the way? This guy was out there.
Yeah, I remember him.
There was different ones. Oh, one of them said they get paid $7 an hour being out there or something. $7 an hour. Yikes.
7?
7, he told me.
70. Oh, I was like, wow, okay.
7.
7. Wow.
And another statement that was made. Sorry, my dog is growling. Another statement that was made. Hold on, I apologize.
What's your dog's name?
Sir Luke.
Sir Luke. Luke.
Yeah.
Luke.
Luke, I
We love
am your
dogs.
father.
We love dogs. We love animals on the channel.
Oh, I'm a huge animal lover, and I said I would never have this breed of dog, but here he is, a purebred pit bull.
Nice.
Okay. So now I lost my train of thought. Supposedly Nanos went over budget this year for the department.
Every year, but yeah, this year too.
Okay. Who paid for those police officers to sit outside Nancy's house for so long, around the clock?
Well, it's at the request of the Guthrie family. I'm assuming that the taxpayers are on the hook on that, right?
Yep. Yeah, we paid for that. He spent $1 million on the Nancy Guthrie case by let's just say February 21st. So 23 weeks into it, he was $1 million in the hole on the Nancy Guthrie case. That's why they started getting real.
Can we find that out via FOIA, the total cost up to this date?
It might help us break down why the budget was so high at that point in time. Is that their normal spending at that time of the year?
Well, that's a whole nother story, and that's involved with a lot of drama that Nanos has with the supervisors of not giving him enough money. So then what he does is he just goes over, and then he goes, whoops, I went over, whoops. And it's all on overtime for his officers. So it's a big scam he runs every year. He's done it. He'll do it this year. But Matt Hines came out. If you remember Matt Hines, he was the guy who was leading the charge for Nanos. And he did an interview and he goes, Sheriff already spent $1 million on the net. And so right after he did that interview, the whole Nanos's persona on the case changed. He said no more press conferences. He started, putting up the parking ordinances. And so to me, it all comes back to money. It really does. Because if they're having to put resources there, then Nanos doesn't have it for what he's already budgeted for.
Okay. The next thing is, if this was just any family, they couldn't have asked for police department to cover that property 24/7 for so long. That request would have been denied.
Well, I think they're preferential treatment because they're celebrity. She's a celebrity.
Exactly.
I mean, I've never, ever in my life of crime scenes seen so many media descend onto one house and stay there continuously for an extended period of time. There were over 100 vehicles at that peak in Nancy's neighborhood.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah. But it just comes back to somebody had to okay that overtime for police officers to be there. That would be on Nanos. So I'm not trying to get political here. I'm just saying nobody else would have had that request cleared. Shouldn't matter who you are.
No, there's been lots of special favors done in this case, and we all, some have seen it in different ways. But you know, obviously when Mark Kelly shows up there and Mark Kelly's involved and he's getting calls about the case, and there was some weird stuff going on right at the start.
Yeah. But now, like,
some covering up, a lot of covering up, and a lot of secret stuff going on.
yeah, too much. I mean, I can understand not wanting to chance the case, but yes, a lot of it does seem to show cover-ups. And I just
Appreciate you stopping by, Barney. We've got a lot of people in the pipeline.
Yeah, I see that, but I just wanted to bring up those points and would be so happy if somebody could zero on to that window scene.
I'll take a look.
Perfect. Thank you. Everyone have a wonderful night, and thank you for the honor, gentlemen.
See you, Miss Barney.
Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Be right back, JLR.
Sure. Esmeralda 456, Lisa, and then Linda. Esmeralda.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, JLR. Hi, 857.
He stepped away for a minute.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Well, I'm happy for you about your good news.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Appreciate that. We're going to live strong. The JLR Army strong.
It's a relief.
Forever.
Huh? It's a relief, huh? So I just wanted to report something, and I don't know if you, and I'm sorry if you already heard this, but I was looking at a video with John DePetrio. Is that how you say his name? John
DePetro. John DePetro.
Mm-hmm. I remember he was out there with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
When you were up there in the house. But anyways, I was watching a video of his because he was commenting about the video that Savannah just brought out. And so he said on there that Matt Finn, he said that he had that Matt Finn had said that he had some inside federal source close to the Guthrie case that that Savannah was working with them with this message. And he didn't want to be identified, but he told that to Matt Finn.
In reference to the message that she just gave the other night.
Mm-hmm.
The other day.
Mm-hmm. That she was working with them. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so that has been circulating. You know, law enforcement, I think Fox News Digital also reported that their sources say that Savannah worked with law enforcement, we're assuming the FBI, in getting this message out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's what he was saying, that Matt Finn said that he had a source in the FBI that told him that. But he also said in his video, I heard his whole video, and there's a lot that I don't agree with him on the video, but these parts stood out to me, and I just wanted to share them with you guys. The other one was about, have you guys heard? And hi, 857, how are you?
Hello. Good to see you.
That's Esmeralda.
I don't know. She might not be able to hear me. No.
Can hear you. Can you hear him? Can you,
No.
Esmeralda, can you hear him?
No.
Oh.
Something weird
Oh,
happens.
that's okay. Can you hear me? But
Yeah.
you can hear me, right?
Yeah, he can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So John said that he has, what he also mentioned that was interesting is he reported that he has sources in the Catalina foothills stating that the FBI has been active lately on a utility road behind Nancy's house.
Really?
Have you heard?
Is that wash? A utility road, you said?
Yeah, he's stating it's a utility road behind Nancy's house, and that they've been heavily active there.
Since when?
And
She didn't hear
He
me.
says,
Since when? Since when? Since when?
he says, like, well, he makes it sound like it's a bit recent, and he wanted to verify it before he mentioned it on his show.
So utility road. Are we talking about the cul-de-sac in back of their house?
He said
What,
that.
what,
So I guess it's right behind her fence line.
we're talking about Annie and Tommaso's or Nancy's?
Nancy's.
Okay. So I'm at Nancy's home here. Behind her house is obviously this cul-de-sac. We talked about that. There's a house. A utility road? Are we talking about the water?
Yeah, right there. Zoom in right
road,
there.
But I didn't. That's why I wanted to call in to ask you or 857 if you know what that meant, because he says road, but I'm just suspecting it's that, that lot, that empty lot behind her home.
Zoom
You know,
into
that
that
whole-
Granado
that- all that-
address, JLR.
Property there.
And then the
I
house
guess
where
maybe it's a utility path.
yeah, so
that
you
maybe
see
he
right
means,
there.
But he said it was behind her house.
Right
at-
here?
No, no. See, go
It
back.
was
See, that's where the
north of
house we
Campbell.
parked at, right there at the corner. Remember? And then you see
Where's
there's a
Campbell?
black line across the street from that house.
On your map, JLR.
Yeah.
Do you see where's Campbell?
You see that little road coming in off of the so you see the house on the corner where we used to park, and then basically right across the street
So,
there's like
he made it seem like they have been
a
there
road.
recently.
Right
yes, yes.
Okay. A utility road. Okay. All right.
Yep,
So
that's-
look at that relative. Nancy's there. We're talking about right there, a patch of like a little utility road there.
Yeah.
That's what he's stating, and he wanted to say it on his show, but he wanted to verify it, and so he was announcing it. So I just wanted to report that to you guys. I don't know, this is good. Well, it feels like it's, that's why I think the video came out. They were trying to reach, probably, try to reach the perpetrators again, get communication going. But that's where they are. That's what they've been doing. They've been searching around that area heavily, he said.
Well, kidnapping for ransom of perp. It's just going to dispose of her around here, really close to the house. To me, it's like, if you think about that, it's somebody close to the family or somebody, an inside job or something. And you'd be surprised a lot of these houses where someone goes missing or gets murdered or something, or the body's found right near the house.
Mm-hmm.
And ends up being somebody close to the family. I mean, it's pretty close. I mean, there's a whole lot, this house where there's an empty lot here. We talked about that house right there. I mean,
let me see that house right there, that one that you were just looking at, with the
Yes, I just
their
wanted
head is covering it now.
to report that to you guys.
Yeah, so that house right there, JLR.
Yeah.
Okay, now go back to the one
I
you
think
were
my
just
phone's
at.
gonna die.
Okay, Esmeralda, thank you for the time.
You know the one
Okay,
you just
bye,
had your mouse on. See ya. Yeah, that one right there. That one is the Airbnb right now. If you came to Tucson, you could rent that right there, that house.
Ooh, it looks nice.
I actually have been there. Somebody I know rented it, and I went there to go check it out. And that's basically right. Yeah.
Going all in here, going on here, utility.
But that makes sense. That is an Airbnb straight from that utility road. That house is an Airbnb. So did they find out who was
shot to her house? Basically, is out the back doors propped open, according to Savannah. Maybe brought over, cut through.
I mean, it's just
nighttime. You're not going to be seen here. You're not going to be seen anywhere around here. At
yeah.
night.
But I've actually been on that driveway to see where it was at and how it was configured.
That's
Huh?
rented. That's rented. How do I rent it?
Yeah, I'll get the link for you, but I didn't rent it, so I can't tell you right away. But that is the house. Yep.
Somebody said Tucson, you should go up there tomorrow.
Yeah, I can. The problem is the road, if you see it, it really doesn't go anywhere. So it literally, it's almost like you're on private property. You know what I mean?
Let me look at my Land Glide app. Hold on. I'm gonna look at my Land Glide. I'm gonna get somebody in here in the meantime. Lisa and then Linda. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, JLR. Can
Hello.
you hear me?
Tucson. Yeah. Hello.
Hey, Lisa.
Oh, hi, 857 Tucson, and happy to hear that your test results and everything is good. I always keep you in my prayers.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So
You're
it is
welcome.
private. Let me just cut in for a second. Tucson, it is private property.
Okay.
So each one's parcel of land, according to the Land Glide map, it's not, there's no easement there. There's no like single thing. It's literally on people's property.
Huh.
So it'd be 100% trespassing.
Yeah.
So it's like it does look like one, but I don't know if the utility people have it right away, but yeah, it's on somebody's property.
Yeah, I'm sure the utility, because they got to have a fire, probably for fire. If fire happens, they got to have a way in there.
What's going on? Hello, Lisa.
Oh, hi. So I've been following this case with everybody else, all this time, and poor Nancy, we don't know what happened to her. Praying that by a miracle she could be alive, but we don't know. We'll just keep praying. But this is my thoughts. I've always thought, and this is just my opinion, that the guy in the porch is Tommaso. That's what I think. I might be wrong. And I also think maybe they came and that other people was with him, whoever. I don't know if Annie or whoever, but I believe that they came in the back. They started in the back, and then the guy, whoever in the front, whether Tommaso or whoever, he got the camera off, and then whoever in the back, they did whatever, I think with the light or whatever. And the other thing is that makes me lean towards.
I think we lost her.
Lost you.
Bring up Cameron's name in her thing with Hoda. Why is she even saying what Cameron said? I think Savannah says everything for a reason. Even when she came on and said what she said the other day, she's doing everything, I believe, for a reason. What that reason is, she knows. But I think she's trying to give out messages to whoever she's trying to give out messages at the time. And the other thing, real quick, what I wanted to say about those two ransom things for the Bitcoin. Like, okay, the first one seems it was written by like a man. The second one seems like it was written by a woman. And I think that's all staged because, and I've heard it before, I think that's all like staged. Maybe they wanted money, yes. Maybe they did want money, and I think it's in the family. And the second one is to say, oh, she died, it's not anybody's fault. That way hopefully they can maybe get a death certificate,
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know if she had an insurance, how that, if she had insurance on herself or,
Yeah.
We don't know when they're going to make changes on the house, who's going to move in, what's going to happen to this house over time. 6 months in it, where does the house just remain empty? I mean, are they just waiting for this case to die down to make a move on the house? Death certificate, doing something here.
But it doesn't necessarily just have to be the house. Other people could have like assets that that other people don't know about. You know what I'm saying? Other things.
Bank account records, bank accounts, all types of
stuff. They could have all kinds of things, jewelry, gold, gems. It could be so much things that people don't know about. I mean, and they could possibly be innocent. It might not have anything to do with them, but I wish if they're not anything to do with it, why can't they just come out? Like, why are they hiding their face? And it's like they're drawing attention to themselves. Like, they wouldn't have all this problem if they would just say something, you know?
Yeah, it's confusing why they're so silent.
I mean, they can be silent if they want, but if they want the attention off of them, just come out and say something. Send a tweet, get on Instagram, do anything. You know what I mean? You don't have to do it every day. Like Savannah, she comes out every, it's going to be 6 months. Every so often she'll come out and she'll say something.
Why wasn't Tommy with them during those pleas to the kidnappers when Tommy's the last person with Savannah? Why wasn't Tommy in those videos? Because he's not one of her children, but still, like, it's a relationship between Tommy and Savannah, or sorry, it's Tommy and Nancy.
It's very strange. Why are you coming out of your property if you don't want to be on camera? Why are you coming out and getting on camera? You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Stop by.
All right. Have a good night. Thank you.
You too.
See you. Have a good night.
There is News Nation. Jesse Weber actually gets that young man Wyatt Sharp, and they posted this video a few hours ago. Sheriff fires back at Cash Patel's, but he interviews that interviewer. We did not play this.
And this is the guy. What's his name? Oh, Jesse, or what's his first
Jesse
name?
Weber speaks to Wyatt Sharp about his interview with Nanos. So, posted a few hours ago. I had it here for a while, but just never got to it. See what's being said.
It's pretty shocking to say, but this coming Saturday, August 1st, marks 6 months since Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie, went missing. Just Monday, Savannah once again took to Instagram to appeal to the kidnappers' humanity in this new plea for them to do the right thing.
The world can be a cruel and unforgiving place, and I know that you have tried to do things the right way. So I'm asking you, begging you to do the right thing now. Make the right choice. Help us find her. Tell us where to look for her. I truly believe it is never too late to do the right thing. Help us bring this situation to an end.
Interesting.
And look, after 6 months, it's a fair question to ask if whether or not the case has gone cold. Something my next guest, Wyatt Sharp, host of the Sharp Exchange and Gen Z political commentator, was able to ask Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos in an in-depth interview just yesterday.
The question was asked of me, is this case cold? It is not cold. We have a lot of evidence that, like I say, our scientific labs are working. There's video evidence that we continue to work with, not just labs, but also some private corporations who have graciously given their time to help look at some of the video evidence and see if we can't piece things together.
Right.
And of course, there's literally thousands of tips that come in. Certainly, they're not coming in at the rate they were initially, but we still get them.
And Wyatt Sharp joins me live now. Everybody take a look. This is the future of news. This is the future of media right here. First of all, congratulations on getting that interview. Pretty incredible. Let's talk about it.
Thank you.
So just this week, we were showing Savannah put out this new plea. You asked Sheriff Nanos about his relationship with the Guthrie family, which has always been kind of a question mark. What did he tell you?
Yeah, it was really interesting because in the beginning, he tried to make it out as if the relationship is very strong. He said that the Guthrie family and him are on good terms. He had said that she has his contact information, as does the rest of the Guthrie family. But then he said that they haven't spoken to each other recently, which I thought was particularly kind of perplexing in general, but particularly because we're coming up on the 6-month mark, as you pointed out on this Saturday. I thought that there might have been some type of an effort from him or his office to reach out to her and kind of at least update them on where things stand in the investigation. But according to his account, that is not the case.
Yeah, that's unusual. That's unusual given
It
this
is.
ongoing investigation. But I'm not surprised considering you haven't heard too much commentary from Savannah Guthrie about Sheriff Nanos. Look, he has gotten his fair share of criticism over how this investigation has been handled, including the time it took local investigators to contact the FBI. By the way, something that FBI Director Cash Patel publicly called delayed. You asked Nanos about that. I want to play a quick clip of it.
Sure.
A lot was said from, I guess, Director Patel about how we delayed contacting them. I just think he's misinformed and doesn't understand that that evening when this event was actually the afternoon of the first one we first learned of it.
Yeah.
Our detectives were called in after our search and rescue team recognized what they had, contacted our investigative teams. They immediately contacted the Violent Crime Task Force, and their representatives were there.
And just following up on that, what did he tell you about his office's work with the FBI now?
Yeah, again, going back to kind of the comment that Kash Patel made in an interview with Fox News, talking about how the FBI was delayed and how they weren't allowed to go onto the scene because Chris Nanos's office hadn't reached out to them, hadn't kind of extended that hand to cooperate with them in the investigation. He said that he thinks, obviously, as you heard there, Kash Patel is misinformed, but he went a step further than that and said that Kash Patel is sharing false information and receiving false information,
Wow.
he had said, from those around him, which he said he believes is actively hurting the case. So he also said that he's never met Kash Patel, which I also thought was weird because obviously if it's any other case, it would be unorthodox for the FBI director to be talking to a local sheriff. But this is a case that has captivated the attention of the nation and frankly the world as well.
Yeah, that is surprising. I also understand he talked to you about DNA in this case, right? What did he say?
Yeah, so I had asked him kind of what the holdup was because standard DNA doesn't usually take this long. So I asked him if it was because it was familial genealogy, and he had said that they are looking at both standard DNA and familial genealogy. He had said that labs across the country are kind of working with one another. But one thing that he said that I thought was a little bit odd, and I think it was his effort to kind of use it as a scapegoat to not necessarily have to answer some of the questions on DNA that I had, was he kept on referring back to how he's not an expert on DNA, how, you know, if I want to get more information on that, I should talk to the DNA people in his office who are kind of managing that. So he didn't go as far as I would have liked, but the fact that he confirmed the familial side, I thought was quite interesting.
I have about 30 seconds. Does he believe the kidnappers are still in the area?
I asked him that, and his response was, quote, absolutely, could be, sure. So not ruling it out, which I think is a little bit concerning, again, as we're approaching the 6-month mark, that they can't even say whether they're still in Tucson or not.
And he also try to probably careful about what he reveals.
Great
interview. Really great interview. Great work.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming on.
Of course. Happy to.
That's pretty good. What do you think? Ducking questions, Nanos.
Yeah, well, what I think is he tried to get ahead of this. He knows that everyone's going to be talking 6 months, 6 months, and so he did a big media blitz, right, to try to dole that 6-month deadline, and that's why he did these interviews. That's what I think now after seeing all these. It was very carefully chosen for him to choose the 17-year-old. So yeah, I think we're just going to be stuck in this same, waiting, and then we'll get an update. But I still don't think they're still going to do a press conference at all.
But he's not communicating with the Guthrie family at the 6-month anniversary.
No, he said multiple times. The last time he talked to the Guthrie family, he said it was on the 13th or the 14th, around there was the last time he talked to him. And he says, but they have my number. They can call me anytime. They have my number. And so
what do you think? What do you think? There's some sort of breakdown in communication around 13th or 14th of July?
Yep.
So a couple weeks ago, a few weeks ago.
Well, months. I mean, no, I'm talking of July, of February.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yep. He said that in the interview.
That's weird. Like with Savannah's just now just communicating with the FBI and that's it, and saying F Nanos.
Yep. And he said this because I was reviewing all of Nanos's interviews he's done since the case. And one of them he said, and he said it multiple times now, they have my number. They can call me. They have my number.
NBC just put out a report on this. And Nancy Guthrie investigation pursuing every credible lead, says the sheriff's department. Oh, what's this? They just posted this.
I sent you a Megan Kelly too, where they have that Marina O'Connell on. It's only like a little short video.
Let me get this up. NBC's now jumping into the mix. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get a hold because the 6 month is going to be a big date, right? And that's Saturday. 6 months is a Saturday.
I tweeted out earlier. I said it's getting spicy. This is getting spicy with some stuff. So let's listen in here. NBC has just posted. This is national news. NBC, the network Savannah works for.
Investigators looking for the mother of our colleague, Savannah Guthrie, say the work is complex and very much ongoing as we near the 6 month mark since Nancy Guthrie disappeared. The Pima County Sheriff's Department says it believes Guthrie was taken from her Arizona home. In a statement today, the department says investigators have been analyzing DNA and digital evidence, but that the work is time sensitive, intensive, and they say investigators will pursue every credible lead. It comes just a few days after Savannah posted this video to social media, seemingly to speak directly to whoever may be involved in her mother's disappearance. NBC's Tom Winter has been following these developments for us. Tom, any sense what these new leads are, or what, if any, leads investigators might be pursuing, and how long could this analysis really take? It's been 6 months now.
Yeah, Tom, and we talked about this just on Monday when that video was released in the very specific and direct language that our colleague Savannah Guthrie and along with her brother and sister have been impacted just so much by this tragedy. Look, there are no suspects in this case at this point. There is no area where investigators think that they would want to conduct a search to try to find Nancy. So this is a very difficult case. It's very concerning as well. And the reason for that is that if, in fact, Nancy is no longer with us, we have a killer and a kidnapper on the loose. And we don't even know whether it's one person or two people or even more that could be involved in this. This individual, if these two ransom notes turn out to be true, the ones that we've reported on and discussed previously, if those are accurate, then the person took incredible steps to make sure that the location and where those emails were sent from was not found. So there's a lot of effort that went into that. This person has shown some sophistication, and frankly, they've eluded police now for, as we said at the beginning, 6 months. So this is really concerning and troubling for law enforcement. I think it's a reason why there's still so many calls for help, so many calls for potential tips. But a lot of those tips and a lot of leads have been exhausted, Tom. And this is still a case that is very much scratching investigators' heads.
You know, Tom, it's interesting. I think you're right, but it's interesting that you say that there's some evidence that they were sophisticated in their technological know-how. And yet, when you look at the video of that suspect on the doorbell cam, and he seems to grab some weeds or flowers to try to cover up the doorbell cam, that seems very amateurish.
Well, it might, but this person has evaded the FBI and a large county police department for 6 months here. And I think that's one of the reasons why this is so concerning. What have they learned in the course of the past 6 months that would make them perhaps not repeat mistakes if they were to try this again? Again, that speaks to just how critical solving this case really is, Tom.
Yeah, Tom Winter, thank you. If you have any information at all that can help investigators, please call this number, 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Man, that backpack is full. Just looking at that backpack again, I mean, that thing is, it's like if you tried to put a big sweater in there or like a blanket or something like, I mean, that thing is stacked.
So what is Megyn Kelly talking about? She talks to Maureen O'Connor.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to review it. But I just did remember there was, I was watching this Thornbridge, and she actually called KOLD News 13 yesterday. And basically they told her she had some information to report, I guess. And they told her to call the FBI. And she said, well, what about Nanos? And they actually told her that Nanos is no longer on the case. This is KOLD. They said, report everything to the FBI. I'm sure they'll, I'm sure they, so if we could, maybe I'll see if we can get her in at a different date or,
right now.
Yeah. I don't have a link, but if anyone knows Thornbridge, tell her to come in.
Tell her to matter of fact, I think she reached out to me. Let me see. She came in to talk about what she was doing or planned live. Let's see if I,
yeah, I was when she told me, she said, I talked to KOLD. I'd like to get her exact words though, because I'm kind of, obviously just remembering what she said. So if Thornbridge, I'm sure somebody's got an email for her. That would be awesome to have her on.
Yeah, I think I got her email here. I think so. Give me a second. Let me just send her a link. Maybe she's available. Maybe she's not. Yeah, I got her email. Give me a second. I'm gonna put it in. Come join. Come join the chat.
So yeah, everybody's doing a news blitz because someone just said ABC World News had a 3-minute segment on it too. So everybody's doing the rounds of Nancy Guthrie, sounds like, for the next probably 24 hours, 48 hours.
Yeah, well, hold on. I got two people in the pipeline here, Linda and Bad Mama. Linda, hello.
Hi, JLR. Hi, 857.
Hello.
So I wanted to mention about the hair. If I remember correctly, they had originally said that the hair was found in the bed. So if that's true, and there are 4 DNAs in the hair, that's kind of strange. But when they said today that they couldn't identify, if they couldn't link it to the suspect, my first thought was, well, who are you trying to link it to? Who's the suspect? But then I thought maybe they're talking about because there are 4 that they couldn't separate it to determine if it was someone, that could be a suspect. So I'm not sure what they meant there, but yeah, that's what they said, that was found in the bed. So I don't know what that, would be.
So okay, so if that's true and it was found in the bed and has nothing to do with the case, what is a hair doing in Nancy Guthrie's bed?
Well, it could be, it could be her own hair. It could be if there was a housekeeper, somebody changing the bed. There's a lot of things that could happen there. But because now there's multiples, that I don't think they can break it out and say which one belongs to whom. So I think he indicated that's why they were still searching and the DNA and the labs and everything. So I think that's what he meant, not the fact that there was a specific subject that they were trying to tie it to. And the only other thing that has been bugging me since it happened months ago, when they put out the $1 million ransom to be had, they also made a point of saying that Savannah gave $500,000 to the Missing Children's Organization.
Yes.
And that has bothered me as to what does that have to do with this case? Why would she give that organization about missing children $500,000 and have to tell us that was done? I think we're missing something there. I think there's some kind of a link.
Yeah. Because obviously I think she should have put it into Tucson.
She could have put it into flyers.
She could have donated it to the sheriff's department.
Billboards.
Exactly. So who took Nancy? Is it something to do with, because I did hear somebody on one of the podcasts or on the YouTubers say that this was about atonement. That whatever they were told by that person, I think it is with the Laurel you're trying to get on, that this was about atonement. So did that have something to do with who took her? And then she says, look, we did what we could. We did our part. Is she referring to that? So that's always something that bothered me because it doesn't fit into this whole scenario. Under the circumstances, why did she have to mention, or anybody mention, that there was a $500,000 to this Missing Children's? So that's been bothering me right along. I don't know.
Some people might say it's just being virtual signaling as far as, hey, I'm donating a bunch of kids and we're doing our part.
Could be, but I don't know. It just seemed odd. And I've seen some people in the chat say that too, that there's your clue. I saw somebody
Well,
today
when
say,
that was announced, I
Uh-huh.
feel like she was trying to control the media narrative of some sort. I don't know why. I just remember at that time.
How could you criticize someone that donates $500,000 to the National Center for Missing Exploited Children? How could you do that?
Yeah.
How
Sure.
dare anyone criticize anyone for donating?
Mhm. Very possible. Yeah, and as far as Nanos, I'm sorry, I don't believe a word that comes out of his mouth. And you know that there's always a saying out there that if you're telling the truth, you never hesitate, you never have to think about, and you never contradict yourself because you know what the truth is. But when you lie, you have to remember your lies, and you can't because it becomes too numerous. And that's what I see from him, because the contradictions that come out of his mouth are just phenomenal. And he leads us down all these paths when he says it was a crime scene as soon as we looked at it. And then he says, like you said, 857, the place was immaculate. Everything contradicts that he comes out with.
It's confusing, and he's like he's doing it on purpose.
Exactly.
Confusing.
Exactly.
So here's another take, and I just want to acknowledge two people. Christy Lynn, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. And Brown Eyes, that's 20 gifted memberships combined. Thank you for continuing to grow the Army strong, both of you. Christy Lynn, 2424, and Brown Eyes, of course. Always good to hear you and see you. Here's what I also have to say. When we listened to that last NBC update, the NBC report, Tom Winter, NBC, Savannah's network, they made it a point to say that there's no suspects in the case. They made it a point to say there's no suspects in the case. But I want to know, again, going back to what Ashley Banfield has been reporting from the beginning about being told by Sheriff Nanos's guys, that Tommaso's the prime suspect. Why isn't that being talked about more? Why isn't like these networks going with Ashley Banfield's report that Tommaso's the prime suspect? Why do these networks refuse to even mention Tommaso, in particular NBC?
Yeah,
that's a story because she's put that out there. That's a story. She's basically saying she said it, that the sheriff's people for Nanos, his guys, are telling her or told her at the beginning that Tommaso's the prime suspect.
And she said that it was from a reliable source that she trusted implicably. So
she said in the last 24 hours, it's Sheriff Nanos's guys that told her that.
And now she said that, but in the beginning, that's what she said first. Her source was someone she trusted completely. Then now she's saying it's the guys coming, so there might be more, being fed to her. But yeah, you're right. Why won't they touch that as far as
or I know some people in the chat are saying it's old news. It's old. She said that before, but things have changed. He's no longer a suspect. Okay, so let's get to the bottom of it. Is he a suspect now or not? Was he a suspect at the beginning and now he's cleared? Let's get to the bottom of it. So if we can, if he's not, let's move on. If he's not, can Nanos come out now and clarify off Ashley Banfield's report whether Tommaso is currently considered a prime suspect or a suspect or not, or
ever has been,
or has he ever been, and he's been cleared but was considered at first. Let's get to the bottom of this so we can move on.
Exactly, it'll help out Tommaso.
Help Tommaso. I don't want to be sitting there talking about this guy. This guy could 100% genuinely be a victim here. 100% be a victim.
He could be, absolutely. But I'm sorry. And like your previous caller said, they are making themselves look guilty. If with all this scrutiny, all this going on and being accused and whatever else that people have done, why would you not come out and defend yourself? Everybody would do that. Not even, okay, we know they didn't come out and look for their mother and whatever, But if you're being taken over the coals for something you did not do, we would all be out there saying, we did not do this. Please help us find who did. But they're hiding. I'm sorry, I thought it was him from day one. And I've gone back and forth sometimes, but I'm back to him because there's something very, very wrong here. And I've said that to you before, JLR. Something is wrong, and it's going to be so crazy. And I know we've come up and people have come up with the craziest theories, but I think it's going to be something that's probably going to blow our minds that this has happened and who actually has done it. Because we all, thousands and thousands of all your supporters, yours and 857 and whomever, everybody says the same thing. This is so absurd. This is so not normal. Nothing is being done. No press conferences, no searches, no nothing. It's telling us something. We keep getting caught with the other noise. It is telling us something that is gone on here, and hopefully soon. And I really think you need to get out there, because I think soon is going to happen quicker than we think, because like 857 said, all these TV stations now are putting this stuff out, and it is 6 months. So there may be some more pressure, happening. But yeah, this is no, there's something so very wrong here.
Well, thank you for stopping by.
My pleasure. Thank you. And I'm happy about your test results too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you, Linda. Bad Mama, just hold for a second, because I got Thornbridge. I got Jen Thornbridge.
Oh, good.
Got them in the chat. Hello, good evening.
Hey, can y'all hear me okay?
How's it going? Yeah, we hear you great.
Oh, great. I was actually, we were just filming something for our members. So I appreciate, I got a message saying JLR would like to talk to you. So thank you for the invite.
No problem. So what's going on? What's going on about, your findings in this and the people you interviewed? Can you explain for the audience now, because it's on your channel, but can you kind of summarize it a little bit?
Absolutely. I was the original reason for the interview was kind of obvious. We saw a lot of news coming out that they had been getting tips. I understood it from the newscast that I had seen that they had only received 2 tips, and that the first tip came in around Mother's Day, and then the second one came in around the time that everybody kind of blew up, showing that they'd been getting tips. And I just thought, that's interesting that Sheriff Nanos put out a statement saying that as far as he's concerned, the Mexican authorities have not reached out to him. Therefore, I mean, I'm summarizing his statement, but basically they didn't deem it credible. So he's not going to deem it credible, and that's it. But they're aware of the situation. And I was like, what? Because I know that he'd been saying over and over and over again, no tip is too small. We absolutely want everybody to come forward. You never know what's going to be important. So I wanted to hear straight from this organization, what were the tips and why were they deeming them credible enough that they're getting all of that's my husband, Glenn, all of all of the volunteers out with security. I mean, it's a large operation that they're out there searching. And then, of course, as some of you may have heard, they also found a mass grave. It was, this is a dangerous operation. So I was lucky enough that I told them, look, I've got a podcast. It's not many people. We're brand new. I know we're not a large news station, but I think some of, our small audience would love to hear from you about the tips and what's happening over there and why you think that they're credible. And it was about a few days later that they finally responded and said, we would love to. And I'm like, oh my gosh, they agreed to do it. So we got an interview with the first guy, who was very nice, spent about 30 minutes on the phone on video with us, saying, very vague information, which I was kind of anticipating, like they're not going to tell us much because they've made it clear that they want to keep everything anonymous. And then somewhere around the end of our conversation, he just flipped and in a positive way and said, you know what? I think I want to get you in touch with the lady that's been receiving the tips. She's the head of our organization. And my husband's like hitting me on the leg, like, no way. And so we were like, okay. And I didn't know if it would end up happening. And then it did. So we got the interview last Friday. And I had no idea that she would end up revealing what she did. And what she said was that this, I wanted to ask a lot of questions. In my mind, I'm like, is this somebody from America? Are they calling? Are they emailing? She said it was a phone call. I said, is it a male? Is it a female? It's always been a male. I said, is it somebody with an American accent that's trying to do a Hispanic accent? Like, are they calling and speaking in Spanish? And she was like, oh no, this is a Spanish speaking male. And specifically, it's a Nogales dialect. And that kind of hit me. I thought that's interesting. And she said, then she revealed that the person is not called twice. He's called 8 times. Each time it's from a different phone number. And she called it a burner phone. She said that when she's tried to call back, it's no longer working. And she's tried to call back a couple times because the person is so insistent. And I said, well, what can you reveal? I said, I understand you want to keep things anonymous. Has he revealed anything about himself, his participation in this? Like, was he hired to take Nancy? Was this a robbery gone wrong and something happened? And she goes, no, you're not understanding. This person had nothing to do with her abduction. He was paid to dispose of her. And I just kind of sat there and I went, okay. And she said, he's from here. And she also made it clear multiple times, and I'm paraphrasing, but that he is not remorseful. He doesn't understand who would do this to an old lady. And I thought that that was an interesting way of saying it, because she said he wasn't remorseful. She goes, no, he's not remorseful. He's Nogales Mafia. So our friend and our friend's family, they're all Spanish speaking. They have family from that area. We also have friends here that have family from Nogales, Sonora area. And both of them asked on separate separate circumstances. I said, what is mafia to you? They're like, it's cartel. And I said, so that's the same thing? And they said, yes, both of them said that. So that was interesting. And then she also said that when I asked my friends, like, what does that mean to you when somebody says, who would do this to an old lady? They're like, oh, our elderly are revered. You just don't touch elderly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's how I understood it from my, Hispanic friends. And, but I still wanted to get their opinion rather than me saying, this is my idea of what it means. I wanted to hear their unsolicited, idea of what they thought. The other thing that it developed from there. I got up the guts, and I'll be honest with you, I'm shaking even talking about it. I was a little nervous to ask her, because for 2 reasons. I don't ever want to offend somebody. I don't want to ever make somebody feel uncomfortable or I'm pushing them too far. I told her that I may ask some hard questions. And if anything she felt was inappropriate or that she couldn't say, please, I completely understand. And so I said, do you mind telling me a little bit more? Did he reveal to you how he got Nancy? And again, we're talking about, a translation, but Haiti reiterated that, no, it was basically like they handed her off to this man in over the border and said, here's your cash, do what you need to do, just get rid of her. And apparently he was not aware that it was a famous individual or potentially famous individual. He just knew it was an old lady. And when he got her, he told this lady that you're going to be close when you go to look for her body. She said, because I asked her, I said, why do you think it's so hard to find her if he's called 8 times and you've been out there 8 times? I said, is it normally like this? And she goes, yes and no. A lot of it depends on where they're putting the body. And she goes, in this case, because they receive lots of tips and they're extremely successful, which I thought was interesting. She said, in this case, it's by a riverbed. And I don't know or she said a creek bed. I pictured a creek. This is not a creek. This is a very large riverbed. And if you go and see our news or program on it, you'll see the pictures. It's huge. And then he would say, look for a tree that looks like it has burned out roots. So then she started sending me pictures of multiple trees that look like it has burned out roots. So she said, it's like a needle in a haystack, but we're pretty good at this. Like we can kind of figure out some things. So then she asked him for some more specifics. And this is where it got a little eerie. Gosh, it chokes me up even thinking about it. He said, if you see a slipper that just seems out of place, then you'll know that you're close, because when we went to bury her, we realized she only had one slipper on when she had two. And that she will be found with pajama pants and slippers, but only one slipper. She will be wrapped in a blanket or a comforter that looks like the kind you'd find in a hotel, and then a black tarp over that. And you'll know it's her because she has brownish red hair. Now, the brownish red hair we've seen in the news. You know, I wasn't too impressed by that, but the specifics of a blanket that reminded him of a comforter or something that you'd find in a hotel, or a blanket in a hotel, and the one lone slipper was enough to give me chills.
So I remember Savannah put out, she was barefoot in her pajamas. So now we're hearing slippers there. What's your take? Is this person credible? What do you think?
I asked, I got kind of, why does he care? I don't understand. Why does he care? He was paid to do a job. Why does he care? And isn't he afraid for his life? I mean, I would think that somebody that's revealing this, I mean, it's pretty public now. I mean, and she actually laughed and she goes, he's not afraid for his life. He's Nogales Mafia. And I said, okay. And I said, why does he care? And then she said, like I said before, he keeps saying, who would do this to an old lady? And she believes he's young, at his oldest, probably in his 30s. I asked, I kind of was trying to figure out how he got connected. And she said, he didn't give me any of that information. I said, what about money? I said, because I'll be really frank, and I kind of alluded to that with her and trying to be respectful. But I think part of my thought was, if this is what I think it is, I would think that this would be the perfect way to launder, over $1 million. I mean, you go to an organization that finds the body. Tell you what, I'll tell you exactly where to find her. You give me half, and nobody's going to find me. We're laundering it through this organization. Give it to me half later. And I mean, I think we're talking about an area that, is not necessarily known for its scruples with things. So I don't know this lady, but I don't want to think that she's that kind of person, but I don't know her. So I said, what about the money? And she said, we don't care about money. And I said, no, I know. Juan told me that you, not once, by the way, did either one of them in first meeting me ever mention, by the way, could you tell your people that you can make donations here? Not once. We had to ask, is there some place that people can make donations? So that spoke to me as far as some integrity and maybe credibility. She said that the person literally has said that this is not about the money. This is about atonement. He never mentioned money, ever. I said, not once? She goes, no. She said that they mentioned that there may be reward. And he didn't even reply. Like, it's not on his radar. And when I asked my friends about it, they said he thinks he's going to, where. So he's trying, once they found out it was an old person, apparently that was enough to be fearful for his, I guess, afterlife.
Nobody recorded the conversation?
That I didn't ask. I was trying to, again, I know there's a lot of questions that I could have asked. This was a very long conversation. I was having to say what I want. Then Haiti was having to translate to her. Then she was having to translate back. And then Haiti was happy. It was, this huge back and forth. So I was trying to be respectful of her time and also maybe not push the envelope too far. I wish I had asked some things, but I think for me, it if I can find out what the details are, if this is real, wouldn't you think that they would say you'll know you're onto her by what she's wearing? And apparently I was correct. They did. And they said that the one thing that they'll know it's her, she's missing a slipper, and how she was wrapped. And I felt like that was extremely specific. So I tend to believe it's credible. Having said that, I'm not law enforcement. So when I called the FBI and was slightly dismissed, I said, I have a tip. Someone has shared with me information, details on Mrs. Guthrie's potentially how she's buried, what she's wearing. And he goes, how do you know it's real? I said, well, I don't, sir. That's why I'm calling you. You're the FBI. And that's what was very interesting to me is I asked her, I said, there's been a lot of news stories about this. So have you been contacted by law enforcement? And she said, no.
So when you called the FBI, who did you call? The tip line?
I called the tip line first. And they said that they'll have to get it to somebody. And then that was Friday night. I'm trying to remember when I did it. Saturday night, I guess. It may have, I'm trying to remember how many days. Do you remember how many days? It's like a couple days, I guess, before we went live with it. Because we got off the conversation with her and I'm like, I don't know if I should share this. And then it was overwhelming the amount of people that tried to help us, which is why my friend, who's a very strong supporter of your show, has another friend that's a very strong supporter of your show, Nikki. And I guess she was like, I'm trying to figure this out, but I think maybe you should talk to JLR because maybe he knows, back doors. I know you're trying to find a back door into this. So that
let's go back to the FBI. You call the FBI tip line, then what? They call you back?
Never. I called KOLD.
Hold on. You call the FBI. You talk to the FBI, and the FBI is talking to you. The tip line person's telling you this? When you're relaying this information to the tip line?
Yes.
The tip line?
So can you imagine some old granny or a mom trying to turn in their son or their grandson and is shaking like a leaf to make this phone call, finally gets up to the guts to do it and says, I have some information about Nancy Guthrie's body. And they go, how do you know it's real? Literally, that's what he said to me.
The tip line.
Yes.
The tip line. And then what they just hung up, or
they'll pass on the information. It was so methodical. So I felt like I was in the military. It was just
like
weird.
You're calling a call center.
It was weird. No, call centers are nicer.
Wow. So this was just
was
rude.
How do you know it's he literally went, how do you know it's real? And I said, sir, I'm not the FBI and I haven't even told you what I know. I mean, at this point, I hadn't even told him the details. And I said, I said, I have somebody that shared some information with me that I think may be pertinent about the condition of Nancy's body and what she's wearing. And he goes, how do you know it's real? And I said, sir, I don't know that any of this is real. I said, but it's not my job. That's why I'm calling you. So the Bascando Corazones.
They never called you back. No FBI called you back. Nobody called you back.
Never called me back. And I found out later that this organization actually has a lot of credibility with people in that area and Tucson, by the way. I don't know about you, Damien, but I talked to several Tucsonians that reached out to me later and said, we're very well aware of them. They're actually very credible people. They do a lot of good work.
Yeah, we met them. They've found a lot in Mexico, but it's just a different environment there in Mexico. Here, they got chased out of town by Nanos. I mean, he literally chased them out of town. He said he would arrest them if they came back and searched. Remember,
That's a different group. So this
it's a different group. Okay.
Yeah, so it was funny because I asked her about that. I said, are you the same people that were at Nancy's house and meaning to Juan? And he goes, no. They used to be the same group. They're no longer. There was a falling out. They've gone their separate ways. In fact, I asked to meet them in Tucson because I thought it was the same group, because I said, I can even, fly out there, drive out there. I would love to meet you in person. And they said that we don't have visas to come over. That's somebody else. And I was like, okay. So they agreed to the video call. And the other thing that I think you would find interesting is I called KOLD because I know that they were getting the ransom notes. Therefore, I figured they had a direct connection to the FBI, which, by the way, they do. I spoke to a very nice person there who was much nicer than the FBI and I said, look, I got some information. I don't know if it's real or not, but I'm kind of scared to go on, my podcast. I mean, look, I only have a couple thousand people that look at me, but you never know. And it could get shared or whatever. And I don't want to share information that they feel may be pertinent and shouldn't be shared. And she said, we do have a direct line to the FBI. We'll share it with them and they'll probably give you a call. And I said, great. And then it was crickets. Never heard back. So I called back yesterday and let her know that, I went ahead with it because I didn't hear anything. And I said, do you know about this? Like, do you know? And she goes, we're not allowed as a local news station to report anything that we can't get from the FBI or Pima County or whatever as absolutely credible and true information. I said, really? Because I feel like Brian Enton's been talking. She goes, that's different. That's national news. That's not us. And she said, but we gave it to the FBI. And I said, well, did you give it to Nanos too? And she goes, no, we gave it to the FBI. We don't do anything through Nanos now. And I said, what? And she said, oh, it's not with Nanos. I said, I'm so confused. Akash Patel was just on national news less than a few weeks ago saying we're in an assist position. We've always been in an assist position. She goes, no, quite frankly, we were confused as well why he said that. It is absolutely in the total hands of the FBI at this point.
So how are you feeling about all this? Like, yeah, I mean, you seem emotional. It seems like, are you thinking that they're squandering an opportunity to find out who did this by not looking?
Let's just put it this way. If it was my grandmother or my mother, I would be livid. Simply for the one statement multiple times that he's made of no tip is too small. It may be significant. It may be not. So let me segue here for a second. Glenn, my husband, his brother-in-law is a retired homicide detective of over 20 years in Kansas City. I made a call to him the minute we got off the video call with this lady. And I said, I don't know what to do with this. And I said, do you think that this is real? Like, I want your gut instincts on this.
What kind of video call was it? A video call? Like, what do you mean video call? Like, what kind of video?
Well, I mean, we recorded all of it. So we did like a FaceTime. So we recorded it like I was sitting here on my sofa. She called into a link. It's like you do on your show, like I'm doing right now. She called in and we recorded the entire conversation. So I have the entire unedited form from Juan and from Ramona. And I told my brother-in-law, I said, look, this is what I just heard. I wrote down some information so I could share it with him. And I said, what would you do? And he goes, well, here's the problem, Jen. He's like, we don't know what they know. He said, you're thinking they've got nothing. You're thinking they're at square zero. He goes, the problem with homicide investigations is that there's not one crime scene. There's usually four. He said, there's usually 3 to 4 crime scenes. So, Nancy's home was 1. 2 was the car getting her out of there. 3 could have been where they stopped with her. 4 is going to be where she's disposed or buried. And I said, okay. And I said, he goes, so you don't know what they know. They could know, they could have gotten a tip that they're working on. And they could go, nope, this is out. We've already checked this one. We already think we know where she's buried. And I'm like, that was the problem with me for this. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't know a homicide investigation where they have not come out publicly and said, we found them. We've got their body. You know, we just experienced that with the girl in, I think it was Georgia or South Carolina or something. And they came out and said, we found her. So I'm like, why would you not check this out? What if it is her? What if she is there? I know that getting in there as a law enforcement individual is a lot more hoops to jump through, but wouldn't it be important to at least let Miss Guthrie's family know and see if they have, private investigators that could go over there with dogs or something and maybe work with this lady and try to help her on their own without jumping through, law enforcement hoops? It seems bizarre.
So what happens moving forward? What are you going to do? Do you want to share your?
I've been a little frustrated. I'm not going to say the name of YouTubers. I've had mods that actually reached out to me that I didn't even know who they were, that said, I know, because I went on your show saying, does anybody know anybody that has a backdoor, retired law enforcement, any YouTubers that, you know, have a way of maybe getting a hold of somebody or could give us advice? We're new to this. Is this stupid? Should we not be doing this? It was like, you know, JLR's army went into full overdrive and we're reaching out. We were getting emails, text messages, through private messages, whatever, to try and help us out. And I will say I was really, really kind of, and that may be the emotional part that you're hearing. This isn't about us. I don't give a crap about my channel. I don't need this. My husband and I are retired. We were doing this for victims and their families. I don't need anybody promoting me. I had an Instagram account that did very well. And I know the life of people coming on and saying horrible things. I was fully prepared for the amount of positive and negative. What I wasn't prepared for, and I guess this is where it's different than Instagram. Instagram, you network, you help each other out. This was my experience yesterday was absolutely the opposite. I had people's in a chat that they mentioned the people in Mexico. They mentioned this situation, and people put up, "Oh, Thorne and her husband did an interview." Delete. It was 5 people put it in the chat, and they were deleted immediately. And then I was called out saying that I was promoting my channel. I didn't. I didn't say anything. I said, look, I was trying to let the person that just asked the question know that I actually talked to KOLD and it's fully in the hands of the FBI. That was the only thing I said. The other people said, if you want to know about the Mexico, because that's what they were talking about, and they said that Pima County's in charge. So people were correcting on, hey, you need to go look this out, and they were deleted. So I was a little shocked by that. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate you, Damien, for respecting my little stupid channel and what we were able to, you know, get out there. And I think, again, the story is not about me. It's not about that, you know, anything else except Nancy. This lady has information that she deems credible. And I asked her, why do you think that this is real? She goes, we get these all the time. And she goes, I will be honest with you. The first phone call, I thought it was bogus. She goes, but then he's called 8 times and he's insistent. He's like, you were close. And I said, well, do you think he's watching you, or is he part of the volunteers? And apparently, according to my friends and to her, they've got eyes everywhere. And so this person could be somehow in it, and it's just trying to make sure. He just wants her to go back to the family. That's what he said.
When you called the FBI tip line, did you call on your cell phone?
Yes.
Could you show the log that you called? So people, because I know some people in the chat are doubting, and I just want to kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm reading chats and people are doubting, you know what I mean? Just so, I'm not saying I don't believe you, but if you could just show that you called at the time.
Let me see. Yeah, I appreciate that you want to vet things like we do. We're the same way. Let's see. I need to look at the phone. Is it 1-800-275-8777?
Call 1-800 call FBI, I guess. Call FBI.
Yep.
Call FBI.
Yep.
CALL, yeah, 2255. 2255. 1-800-225. There you go. Where it is?
Yep. I don't know. I'm trying to get it to talk. Yeah, there we go. Outgoing call, 4 minutes, 1 minute, or it was Monday, 1:12 was the first time I called. And then I called again. It was in the evening. Let me find it again. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. There we go. I know I called it again in the evening. It was at nighttime. And the guy was just
believe you. I'll just read the chat. Some people believe you, some people you don't. I just wanted to, they're like, ask her to, I heard some comments and saying, ask her to show the number.
Oh, there it is. There it is. This is the one. I'm sorry. It's 225-5324. Glenn, can you look that up? I think that's it. It's 1-800 call FBI. Can you see what I don't know. I can't open my phone where it says. Let's see. 8 call. Yeah, 22. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So this one is the one. This was at 7:33 p.m. on Sunday, 29 minutes. I don't know if it'll show it. Maybe there you go.
You know, when you call the FBI tip line, I've called a lot. I don't even know when the last time I called, but you're really on hold for a while, and then they start asking you about your name, your address.
Yeah, this was it. It was 29 minutes. So I was on hold for a while. I was the fourth person in queue. Then I went down to 3, 2, 1. Finally got a hold of him. Yeah, it was at 7:33 p.m. 29 minutes.
Yeah,
So,
it's crazy because they always tell people to call the FBI, but then you're on hold for so much time. And sometimes, you know, sometimes people think it's not even worth it to call them because they're just like, and plus they're like trying to extract information from the caller.
Well, but I think that's why, you know, we did an entire episode on tips and how are they processed, because I think we had some questions, because much like what you just said, we'd heard other people's experience in Tucson that said, I can't reveal who, please keep this anonymous. But a friend of mine tried to call in a tip. They called in the tip and nobody called her back for 4 months on the Nancy Guthrie case. So we all know this has been going on for 6 months. So this was, you know, or in the first month or month and a half that this person tried to call in. And then I experienced it myself. Now, I will say I don't give up easily. So after that call, or before that call, earlier in the day, I had also left a message because that was Sunday. We were going on Tuesday with this story. And was it Tuesday or Monday? Yeah, it was Tuesday. I'm like so confused. Anyway, we went on Tuesday. And then I also left an email for Brian Enton. I left an email for Ashley Banfield because they both keep it.
That's what I was going to ask. I was going to be like some suggestions to reach out. Maybe go to Enton, Banfield. Maybe go even to Washington Post or New York Times or something. Say, hey, look, this is me. This is what happened, and share your story. Maybe they'll do a story on your story about this.
But see, I didn't care about that. I just wanted to get the information to them. Like, do they have a back door again to like somebody directly that I'm possibly not waiting for 4 months for this. And I thought, you know, I said, look, I want some advice on this. Should I keep it quiet? What would be your experience? And
let me just share something here. I'm not going to fully say, but if you want to reach Chris Nanos, you know, a lot, you know, they're all kind of have a company or a government email. I'll just say the email is his name at.
Okay.
You could reach Chris Nanos directly.
But he already knows about all this. That's the point, JLR. That's why I reached out to these people, is he put out a public statement nationally on national news saying, we're aware of the tips. The Mexican authorities have not reached out to us. Therefore, they don't think it's credible. And we're not reaching out.
Yeah, you know, he said, yeah, and he said in an interview to Wyatt that the Mexican burial theory, remember with the women out there at the sites, he said that's not related.
How do you know it's not related? So
well,
what does that say to you? I mean,
he's saying it to the guy, you know, he's saying it to the Wyatt exchange.
I just find that really interesting when Savannah keeps coming on saying somebody knows something. If you know anything, he's saying it over and over again. So you have Chris Como going on his show going, I have my sources, and they've got nothing. You've got other people going, I've got my sources. They're at zero. They have zero. And so
NBC News just said no suspects.
So you don't know anything. You're, at least according to these people that have their sources. So your sources are saying that they have nothing, yet you won't go check this out. How do you know it's not real? So either he's talking out the side of his mouth again, like he's constantly revealing things that he shouldn't. And to me, that's a huge tell. You know, maybe they do know a heck of a lot more than we do, but I'm going to keep asking the question. I've never heard in a homicide investigation where somebody has found a body and it hasn't been public. So if you don't know where she's buried and you don't have her, why would you not vet this and go, it's completely not credible. We looked into all of it. It's bogus. We're moving on. But he said that they won't check it out because the Mexican authorities don't deem it as real. And we haven't been reached out to by the Mexican authorities. Well, why can't you reach out to the Mexican authorities? And again, I don't mean to be rude, but my friends are from there and echo my sentiment. Mexico's got a problem. So I'm not really, you know, counting on the Mexican authorities to truly vet this out when she's finding mass graves with, over 100 people since May. And they're helping her look, by the way. I've got pictures of police there that are there to help her and protect her. So I find it fascinating that they haven't reached out to, Nanos, but they're out there protecting their group.
So we have a comment here that said, call, a lot of people are also saying, call Chris McDonough or get a hold of Chris McDonough and share your story in the interview room.
I don't want to talk about that.
You don't want to talk about that?
That's all I'm going to say. There were multiple people that reached out to him. I was told that they got the message that they would be calling me. I didn't hear from him. And that's where the comments were deleted, was on a show that he was on. So.
Well, I did send you an email just now because, obviously Mexico is like the #1 place for kidnappings in the world. I mean, and so I sent JLR, but there is a lot of people say whoever kidnapped Nancy is probably connected to the drug trade too, right? Because
That's what I said.
Yeah. So actually an article just came out. I just sent it to you, JLR, and it's talking about the Tucson connection to the cartels. They call them Los Carlitos. I don't know if I pronounce it right, but basically what they are, they're splinter groups of the cartel. They work with them, but they're more of like their own thing. And they'll get jobs, right? They'll get jobs. Hey, drive this over here. Hey, go do this over here. It's all, and they control apartment complexes and trailer parks. And they literally will put people in there. There's watchdogs watching the apartment complexes. So it's all, and this ex-police chief, he took down this whole operation in the 90s in Tucson with these kind of groups. And so to me, this is what you're saying is probably more likely than anything, right? And when Nanos first came out with, or when they first started talking about this, it was like 10 seconds later after the story came out that she might be in Mexico, Nanos was like, nope, we talked to them. It's done. They're not involved. And it was like, they just wanted that story to go away. And it almost seemed contrived. I'm like, how do you talk to all the cartels, everybody, and you already know, and it's been an hour or two since the article came out. So I don't know if you want to read that, but it is interesting.
I will. Yeah. I appreciate it, Damien, and I appreciate you kind of going with the theory. And I want to say something real quickly. I love Chris McDonough. I love Karen. I've been not a member, but a subscriber of theirs for a long time, since this whole thing started, and I found out who they were. My sister was a big follower of his, and I love them, and that's why I wanted to reach out to him, because I figured they're retired law enforcement. Maybe they could help, and maybe my impression of what happened was incorrect, but I do have receipts of it. So it was really unfortunate. I don't know why. I understand how some streamers don't want other streamers mentioned, but I don't feel like I'm a streamer. Yes, I am now technically, but they were asking about this situation, and I don't know that anybody has gotten, I haven't seen an interview like this where we have a description of how she'll be buried and what she's wearing. I wanted to get their opinion on it before I shared it. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out that way. So I still respect their channel. I respect everybody that tried to help me. So I don't mean to sound like I don't like them. I do. I was disappointed that it sounded like they weren't interested because it was another streamer talk and people mentioned my stream in their chat. So that was unfortunate, but it is what it is.
What about TMZ? Some people suggesting TMZ. Reach out to TMZ.
I actually did. I emailed them on Saturday or Monday, also saying the same thing. I don't know if I know you have a connection. This is information I received. Again, I don't know that this is credible. I don't know that it's real. I don't know that any of this is real. However, it's extremely detailed and very specific to the point that it makes me go, why? Why would he call back 8 times? And the fact that he said multiple times, who does this to an old lady, was, again, something that resonated with me for whatever reason. And could it be a scammer? It could, but that's not my job. My job isn't to vet that. That's law enforcement. That's the story. Law enforcement is not vetting this tip. And I want to know why. And to Damien's point, I understand that they don't feel, I personally feel, when I saw that video the first time of Porch Guy, I'm like, this looks like a performance to look like it was cartel, which I thought was interesting. And wouldn't that be an interesting thread to find out that it wasn't cartel, but it was painted to look like cartel? And then on the end, it was the disposed for payment. That's interesting.
So
It's interesting to consider.
Tucson sent me this post, the cartels of Tucson, the local networks behind the distribution of drugs in southern Arizona. For years, when talking about the problem of drugs in Arizona, the conversation has usually focused on large criminal organizations in Mexico. But behind this issue, there is another phenomenon, the distribution of a smaller scale within communities, groups, individuals, and small networks that, according to authorities, are involved in the sale of drugs in Tucson and represent another challenge for safety and well-being of communities in Tucson and southern Arizona. The Tucson police assure that this situation is not limited to a single area in the city. Detective Oscar Cellular from the anti-drug department explained that these activities can take place in different locations, and there is no specific profile people involved. There's no stereotype, the detective said, pointing out that men and women of different ages end up being part of these networks. The Los Cartelos, if I'm not saying that right, was used by the Sixto Molina, former head of South Tucson Police, to distribute these small structures dedicated to sale of drugs. So but they're not just talking about kidnapping though. They're talking about a lot of drug activity, but not kidnapping.
Well, and that's the thing is in Mexico, drugs, kidnappings, it's all in the same game. So what I'm saying is whoever most likely took Nancy is connected to the cartel. Either they were hired, right? But it could be a splinter group, right? Somebody, they come over to America. They actually develop a lot of these gangs in prison, and some of them are American citizens.
Sorry, Damien.
No, I'm just saying some of them are American citizens as well. It's not always, Hispanics,
Exactly.
people from Mexico.
Did you see by chance Patriot Pride's episode yesterday?
I caught the end of it. I caught the end, but I didn't catch the beginning.
So he kind of Adam and Mike kind of followed that thread, and that's the thread that I was talking about. I get a little nervous about mentioning things that I don't have confirmation on, so I'm not real comfortable talking about rumors, but I think there's enough receipts with this that I think it warrants a look. There was an LD that was detained in all of this and released, and his connection was to a KD, and KD is connected to another gentleman who happened to be in prison for taking illegal immigrants from Mexico into Tucson, and he lives. The address that I found online was literally on the border of that. Where the mission is, Damien? That beautiful mission right on the edge of the Native American, the Indian reservation right there in south of Tucson.
Yeah, we were going to go there. Remember, I can't remember the name, but yeah, we were going to go there.
So there's pictures of me as a little girl out front in that mission with my grandparents, but I used to go there all the time. But anyway, that area, his house is literally right there on the border. And this guy was arrested. There's an article about it. You can read about how he was arrested and what it was about. He was, taking people out of there and got caught. And he was a runner to being paid to get immigrants into the country. And that was related to, she was either married to him, KD was, or it was a boyfriend of hers or just a love interest for a while. But I just thought that was interesting that KD was arrested and in jail the day before LD was, and detained and questioned and then released. I just wondered if there was any connection to that. And Adam and Mike on Patriot Pride kind of went into a lot of those threads, following up from our co-hosting of that show, because they were trying to help me get in touch with some other streamers to get this all together. And then the streamers were very nice, offered to help, but then their schedules got crazy. And when these people agreed to do the interview, I didn't want to drag it on any longer than it had already been dragged on. So we got the interview. And
yeah, that's one thing though, that, let's just talk about it again. Kayla Day got locked up the day before Luke Daly got that raid.
That's correct.
On Luke Daly, the day before. Now, another thing about Luke Daly is Sheriff Nanos said today that he's not cleared. Said that Luke Daly is not cleared. He said no one's cleared, but the question was presented about Luke Daly and Carlos, about them, and Nanos is not clearing them.
That's exactly right. And what was interesting to me is if you'll be able to find, people will be able to look up Carlos Palazuelos and Luke Daly, and both of their attorneys have tried vehemently to get their warrants, and they're completely sealed, as well as A&T's warrants are completely sealed. So there's been a lot of questions about all of these people involved, and Carlos is specifically, his attorney said in an interview with a news station that he was quote unquote cleared to a point. And so I'm assuming that that's what this is. And I asked my brother-in-law, I go, how does this work? Like, you think you've got the guy, right? And you pull him over, and why do you detain him for that long? He goes, look, you're only allowed to hold him for so many hours unless you find something in their vehicle, on their person, or at these places that's, enough to place them under arrest. But a lot of times there's things that may connect them, but not enough. And if you arrest them, it better be dang good what you've got, because you're going to now be on record as of having arrested them with not enough. And he said, so detain and release is very common in homicide investigations, because you get enough out of them. You start questioning things. You get what you need, and then let them go. Because when you nab them, you want to nab them and nab them good. And that's it. And I said, so this is common practice. And he goes, yes. And I go, what about things being sealed? He said, oh, it's going to be sealed until somebody's arrested. So I asked him about the clearing. I said, why would somebody be cleared, quote unquote cleared, yet, 24 hours before they were saying they weren't? And he said, there's a lot of things that usually factor into it. And I said, what? And he goes, there may have been digital evidence that came back and cleared. And I said, okay, well, have you ever had a case where you guys have said you're cleared, but the FBI involved have said no comment? And he goes, well, no. And I said, well, that's interesting. So at least that was my understanding.
The reason why I think the FBI has not cleared anyone or said anything about clearing is they're not leading the investigation. According to Nanos, they're playing a supporting role, but they're
no. I got. You can call KOLD yourself. She said that they were very. This was the news desk tip line. I talked to her twice.
Was it Mary? Was her name Mary?
I don't remember. I'm terrible with names. I could recognize her voice, but I'm terrible with names.
So what are they saying?
She said, I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear earlier. When I called and I said, I just would like this to go to the FBI, and needs to say, I don't want to give it to Nanos. I wasn't, I said, I just don't feel like there's follow-up, because every time he's on TV, he's like, oh, well, that's for the FBI, And so the second time when I called to follow up and said, I didn't hear anything back. And she said, well, we gave it to the FBI, and if they have your information, they'll probably be giving you a call. And I said, well, what about Nanos? And she goes, what about him? And I said, well, did you guys, tell Nanos? And she said, Nanos isn't in charge of the investigation anymore. It's FBI. And I said, excuse me? I said, he was just on the news, Kash Patel, nationally, saying a few weeks ago, we're in an assist position. We've always been in an assist position. She goes, we were a little confused by why he said that, because the FBI has had this for quite a while. It's completely in their hands. And I said, and she said, we have been told that any communication we get that is any relation to the Nancy Guthrie case goes straight to the FBI and not to Pima County.
So does that mean there's a parallel investigation, or they're ahead of it, or two investigative agencies doing their own thing? What does all this mean?
Well, what I said to her, what stood out to me is, from my limited knowledge of how this works, is that if FBI is in a first position now, what does that say? I said, that says to me that this is either international or national. And it was like, I need Glenn here for the crickets button. It was the crickets. So I said, hello. And she goes, yes. And I said, so am I to believe that Derek Colella could possibly be involved, or my Mexico tip could possibly be involved? She goes, that's interesting to think, isn't it? I said, you can't tell me. She goes, no, ma'am, I cannot. I said, okay.
Interesting, though.
But
Interesting.
FBI
So it
is in
seems like
complete
any tip
control.
that KOLD gets, they're never going to take it to the Pima County at all. Anything goes to the FBI, but so that's interesting. Yeah.
Cold out. Well, with my I've always noticed with the media outlets there, Cold seems like they're the least complicit with Nanos's propaganda out of all the local networks. Cold.
I'm friends with a lot of them. They're a little more, I guess in the middle as far as, they're not trying to, run hit pieces on us as much, even though they're
FBI is in a first position now.
Sorry.
What does that say?
Oh my God.
I said, that says to me.
Sorry, my Bluetooth came.
Nice.
So yeah, basically, Cold is a little more, I guess fair, if that's the word. The others seem, obviously Monica Garcia, everything that's gone with her.
Well, she has a lot of integrity, the lady I talked to, and she also said that I mentioned the fact that the ransom notes were released by, Brianna. And she said, let's just say it was not okay. And I said, and they said that apparently she got in some trouble over it, is what I heard. I don't know that she did. That's what I was told. And I said, well, I was a little surprised by it. I thought that meant that there was no validity to them. And she said, let's just put it this way. Have you seen us release the notes? She goes, we were asked not to. Are you still there?
Yeah. I'm just looking at this report by Fox News. Just on, but Nanos is giving all the interviews though. Nanos is giving these interviews. Nanos speaking about specifics of investigation. So if it's out of his hands and it's in the FBI, then why is Nanos speaking lately about specifics about this case?
Well, I think it even says online that he's still in charge. That's why I questioned her. I said, I'm really confused. I said, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't believe you. I think I'm in such shock that I keep repeating myself. I said, Kash Patel literally just said, we're in the assist position. She goes, I understand. Even our people here at the news station were a little surprised by that. I can just tell you who we are dealing with. And we were told that any information that comes in goes straight to the FBI, that they are now in control of this investigation. And she goes, that's what we've been told. And I said, okay. I said, well, then I believe you. So, there was also something that she said that I can't find online today. She said that Derek Colella yesterday, it just came across their news desk. She goes, it's, we're a news station, so we get information before other people do. We're able to get that directly. I guess a new judge was put in on his case, a new federal judge. And because the other one that he was dealing with, I guess, retired and was always going to retire. Apparently, the case took a while getting there. She said there were constant delays, and that judge ended up having to retire. And now it's a lady judge that's in charge of this, I thought is what she said. And as of yesterday, his plea of guilty was officially accepted. And I said, I'm confused. I thought that happened like a couple weeks ago. And she said, no. And I said, well, they said that he got probation, like 5 years, and that he is now in rehab. And she was like, well, he hasn't been sentenced. There's no
Zips is new judge, federal U.S. District Judge Zips. You said a female judge?
That's what she said.
Yeah, I heard that because you finalized. So basically, the judge that was there that day when he had his first appearance retired, and now this new judge basically just got the paperwork and signed off on it. Right? Is that kind of
that's what she said? She said it's official that he is officially pleaded guilty and the plea has been accepted. And that what I asked her, I said, Now, what about I think everybody was upset. They're like, we hear from the FBI that we're going to, punish you to the fullest extent of the law. Anybody that's taking the Guthrie family and extorting money from any family is going to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. And basically you got to, and then sent to rehab. We're like, I don't know what's happening. So I told her, I said, I'm so sorry I'm taking up so much of your time. She goes, no, you're fine. I said, well, I'm now intrigued. I said, I thought that he had, and she goes, no, that was a suggestion. That was a suggested sentence. He has not been sentenced yet, and we are still waiting on a date.
Very interesting, Jennifer. How does the viewers find you?
You're very kind. I appreciate it. We're at Thornbridge X Unfiltered. And we're new, and we appreciate everybody that's coming over, and we appreciate your army. Boy, you've got a lot of really awesome people that have been extremely kind. Look, I've had a couple trolls. We're all going to have them, but really overwhelmingly, it's been very positive. They appreciate that I'm, backtracking the information like you do. It's like, I mean, if you put information out there, and we're not real journalists, we're not detectives, we're not, it's like, bring the receipts. So I don't mind showing I called the FBI. I absolutely did. I've gotten no phone calls back from Enton, Brian, Ashley Banfield. I was trying to find anybody, that could possibly take this, and maybe their own people know somebody like Cajun Navy or something. I don't know. I just feel like if they had some cadaver dogs even to just help them in the general vicinity that they think it is, she did say it's extremely vast, the area that he gave her. And he's trying to pinpoint it.
Like where by Nogales?
It's near the Nogales border. And apparently that's where they were met. They did not describe who they were met by or how many of his 1, 2. And it's in the Mariposa, Sonora area. And if you look at the map, it's literally right outside of Nogales proper, the border.
East or
right
west?
at the border.
East or west of the border entry in Nogales? East or west?
The way I understand it, I think it's slightly east. And I have pictures. I'm happy to send them to you. She sent me 15 photographs. She was trying to explain to me in Spanish what it looks like. It's definitely the wall is there, but there's gates underneath it, is what she kept calling them, were gates that like left wildlife out, is what she said. Damien, does this sound familiar, or JLR? Have you guys seen this?
Well, I mean, like we do have, they actually just opened it this week, or they're going to.
Yeah, those things are hard to prop open though, for the regular cartel ain't opening those things.
Well, no, I'm talking about like there's small gates on the bottom. She showed them to me. They're all open. It's like gates for animals to like, I'm like, well, if an animal can get under it, a human can. It was kind of interesting. She said it's for letting wildlife, but that apparently it was in that general area that they were received. And that's why I guess it was a little precarious and how they lost her slipper. And she said that she pleaded with him for more information because she said, unfortunately, you find discarded, you find discarded clothing everywhere. And he said, well, look for a slipper.
Well, and the thing is I do have a connection with Telemundo, and they're really into Nogales. Like they, obviously they live, some of them live there. So I could get you in touch with this real, I mean, he's a great reporter.
Wow.
And that person, they know Nogales. So they could probably, you could describe what and they would be like, oh, I know where that is. That's how these kind of, I sent the email.
That's very nice of you. I appreciate it. You guys have been very kind. I think it's been interesting to see. For me, I thought when you're in the true crime community, isn't it about, sharing is caring? Like we all share the information we find. And then if we're not sure about the source, then we check it and we get it, some credibility on that and make sure it's reliable information. But I think it's been really cool to see how many, like your people, Damien, Alex, and JLR have, I mean, I can't tell you the amount of, I'm like, I don't even know these people. Some of them are like, I'm a mod for so-and-so. I heard what you're trying to do. I sent a message and we'll just see if somebody calls you back. So I really appreciate the support in this. I just think if it was my mom, I would want to know this and I would want it vetted and at least find out if it's fake, then it's fake, but if there's even a glimmer of a chance that it's real, wouldn't you want to know?
Absolutely. So you're saying east of Nogales?
I thought it was. Was it east or west? Because you did the map on it. Where they're searching. I'm sorry, I'm asking my husband. Hold on.
Yeah,
Oh, it is west. It's west on the border. He said it's
Okay,
just west.
Yes, I know exactly this, but that's what I was starting to think. So the spot
Apparently,
here,
they call it kind of the killing fields of Mexico, right there.
so all in this area here, just west of the port of entry in Nogales. I've made videos there. It's double
And when
walls.
you-
it is the cat.
Hold on, I'll show you something.
Hold on, I'll show something too. Let me see. I think I know it's between there and Sassabee. So
It makes sense because Sassabee is a big cartel stronghold.
Okay, so I got, and by the way, there's another girl that, boy, she's been amazing. Inner Strength. Some of you may know her as that on YouTube. Wow, has she worked her butt off trying to help me? She was talking. She's a mod for one person. She went to other mods. Oh, she's in the chat, I guess. So somebody just texted me, said she's in the chat. Inner Strength, you're amazing. She's got worked overtime trying to help me with this. So I have the pictures. Hold on. This is from, yeah, if anybody's, we're not saying the cartel is involved. We're saying that we think, apparently, the only thing I know, I don't know who's involved. I interviewed somebody who said that their information is coming from the Nogales Mafia. The gentleman that calls, it's the same guy every time. He's called 8 times. Who would do this to an old lady? He let it out that he was paid by somebody from Arizona to just dump a body. That was the extent of his work. Was here you go, here's the body, dump it. That was it. And you know, I think what people need to understand is this organization is called all the time. And I said, what is your success rate? She goes, well, the last 14 calls that I got, we found 14 bodies. And 14 tips. She goes, one of the graves that we just found had 25 in one pit. So these people are doing work that none of us ever want to have to do. And to her, she said, I don't care about the who, I don't care about the what or the why. My job is to get these loved ones that have been missing and, you know, emmed to their loved ones. That's my only job. That's our only purpose. We don't care about the money. We don't care about prosecuting somebody. We just want to get these bodies into their final resting places with their loved ones. So to me, that really resonated. And like I said, I'm going to reiterate this again. They never once asked for money from us. They never once asked, will we pay them for an interview? None of that. I was actually really impressed. And when I asked my friends about them, they were very familiar with this organization. In fact, one of the interpreters that I called originally, it was my friend's cousin. She said she's just better at speaking English than I am. I mean, I understand her fine, but she didn't feel like she was polished enough in English to go on TV, you know, like on a recording. And so she asked her cousin, and she called me back and she said, no. And I said, what? Why? I said, I'll, you know, I can pay her for her time if that's, you know, time is, and she goes, no, it's not about that. She knows this organization. They're real. They do real work. They're legit. But unfortunately, a lot of who they're finding is because of the cartel. And so she's scared. She doesn't want, and I said, well, I won't show her face. She goes, I tried. So that's what I did with my last interpreter. We hid her face. We did only a first name. That's it. So here's the photos.
Hold on. So this is the book. I just wanted to show this is west of Nogales. This is a hot spot where for years things would go back and forth.
Okay.
Changes and stuff, whether it was human trafficking, people crossing in illegally, fentanyl, drugs, all types of activity. You know, I was out here when they were kind of fixing the wall area there. But
is this the actual video when you were there?
Yeah, this is another video. I really never shared this before, but then I got confronted by these people with pickup trucks, came at me in orange and was like going like this and messing with me and stuff. I guess they didn't want to be filmed or something like that, but they came at me. He was complaining that I was filming them, doing all the work and everything like that.
Wow.
It's a road. It's called Border Road, but it goes all the way down, all the way to Sassabee, more or less. But there's numerous spots there. at one point chunks of wall, but were gone. But I think the wall's pretty tight now, but people are still coming in and doing shady things to
Well,
this
this
day.
is what she sent me. And she sent me multiple pictures of the area that he sent her into.
Can you put that as close as you can to the screen?
I don't know if it's gonna zoom in enough. Because my camera.
Yeah. No, I got
what
you.
I mean, it's gonna try and do my hand or something. I don't know. That's why I was trying to bring it back. So
rolling hills of west of Nogales.
So that was the big thing that she showed me, that, and I don't know if you can see, but there's a slight break, kind of what you were talking about. And she said there's gates underneath it. And
Yeah,
then
so
this is them searching for Nancy. She gave me pictures from them. That is the creek bed that they're in. That's not a creek. That's a huge riverbed. And then I'll show you another picture. See, and then find the tree with the burnout roots. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like a needle in a haystack.
So I'm told, is that the Mothers of Sonora?
This is the Bascunda. It's Bascundo. I'm sorry, Bascundo Corazones. Excuse my Spanish. Anybody that speaks Spanish.
Okay.
So it's Finding Hearts, and this is them searching. And she's like, you don't understand. Like this is a vast area. This is one of the trees that they thought was burnt out roots. And they were looking at, and she did an up close. There's one of the police officers there to guard them. And then this is her showing. She said, I want to show you, we find articles of clothing all over. And she was like, so it's hard, but now you can see there's some of them showing up, police, guarding them. There's more police. So the police I find it interesting that Nanos is saying the authorities haven't contacted him, but they're there looking with her. And this was another tree. She was like, I mean, I've done everything I can to try and go out, but she goes, I don't care how many times I have to go out. I'll go out every time he calls and every time he tells me that I need to be in a different spot.
Mm-hmm. So interesting, Jen. And thank you for coming on and sharing.
Thanks for asking.
The whole experience and everything like that. And stay on it. Stay on it.
I'm trying. I'm trying to get in touch. I have a person that I'm trying to get in touch with that I want to know more about this claim, because I think all of us are not naive enough to think that anybody that may have been involved in this is not keeping an eye on YouTubers and what we're saying. Apparently, it is accurate that the FBI does. I spoke to 4 FBI agents, by the way. 4 of them are retired. They're all retired agents. All of them own security companies. I spoke to one specifically. He ended up talking to me for 2 hours. He's out of the Arizona area. His wife is currently with the FBI. And he said he knows a little bit about the case. I thought it was interesting that the 4 retired FBI agents that I called, they're all specialized in hostage situations, kidnappings, abductions, missing people, evidence collection. So this was their game when they were in it, and that's why I wanted to talk to him. I said, I have some skepticism of an anonymous tip. And he said, why? And I said, well, because I'm tired of Savannah Guthrie saying, oh, it's completely anonymous. And we will even do what did she call it? A clean exchange or at the post office for money. I'm like, so the post office doesn't have cameras and somebody's not going to jump out at you and be like, here you go, and we're nabbing you. I said, it just doesn't, that's not anonymous. I don't know any of you that have gone to the post office lately, but I can tell you right now, there's cameras everywhere. It just didn't feel anonymous. And I told him I'm extremely skeptical of this. So you've got a mom or maybe somebody that was just the driver, but they didn't grab her. They didn't know what was going on. They just said, come pick me up. And the next thing they know, they've got, some old lady in the back. Like, what are we doing? And what if they want to turn this person in? I mean, we're talking about $1.25 million here at stake. And he said, I can tell you right now that I have personally been involved in a case where we went to court and the judge was, and the defense attorney was trying to get us to give up our source. And me and another agent were willing to go into contempt. We take our anonymous sources extremely seriously. And I'm trying to get more information on the fact that if you do know what's going on with this, like this guy, and you want to broker a deal to turn these people in, but stay anonymous and get yourself protected from being, caught up in this too. What is that going to look like? In my mind, I'm going to have to pay a retainer fee. Is this pro bono? Because you're going to get something out of it. But, even my brother-in-law said it's kind of difficult sometimes to get the reward money. So it just made me skeptical about some of how this situation goes down for people that might be involved. So
well, stay on with me right now, because I don't know if this is new, but it's being posted right now on a couple accounts. FBI Director Kash Patel responds to Nanos comments about inaccurate information. So I think Patel has just responded to Nanos giving those interviews and everything like that. Pima County Sheriff's FBI Director made inaccurate comments about Nancy Guthrie case, and it's Sean Hannity. I think Kash Patel was just on Sean Hannity.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if this is old or what, but I think
I know he was on Sean Hannity a while back.
Yeah.
So unless he's done a second one.
Yeah, there was a second one. No, that's new. That's new.
It's new, right?
Yeah, that's new.
All right. So let me this is a clip. Let me see.
I'm going to look over on my other screen here.
All right, let's listen in and see what this is a thing. Let's see.
You were able to use your connections to get that videotape of that guy trying to cover that camera, the biggest breakthrough in the case. He's saying this today, and I know it all to be a lie. Your reaction?
Look, Sean, the FBI, the world's premier law enforcement agency, is here to help in every missing persons case. And just like most missing persons cases, they're state-led cases because the state has a jurisdiction. And in this case, like others, we offered our help from day one. And if we'd gotten to some of that information and evidence earlier, you just outlaid what we did and what we can do. But the state has the right and the sheriff has the right to conduct his investigation, and he has the right to own it as well. They sent the DNA to a private laboratory, which took 6 weeks. We offered Quantico from Jump, the world's best laboratory. And of course, we worked with our private sector partners at Google brilliantly to show you that imagery and data from the Ring doorbell. But had we gotten there days earlier and access to it, we could have gotten more out of the cache data that was set to auto delete because there was no subscription service to that product.
So in other words, if you got it earlier, if you were brought in earlier, they could have had the best people, the latest, greatest advanced technology, and they didn't have it. Let me talk to you about on day one. And you were willing to help them on day one. Am I correct in that, sir?
Yep.
Whoa! No, it looks like they're going back and forth now, using media outlets to go back and forth.
And did you notice how he didn't say that Pima County was in charge?
Yeah, exactly. He said the sheriffs were in charge.
No, listen to it again. It was very strategic the way he said it.
Let me listen again, because I thought he said that's a state case. Let me go. Okay,
He
I'll
said
play.
he has the right to conduct his own investigation.
Okay, let me play. Interesting.
You were able to use your connections to get that videotape of that guy trying to cover that camera, the biggest breakthrough in the case. He's saying this today, and I know it all to be a lie. Your reaction?
Look, Sean, the FBI, the world's premier law enforcement agency, is here to help in every missing persons case. And just like most missing persons cases, they're state-led cases because the state has a jurisdiction. And in this case, like others, we offered our help from day one. And if we'd gotten to some of that information and evidence earlier, you just outlaid what we did and what we can do. But the state has the right and the sheriff has the right to conduct his investigation, and he has the right to own it as well. They sent the DNA to a private laboratory, which took 6 weeks. We offered Quantico from Jump, the world's best laboratory. And of course, we worked with our private sector partners at Google brilliantly to show you that imagery and data from the Ring doorbell. But had we gotten there days earlier and access to it, we could have gotten more out of the cache data that was set to auto delete because there was no subscription service to that product.
So in other words, if you got it earlier, if you were brought in earlier, they could have had the best people, the latest, greatest advanced technology, and they didn't have it. Let me talk to you about other.
You see what I'm saying?
On day one. And you were willing to help them on day one. Am I correct in that, sir?
Yep.
thoughts,
Yep.
folks. But it's still, see, they're both sides are saying totally different things. You know, Kash Patel, you know, the reports were out that they were iced out for 4 days, the first 4 days iced out. And, you know, Kash Patel again says today he wanted to be there from day one. And if he would have been at day one, they could have probably got more video.
Well, Nano said they were there right away, and that's where the misconnection is the FBI has a local Tucson office. They sent a representative out there, but he's just there, right? He's not investigating. He's just, so Nanos did say, hey, the FBI was there, but it wasn't the full force of the FBI. It was one representative that was kind of getting the information and then passing it out. But the real FBI, the guys with the machines and they didn't show up till 4 days. So that's where Nanos is saying, oh, they were there, but they really weren't. It was one guy who showed up who's the representative. So I think that's where they, you know, they're both saying they were right. That makes sense.
I had somebody that just said that they tried to Google the interview to send it to me, and she said it looks like it may have been from earlier. She said she's not for sure, but that may have been. But either way, I think it was very strategic what he said, which was they have a right to their own investigation. And I think the bigger point in that was what Damien's saying. They had a person that's a FBI representative, but I don't think it's I guess there's different divisions of the FBI. Like you said, it's a local agent, but it's not the field office like from Phoenix is what I'm understanding. Is that right, Damien?
Yeah. So basically, you know, a case happens, any kind of case that, you know, like the FBI would be called out. They'll send out one guy. Well, he's going to take a report and send it out to, okay, hey, this is the situation. So it sounds like he went out there and then, you know, the FBI should have been there and took over the whole entire case. And the sheriff should have been like, whoa, you guys we'll listen to you. But the Nanos and his team took charge, cleared the scene, you know, or gave the scene away to the families, and then went back to their office. And if they would have brought the FBI in right away without waiting 4 days, they would have got that cachet, more images, more video, maybe.
Well, and I think the bigger thing was the DNA. It's like I've heard a lot of people, and we've kind of had, you know, rumblings back and forth on our, you know, feelings on not even disagreements, just feelings on how it should have been. And when I bounced it off of my brother-in-law, like, what do you think of this? Like, Nanos took his DNA, and instead of giving it to the FBI, who was apparently they had a plane on the tarmac with 50 agents ready to go. He held them off for 4 days. They had a different representative that's not part of the main portion of the FBI there, but they weren't allowed in until, like you said, they'd already released it to the family like in 30 something hours. So they weren't allowed in until several days later. Well, by that point, the crime scene had been released. Now it's considered contaminated.
Right.
And he had that plane there specifically to take any DNA evidence back to Quantico. Well, people are like, well, that other one that Nano sent it to is an excellent lab in Florida. And I've heard the same thing. What I understand is and I'm going to say the wrong wording, but I'll try to give you the phrase. And maybe one of you knows it. It's keeping that evidence in one contact, right? And so it's, what do they call that, Glenn? Shoot.
We got another sheriff.
The chain of custody. Sorry, I just remembered it. My brain kicked in. Thank God. So chain of custody. So if you break the chain of custody, in other words, Nano sent it by like FedEx or something. So you've now broken the chain of custody. If it stays within the FBI, it's on the FBI plane to an FBI lab. There's no chain of custody issues. And I didn't see that as that big of a deal. But from what I understand from a prosecutorial position, that's a very big deal, because anytime there's been a break in a chain of custody with evidence, it leaves it open to be dissected and ripped apart by prosecution. I mean, by a defense attorney. So
listen, we got another Sheriff Nanos interview that just got posted by Fox 10 Phoenix. He sat down with Fox 10 Phoenix this evening. So there's a report that they just posted 7 minutes ago. See, we're getting it Oh, let me get this up in the pipeline here. Fox 10 Phoenix spoke exclusively with Nanos. I don't know what this interview's about, but you can clearly see Nanos is here speaking to one of the reporters. So let me put Andy and Tomato down. Let me fill the screen, and we'll get more info, maybe some new stuff that we haven't heard, maybe not.
6 months after Nancy Guthrie was taken from her Tucson home, the search for answers has turned into a fierce debate over the investigation itself.
Public frustration is mounting, and much of the heat is falling on local law enforcement, the sheriff, to be exact. Our Megan Spector sat down with the Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos to learn more.
Sheriff Chris Nanos continues to defend his team's work, telling us investigators are still following active leads. But as frustration grows, so do questions about how this case has been handled since day one. Do you feel that you're any closer today to finding Nancy than you were 6 months ago?
Absolutely. I think every day we get closer.
6 months later, still no sign of Nancy Guthrie or answers about who took her. But the sheriff's department says their work has not stopped.
It's not a standstill. Every day they are working. The ransom notes, trying to track those down. We have crime labs from all around the country working together on looking at the DNA we have. And that continues.
But as time passes, the focus has shifted from the initial clues to the people leading the hunt. FBI Director Kash Patel has publicly and repeatedly criticized Nanos and local law enforcement, accusing them of shutting federal investigators out during the initial phases of the investigation. The sheriff maintains that's simply not the case.
Day one, I was on, their task force came out along with our detectives, and they worked that case together. A day and a half later, we had a press conference, and who's on the stage with the sheriff? Not just the FBI agent in charge here in Tucson, but the FBI agent in charge of all of Arizona.
There's also been heavy criticism over the handling of evidence, but Nanos says the Division of Labor was collaborative from the start.
Day one, the forensics for video, the decision was, FBI, you guys are the experts here. You got better equipment and forensics analysis abilities there. Take it. And they did. We took the DNA. Oh, you keep the FBI lab from it. No, it's about sharing looking at all the work in front of you and parsing out the work.
Nanos chalks the friction up to miscommunication being passed up the chain of command.
I'm just going to speculate that may have been what happened for the director. But clearly we didn't block them. We didn't keep them out of there. We delayed calling them. That is so silly.
As detectives continue testing and sorting through tips, Nanos says he won't let public speculation deter his department's mission, bringing Nancy Guthrie home.
We really believe someone out there knows something. Somebody knows where she is. And we need that person to call us.
We've reached out to the FBI multiple times for an interview about their investigation into the alleged ransom notes. They denied our request. The family is still offering a $1 million reward for information that leads to the recovery of Nancy.
Okay. All right. So yeah, let me put you guys back in, put you all to the side so we can full screen view it. What's up? What do you think?
It sounded like repeat to me. I mean, I didn't hear. I mean, obviously, he said exactly those same words.
That's like the fifth interview Nanos has given in the last 24 hours, right? He's been cranking them out, 101s.
But it's just the same old, and it's I mean, again, I think the important thing to understand here is that when I talked to my brother-in-law again, 20 plus years, homicide detective in Kansas City, they've seen a lot. And the minute I showed him this, and I had him on our episodes because he didn't know about the case. And people are like, this guy doesn't know a lot. I'm like, that's literally why we had him. I wanted somebody that did not have a herd mentality of where this case could have gone, should have gone, what was done, what wasn't done. I really wanted a completely fresh perspective on this case. And when off camera, we talked to him about it a little bit more in depth because he had a lot more questions once we did the first episode. And he goes, this is just complete amateur hour. I said, really? I mean, do you think there's even a chance that they're going to be able to find anything? Oh, he goes, yeah, there's a chance. He goes, look, there's a lot that people don't know about homicide cases. And he goes, and I know I said this to you before, he goes, but there's usually 4 scenes. This is not the only scene. He goes, there could have been a pre-scene. This could have been scene 1, or this could have been scene, 1.5. We don't know. And he said, so you get what you can. And he said, there's been times that they themselves have turned things back, or released the scene within 24 hours. And I said, really? And he said, now I will say, I'm just by looking at the photos that you showed me of the time it was released, these things stand out to me as, why is this still here? And I guess everybody can guess what he was talking about. The mat and the bracket that the camera was on. He thought that was very odd that would not be taken when obviously the camera was taken. He said, whether you have the video footage or not, you want to take anything that could possibly have any, trace of who was there. So he was a little disappointed in that, but he said he feels pretty strongly that there's a very strong chance that they got a lot of information from inside that house, even though we feel like it was fumbled. But the chain of custody, guys, is the biggest thing. And I think that was the frustration with the FBI, is that most of the time, and when I mentioned this to my brother-in-law, he goes, we would have prayed for the FBI to be involved. It was like, he goes, they have technology that we just don't have. He goes, the other thing that people don't realize maybe is that when Pima County is processing DNA, that comes out of Pima County's pocket. When the FBI processes the DNA, there is no pocket that it comes out of. It's the government is paying for it. It's not depleting funds from Pima County. So he said it's hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not, very north of that, that has been spent on this case, which is perplexing to him that they would drain their own funds and not let the FBI absolutely take as much of a place in this as possible.
He doesn't like the FBI.
Well, he wanted a Netflix show. Let's be honest.
Thank you for stopping by, Jen.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you inviting me. And again, if you want to see the episode, we were co-hosting. We had a co-host of Patriot Pride, and Adam and Mike are great, and they really tried to help. And I appreciate you and Damien and Alex trying to help us get this word out too. And we appreciate all of you for letting us talk.
You have a blessed day. Take
You
care.
too.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Look what we got.
Hey, what's going on?
There he is.
Ted, how's it going?
What's going on? What's going on? Good to see you.
Is that a Blackhawks jersey?
Oh yeah, we got Patrick Kane coming.
Oh
back
wow.
Yeah.
So what do you got? How you doing?
No, it was good. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say hey to everybody. I was out with a coworker. She actually was like, holy cow, she's a filler and Juvederm rep. So for filler and Botox. And she's like, she knows who I am. And she's like, Ted Investigates. Holy cow, you got your own thing now. Me and my husband watch your show. We love it. So I'm like, holy cow. And so we just sat back and we broke some bread and had a few cocktails and had some chips and salsa. And then we, parted ways. But yeah, no, it was a fun time. Sorry I couldn't come on earlier. That lady had a lot of good things to say. It's great to see you, Damien. Go Blackhawks, baby. Patrick Kane.
Nice.
Here we go.
We need to do a hockey game.
Yeah, let's do it. It'd be good. Yeah, for sure.
Are you down to go to Chicago, JLR, and have Ted show us around Chicago?
September.
Yeah. When?
September. You said Kanye West homecoming.
Kanye West is going to New Orleans beforehand.
Oh, that's right. Okay. All right. So we'll go to New Orleans.
Maybe not. All right, Ted, what do you think about the latest developments? Have you been paying attention? You seeing what's going on?
Today I've been got busy with my job. I did see the real smart 17-year-old boy talk to nanos. I thought that was really funny how he was catching them up with a lot of questions. I saw Tucson with the shooting last night. You going to that shooting site? That was crazy. What's the latest developments on the case right now? I didn't keep track today, and I apologize.
Yeah, well, I haven't heard anything. We've had a lot of stuff going on. We had another one where they're saying it might be a hate crime, or rumors are saying, but a woman, 65 years old, was punched, and she died. And a black man had punched her, and now so they're saying that it was possibly you know, that, and I don't know, but it's just sad because this guy, he looks like, seriously, like
Tyson?
Mr. T, and this woman, you know, go on my ex and you'll see, and she didn't make it. So actually her son just emailed me and wants me to do a big story on that. So, and then we had the mass shooting in Tucson. I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on in Tucson. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, AJW's in the chat. Nice to see you. Where is
What's
he?
up, AJW? What's up?
AJW, if you want to come into the chat, does anyone have a way to reach him? Do you have his contact? If he wants to come in, he can come in if he wants. Anybody have a way to?
Let me check.
AJW, you want to come in and say hi? See how it's going? Shout out to you each and every day. AJW out there each and every day looking for Nancy and all over the place.
Are we going to go to Tucson this weekend? Are you thinking, or is the temperature too hot?
I personally think the temperature's too hot. What's your plans, Ted?
I know. I'm looking at
flights today. I kind of put a smile on my face when I see it. I don't know what it is.
I was. It's only like from where I'm at, $276 one way to Tucson. It was crazy.
Really?
Yeah, because it's usually like $500-600, isn't it? I don't know. So.
You ready to do something in Tucson?
Yeah, I think I am. I'd love this. You know what I want to do too, and like outside of the Nancy thing, what Damien was talking about was that bear extravaganza, like where we could go chase down grizzly bears or check them out.
Oh, Arizona. Yeah, Arizona. Yeah, that's up near the Grand Canyon, Flagstaff. I mean, it's obviously cooler up there, you know?
Yeah.
So KVOA put out a new article or a new new live or new report. KVOA, everyone's jumping in. KVOA. Let's see what KVOA, how they're reporting on the case. You know, a lot of us in the chat are very critical of KVOA. They got a new Nancy Guthrie story out that they just put out less than an hour ago. Let's put that up.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'd love to check that out.
Let's see what's going on with the KVOA. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. Let's rock. KVOA with a new Nancy Guthrie report.
Today, just days before the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie hits the 6-month mark, Pima County deputies are out with a new message on social media. News for Tucson's Andrew Capasso has covered the case since the night Nancy Guthrie was reported missing. He has more on the message from investigators and where the case stands right now.
Good evening. This is that message from Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos on social media. There's a lot of information here, but he says it boils down to one thing. The investigation, almost 6 months later, is far from cold.
A cold case is simply that. I have no leads. There's nothing I can look at. I'm waiting for somebody to call me. I'm waiting for something to happen that will get me further in this. But that is not the case. We're still working the case.
DNA and digital evidence analysis remains the focus of this investigation tonight. That has been the key part of this for months.
We have so much DNA to sort through. We have so much in terms of video evidence to look at.
The message from the sheriff going on to say that evidence and analysis is, quote, complex and time sensitive. And while the sheriff says many people could have a hard time understanding the complexity of this case,
it's just really hard for, I think, the community or the public to understand how these cases work and how they evolve.
He says the answer to solving it could still be one call or one tip away.
Somebody out there knows. And we think it's somebody right here in Tucson. Oh! Somebody knows.
And in this post, the sheriff coming down on what Savannah Guthrie said on Instagram just this week. Savannah talking directly to whomever took her mom, saying it's never too late to do the right thing. I'm Andrew Capasso, News 4 Tucson.
Interesting. Wow. And were they saying now there's 4 strands of DNA they have? Was that today or yesterday? They broke that too?
I don't know, man. He was wearing I don't think they got the exclusive with Nanos today because Nanos seems like he's wearing a different outfit today with all the other networks. He was wearing white in that one. And I thought I've heard that before about a lot of the DNA and video evidence.
Interesting.
I don't think that was today, Tucson. The clip they played with Nanos. I don't think that's today Nanos speaking to KVOA, is it?
He might have done
Yeah.
it 2-day thing. You know, it seems like maybe over the 2 days he probably scheduled people, but you know what the big thing is all these interviews. But who did he snub? Inton.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brian Inton flew out here, and Brian said he's been trying for a while to get an interview.
Yeah, what is that? Let's talk about that, because you know, Enton's relentless. I think he's doing a phenomenal job. He gets exclusives. You know, he's there. He's liked. A lot of people like him. A lot of people call Enton the true crime in GOAT, the GOAT of true crime. They really do. I think he's a wonderful guy. I think he's kind, generous, respectable. He can't get an interview with Nanos.
No, and that's the thing is it's actually
there's an old interview with him. They talked before, way back, but you know, and Enton just said it yesterday. And he did like a short when he was out in front of the house, or the day before, last couple of days. He can't get an interview with Nanos. Why?
Yeah, it's crazy. But Nanos is giving that young guy the interview, which I thought he did a great job. I mean, to be that age, so impressive.
Nanos is scared of Enton.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
For
here
sure.
what I think is Enton is also tied to News Nation, right? And News Nation, you know, I don't think Nanos likes. Obviously, they were doing all the reports. They're the one who broke the story on Nanos, you know, kind of doing all his shenanigans. So to me, yeah, obviously it was done on purpose. But here's what the question is. Does Brian Enton respond, or does he just pretend like it never happened? And I mean, he did mention it, but wouldn't you go on? I mean, is he going to go on and be like, what the heck? I was out here. He gave all these interviews to other people. To me, that's a problem.
Yeah.
It's a problem. He won't talk to any of us either. He won't talk to certain people, that the relentless people in this case. Now, he might say, all YouTubers are unprofessional. I'm not talking to those goofballs. Whatever. He has his opinions. That's fine. But he's not talking to Enton. Enton wants to talk to him. Enton said he wants to talk to him. Monica says Nanos is intimidated.
Wow.
Because Enton would ask him. Enton doesn't play when it comes to this. Enton will ask him those tough questions and discrepancies and everything like that and try to get some clarity to things.
You know who I would really like to ask Nanos tough questions is that Jesse Weber asks pretty tough questions too. If you follow Jesse Weber, that guy doesn't mess around either.
He's part of the News Nation, like Tucson said. News Nation. He tries to avoid News Nation.
Yep.
News Nation was the last media outlet, national media outlet that was camped out in front of the home. One of the first there and one of the last there. They were the last there. And then was YouTubers, but News Nation was the last one holding it down.
Yep.
Nanos, speaking to
right
Brian.
back.
Ted, what are you doing?
Oh, I hear my son. I'm sorry, my son got back from surgery a few days ago, so I'm hearing him and he's pounding upstairs. So I'm gonna have to run upstairs real quick and kind of hang out with him for a little bit to get him to go to bed.
All right, stay safe out there, Ted.
All right, guys. Damien, everybody, see you guys soon. Hopefully this.
Yeah,
case
let me
gets
know
solved.
what the plan is when you guys got it.
Okay, I will.
Bye, Ted.
Bye, guys.
Every time I see Ted, I just smile. It's interesting. Ted's great. We had a Bad Mama, I think, or we had somebody in the chat that was waiting for a long time. If you want to talk, come on back. I'm sorry I jumped Ted ahead of you. Ted's part of the crew. We got to see what's up. Okay, so there is another clip. There's a Megyn Kelly clip today. What's she saying? She's speaking to Cold Red Podcast and Maureen O'Connell.
Yeah, that's that Maureen O'Connell who said a while back, oh, it's almost solved. Remember, I think about a month ago she started.
She said it was almost getting solved. Let's see what they have to say. Shout out to Megyn Kelly.
Yeah, and this is just a little like 15 minutes, I think, but she has like no, I haven't watched it, but she has like a longer one, you know, where she goes, you know, it's an hour long. This is just a little snippet of their interview with them. So she'll be pretty good.
Hold on. I want to get Bad Mama in here because she's been waiting. Hi, Bad Mama.
Hi, let me can't find the remote to
mute my TV. Okay, here I am.
How's it going? Thanks for your
Good.
patience.
Yeah, stopped to get up and get something to eat. Well, I had a few little random items, and then with the people talking, I added a few more comments to my list. I guess we'll start with, why is Savannah suddenly making this statement? And I hope this is not true, but I have an idea. They've said, we really have no good leads. Our best shot right now is that this sort of sympathetic person that wrote this second note. So trying to communicate with them, that honestly might be our best shot at getting a lead right now. I kind of hope that's not true, but I feel like
Last ditch Hail Mary.
yeah. Not that, there's a lot of data to go through, but, since we don't have like a person specific with really good data, this would be an option. And just randomly, I think I've said this before, but the whole Nanos and Mexico and Patel thing, I think he very quickly dismisses anything with a Mexico connection, because that would put it in the FBI's more total control.
At this point, why doesn't he let him have control? I mean, it doesn't, nothing's. It seems like. I get what you're saying.
Nanos
it's just an ego thing.
But I also noticed that Nanos has been very dismissive of anytime cartel or any Mexico connection brings up. He's very defensive and doesn't want to talk about stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, he did share. We got the #1 border county in length of border. He said 100 and something miles of border in the nation. But he's just, because the rumor is speculation that he's cartel's got him. Cartel's pulling his strings. He's compromised with the cartel. But anything like dealing with Mexico and stuff, he doesn't want to talk about.
Yeah, right? He wants to shut that down.
Look the other way. That's his thing. Look the other way.
To that, I just noticed that. It's just something I use. I don't know if anyone else observed that.
Yeah, and I remember actually several weeks ago they were saying, don't call Pima County, call the FBI tip line. And I remember you getting, I'm tired of waiting online for FBI tip line. I'll call Pima County and someone will talk to you. But I think just the official tip line is all going through the FBI, but there's still people from Pima County and the FBI working all the, electronic data and all that. But officially in charge of the case, it's Pima County. And I've heard a few experts say that it will be a state case unless they do get solid, proof that, went over state lines or something. Although my understanding is as soon as she was missing for, 24, 48 hours, they could have taken it. But at this point, Patel might not really want it because he doesn't want it to go on his record as a case that he lost. He's happy for that to go on, Nanos's record. But right now, nobody really wants to own it because it's not turning out well.
The FBI does have jurisdiction. If the ransom notes are real, that's your jurisdiction.
Yeah, but I think it's kind of weird. I think somewhere I read that although they could, the county has to officially hand it to them. They could even at the end, if there are trials, there could be federal and state trials. But
that'd be Luigi Mangione example.
That's a mess. Why Savannah gave the $500,000 to the organization to find kids. I'm remembering that at that time there was some negative at the money being spent on this case compared to what would be spent if my mother was lost, and that family has money. There were even people talking about doing GoFundMe's. It's like, why would you do she's got money, So I think it was partially a response to that, for some goodwill with the public, that we're putting a reward for our mother, but we're also helping this organization. I really think that was just PR. And probably with some good intentions, but mostly good PR.
So I have the interview, the full interview Patel gave to Sean Hannity tonight. So I'm going to play that in a second.
The full one, so the one we watched earlier was just a snippet?
Yeah, so I got the full interview.
Okay.
I'll put that up. Bad Mama, I appreciate you stopping by.
All right.
Take care, Bad Mama.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. God bless you. So let me get this up. It got it up. They're posting it on X. So I found an account that has it. Where did it go? Oh my God, I lost it. Hold on. I have to go back to it here. Here we go. All right. Hold on. Here we go. All right. So here we go. Sean Hannity has FBI Director Kash Patel on his program. So I'm going to take off prime suspect and just put Nancy Guthrie discussion. That's rock volume. We're in.
All right, Nancy Guthrie is still missing tonight, and in fact, her case remains essentially unsolved. Now, the Pima County Sheriff has been overseeing the case since day one and the day she went missing. And there have always been questions about his handling of the case. But tonight, Sheriff Nanos is not announcing any new breakthroughs at all. Instead, he's actually lashing out at the director of the FBI. There's a story behind this. Take a look.
Director Patel, he has information flow to him from across the world, probably. Just as I get information, I've got 1,500 employees, and it gets up to me. Sometimes that information is filtered. It's not with any kind of intent, ill intent, or anything. It just happens. So I think that Director Patel heard information early on that just was inaccurate, and he certainly doesn't owe me an explanation or a question or anything. He's the director of the FBI. But when the information is put out there that's not accurate, I think it helps, it hurts the case. And so individuals like yourself to come out and ask for accurate information from me, I never have a problem answering.
All right, here to respond to that and much more is FBI Director Kash Patel. Director, please correct me if I'm wrong. Am I not correct in my understanding that he did not want the FBI involved in the very beginning? He did not send the evidence where it should have been sent, which would be to Quantico, the best equipment available. When the FBI finally was brought in, we finally got the biggest break in that case, which was you were able to use your connections to get that videotape of that guy trying to cover that camera, the biggest breakthrough in the case. He's saying this today, and I know it all to be a lie. Your reaction?
Look, Sean, the FBI, the world's premier law enforcement agency, is here to help in every missing persons case. And just like most missing persons cases, they're state-led cases because the state has a jurisdiction. And in this case, like others, we offered our help from day one. And if we'd gotten to some of that information and evidence earlier, you just outlaid what we did and what we can do. But the state has the right and the sheriff has the right to conduct his investigation, and he has the right to own it as well. They sent the DNA to a private laboratory, which took 6 weeks. We offered Quantico from Jump, the world's best laboratory. And of course, we worked with our private sector partners at Google brilliantly to show you that imagery and data from the Ring doorbell. But had we gotten there days earlier and access to it, we could have gotten more out of the cache data that was set to auto-delete because there was no subscription service to that product.
So in other words, if you got it earlier, if you were brought in earlier, they could have had the best people, the latest, greatest advanced technology, and they didn't have it. Let me talk to you about on day one. And you were willing to help them on day one. Am I correct in that, sir? And President Trump tweeted out that every federal resource would be made available to them. So then they send some of the evidence to some independent lab in Florida. Made no sense. I think we want to mention some of the successes the Bureau has been seeing under your leadership, the president's leadership.
Whoa, what happened here? Hold on. That's it. I don't know. They're supposed to play the whole thing. I don't know. That's it. Weird. So, what do you think, Tucson? Kind of already played that. But again, FBI iced out. Kash Patel's offering assistance day one. Who's telling the truth? Who's telling the truth here? Interesting. So interesting. So fascinating. So, I think this is going to be a issue moving forward here. And maybe this is all by design with the national media getting on Nanos's butt. Lighting each side so somebody would come out and share something. This could all be systematic here. Sides are taking sides, media favorable towards Nanos, gives out stuff, and other media outlets critical of Nanos might get out stuff and stirs the pot, creates a little bit of chaos. In this case, at least keeps Nancy's name out there, and then somebody will share some new information or something. We'll put pressure on somebody to give us something or share us a direction of what's going on, or solve this case.
Well, and it's like when I was just thinking when Trump released that message, he mentions Trump's name, and he said, "I think we have a solution soon." I think now I'm starting to think he was thinking that they were going to get more from the camera footage. That's the big piece, is if they wouldn't have that photo at the front door, what evidence would they have? I mean, that is literally the only piece of evidence we have on this case.
So I got one more clip to play. This is the Megyn Kelly and with Maureen O'Connell segment. DNA. It's always here at Megyn Kelly. She's still on this case. Megyn Kelly gets good interviews with people, experts. Shout out to Megyn Kelly. Let's listen to what was said here, because she just put this out too.
She stuck up for us too.
Sheriff Nanos talking here about the DNA. All right, he's been talking a lot, just not to anybody we recognize. But he came out and said, let's see, that there is so much DNA. He said there's so much DNA, which we'll play in 1 second from the Today Show. And then he talked about how they are submitting it to genetic genealogy. And that is great news, right? He says, hold on, we have here Sheriff Nanos on the DNA. This is from that same interview, the Sharp Exchange, July 28th. Hold on a second. Where is that, you guys? Him on with Sharp about the DNA. Yeah, SOT 30.
I think what you were asking is, are we at familial type of DNA, not just our genetic DNA?
Yeah.
Are we doing something to find, maybe it's the second cousin that,
yeah.
What I would tell you is both. We're doing all of it. And that's really the labs are doing it all. They're looking at genealogy, but they're also looking at specific pieces of evidence that they're hoping to get enough codi to say, this is who we're looking at.
That's good news. I mean, I'm thrilled to know that they're actually, Maureen, examining genetic genealogy, because we don't know what DNA exactly they're examining, but they must have taken DNA off of various places inside the home. And if they found at least a profile that matches itself, you know what I mean? They can tell, okay, this same person, we don't know who it was, could have been James Fitzgerald, but we can see that this same man was here at the bedpost, was here at the front doorknob, was here at the back door, but they don't have an ID. Now we're talking, because from that, they really can do potentially genetic genealogy to find a name.
It is great news, and it's news that we've been waiting for, and it also explains this long delay between the actual abduction, kidnapping, whatever we're calling it, to where we find ourselves right now. And this type of DNA, depending on what part of the world this person is from, can take 6 months or even longer. But I think they're going to be getting there. And a lot of it also had to do with the fact that the DNA was a mixture of DNA, which, as we've learned, is very challenging to separate sometimes.
He also said that the DNA is in labs across the country.
Yes.
Which is, I mean, that's good news. He says this in soundbite 29. Let's listen.
I think every day we're closer only because we have a lot of work ahead of us in terms of lab work, scientific work with DNA, working with not just our lab or the FBI lab, but labs across the country. All of these labs work together. They're sharing information. They're trying their best to find a way to get the science to work, to put together a variety of different pieces of DNA evidence to come up with a suspect.
All right, Fitz, can you help us understand that? Because what does he mean? It's not just at Quantico, and it's not just at that lab in Florida that we know he really likes and that has been verified as a good lab by people like you guys. But now labs across the country, he says, in terms of lab work, scientific work with DNA, labs across the country we're working with. And all of these labs work together, sharing information, trying their best to find a way to get the science to work.
Well, he put an S on the word lab, so there's at least 2. We don't know how many labs are being referenced here by the sheriff, but some of these labs, they do have different levels of expertise, different levels of experience, and very sort of niche or nuanced elements of the DNA analysis they go through. So maybe they felt and they may be taking the same specimens of DNA, splitting them up. I mean, some labs doing this, and then sending them out to other labs and let them work it simultaneously. That doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to me, but at least dividing up the different actual specimens of DNA samples and sending them to these different labs that can all handle this in somewhat different ways. Some may have an international focus that other labs don't have. I worked a case in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, a murder from 1975 as a profiler in the early 2000s. And just a few years ago, it was solved through familial DNA. At least one lab was involved here. And then actually they traced his family back to a small town in Italy, where a lot of people then migrated into Lancaster, Pennsylvania over the years. And
Italy.
I was glad to be a part of this. My profile wasn't far off from the guy who actually committed the murder, but these cases are amazing in what they can do. I grew up in Philly. The famous boy in the box case was finally resolved about 3 years ago, thanks to familial DNA and genealogical DNA, all that related. So there may be different experts at different labs doing this. And even some of the people who do the actual familial work, they're not like DNA experts in and of themselves. They know the basic processes, how it works. What they're really good at is going through birth records and media records and other type of census factors. And that's how they come up with the second cousin, as was referenced earlier, or someone like that, and start working it through there, winnowing through all these people. And you have like a funny uncle or someone in your family that always kept to himself, maybe has a familiarity with Tucson, maybe here's a little bit heavy set, and they put 2 and 2 together. They may get 100 suspects, so they can narrow it down to 5. They really accomplished something, and hopefully that's where they're going.
Can I add
I mean,
something?
Maureen, I'm now of the belief, after having interviewed Cece Moore multiple times, the godmother of this practice, genetic genealogy, that, and she told me this, you can't have a serial killer anymore in 2026 because this practice is just too good at identifying the DNA. But I'm now of the belief that as long as a person leaves any DNA at a crime scene, they can catch you. They can catch you. But the question here is, did he? Because the sheriff just says, oh, we have tons of DNA. We have so much DNA. He said that on the Today Show. Like so much DNA to sort through. In fact, we should play that. Can we play that soundbite? This is him on the Today Show.
The Pima County Sheriff, who's been heading the investigation, said the case is still very active.
We have so much DNA to sort through. We have so much in terms of video evidence to look at. So I'm still positive that we're going to resolve this case.
Okay. So that it's not as promising necessarily as it sounds, because I'm sure they do have tons of DNA from Nancy Guthrie's home. You know, if I went through your home or you went through my home, it'd be tons of. Find one piece of my DNA. They can't find anything in their databases. So they say we have unknown DNA. We don't know who it is, but they run it through their system. And my fourth cousin did go to Ancestry or 23andMe. CeCe Moore would want me to say right now, not really those two, only the public DNA database that where you choose to have your results uploaded for public consumption.
My Heritage and GEDmatch, yeah.
So he pops up there, and now they know they found a relative of the abductor. And then you get everything you can find out about that relative, their family trees, their mother's family tree, the father, where they come from, and that's what gets you closer and closer. Eventually you find your way over to Connecticut and Megyn Kelly, and then you find out, oh my God, did she buy a ticket to Tucson on that day? She did. Now you're closing in. Now you get my DNA directly from a discarded, Coke bottle or, tissue, whatever. And then you get the person. This is kind of what happened with Brian Kohlberger, too. But anyway, my whole point is I'm worried with him saying so many labs and so much DNA that this is still needle in a haystack territory, that they don't have a DNA profile that they're linking to the perp.
Well, like any other investigation, you have leads that go to the top of the pile and leads that you work your way down to after those leads are exhausted. And I think in this case, what he's saying, and hopefully what he means, is that there are a number of people that they have done familial genealogy on, and they have found out who they were, because they have to go all the way back to common grandparents and then work their way back down this way to the current generation. And then they have to work in concert with law enforcement to go out and interview relatives of, as you mentioned earlier. So it's law enforcement working with these genealogists, working with the DNA labs. And the reason they have these numerous labs is because there is, for example, one lab in California that specializes in getting full DNA profiles from a single hair, with an unrooted hair, before you had to have the root. Otherwise, you only get the mitochondrial, which is the mother's line of that. So, there are other ones that specialize in touch DNA, which is the one that Nanos sent the original DNA evidence to. And as long as it's an accredited lab, they have to jump through a ton of hoops to get that. It's almost like getting a 4-star rating for a resort. You have a lot of work to do to get to that point. And so if these are accredited labs, then their protocols are very similar or the same to the protocols of the FBI lab, and they work in conjunction with one another very, very well. So they're probably working down this list, and they may have gotten very close to the actual perpetrator's DNA. And it's not like there's only one team of genealogists, but even if there are 4 or 5 teams of genealogists, if they're going back to some tiny village in Croatia and trying to find where everyone went, it takes a long period of time and a lot of manpower.
But he didn't say it's with the genetic genealogist now. He said it's at multiple labs, so much DNA at multiple labs. And I'll tell you guys what Matt Murphy told me, who you guys know, and most of our audience knows, but he's amazing. He's a lifetime prosecutor. Now he's doing some defense work, mostly for cops. But he's put a lot of bad serial killers in jail and was tough to beat in a courtroom. And he says this: Nanos insisted on using a smaller lab in Florida and refused the offer from the FBI to use the lab at Quantico. No DNA test should ever take 6 months. And in case of a vulnerable person, no DNA test should take 6 days. He says Nanos is a clown. And the DA, Laura Conover, Soros-backed career defense attorney who was elected in 2020, is even worse. There's never been an adult in that room. I mean, I completely take him at his opinion, because he's a true expert on all of this. He's somebody who actually would have to get DNA to make his cases. It does seem like it's too long, Fitz. It seems like my gut tells me that they don't have anything, and that Nanos, you heard in that long rambling soundbite, like, why should I say she's dead? What good does that do? Okay, I get it. And we don't know she's dead, so you shouldn't say she's dead. But everything he does is just to sort of make it look like he's still juggling balls in the air, where I just don't believe him.
Well, yeah, I mean, and Megan, I was on with you within 2 or 3 days of the abduction itself, and we thought, days or now or a week we'd have this over with. I can't believe we're at the 6-month point. I think the sheriff somehow feels, quantity supersedes quality. So to say that it's multiple laboratories, well, that makes it sound like, wow, they're working even harder and getting these particular tests done. They really just
That rings so true, Fitz.
Quantity over quality is, a lot of people's excuses for making themselves or whatever the hell they're doing look right. So the bottom line is, I don't know if it's 2 labs, 4, 10. I think Maureen and I earlier tried to explain they do have different levels of experience and expertise at these labs, but it's really just find the one right lab and the multiple teams of these genealogists, familial genealogists that can then take that to the next step. That's what we need here. And again, this may in fact solve the case, but we can be talking about hundreds of separate samples of DNA, of touch DNA throughout that house. I'm sure they gave it up and opened the house up within 3 or 4 days. And, they were kind of criticized for that. And they said, yeah, we better go back in and start swabbing the entire house. And that's what they did.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold.
I think this is her selling.
Yep.
About gold. All right. So yeah, interesting. What do you think? Handling the case with different DNA, different types of DNA and different types of labs.
Yeah, you remember that one time we were on the banks of the Wash, and that woman came over.
Mm-hmm.
She was all dressed up, and she had a card, and she, I think it was live too, or maybe I don't know if she wanted to be on camera, but she was talking about how this is the future. But the one thing that has to happen is the perp's family member has to upload. Somebody has to upload their stuff to these these 2 sites. And so as much as we think, it could happen. I mean, how many people have you ever uploaded to those sites, or?
Ooh. Well, I'm in CODIS anyway. I'm in CODIS.
Well, what I'm saying is, as far as doing it that way, I think it's a very small number of people who have uploaded to those specific databases where they could access it. So I think it's still needle in a haystack kind of stuff. But, it is $1.2 million. And if someone, doesn't recognize who was at that front door and they're just, not saying it, they're staying quiet. Because that's a lot of money, so that's still out there.
So KVOA just put out a report on the notice of claims. Carlos, we'll put Carlos up. Carlos intends to sue, or might be suing the Pima County Sheriff's Department, including Sheriff Nanos, for $3.25 million for implying that he's the suspect in the case, and just the raid itself and him being detained and search warrants and all that stuff. He says that he wants $3.25 million, and it's a claim, and the claim is kind of like a beginning stages before litigation. So he's trying to offer them a settlement right now. If they reject the claim, then Carlos and his attorneys, he has attorneys, attorney firm in Phoenix, Arizona, could file a lawsuit against Nanos. Nanos could be getting sued. But KVOA actually did a report on that notice of claim. They just put this out. Let's see what they have to say about the notice of claim. Carlos.
We now turn to some breaking news. The Rio Rico man, detained, questioned, and later released during the Nancy Guthrie investigation, has filed a notice of claim against the Pima County Sheriff's Department. News for Tucson's Jacob Owens was in Rio Rico that day as a major law enforcement response unfolded. He joins us now in the newsroom with more on the claims filed and what's behind it all. Jacob.
John, the notice of claim accuses a Pima County Sheriff's Department Sheriff Chris Nanos and a detective of wrongfully detaining Carlos Palazuelos and damaging his reputation. It offers to settle the claims for a total of $3.25 million. So now you're seeing Palazuelos from back in February, and now some more video from back in February when investigators executed a search warrant at the home of his mother-in-law in Rio Rico. The notice of claim was also filed on behalf of Palazuelos' mother-in-law, Josefina Maddox, and her son, Daniel Maddox. The claim alleges Palazuelos was wrongfully detained without probable cause, that the search caused damage to the home, and that he has lived under, quote, under a cloud of suspicion because the Sheriff's Department has not publicly cleared his name. Sean, the Sheriff's Department says it does not comment on pending litigation. PCSD is also referring us to several times where we heard Sheriff Chris Nanos say that no one's been cleared in this investigation, which they remind us tonight remains active and ongoing. Reporting live from the newsroom, Jacob Owens, News 4 Tucson.
Okay, notice of claim, $3.25 million. Carlos.
I wonder if Luke's going to go for it too.
I'm told he is. I'm told by one of Luke Daly's family members that I've spoken to. I won't say who. Wasn't Luke or his brother, but I will say I spoke to his family, and they are gunning for Sheriff Nanos too for what happened. Though I think that they're possibly, Luke goes to trial for his charges. They might make a deal out, give him some leniency on his other stuff, the Kayla Day stuff. In return, you don't sue us for the stuff that we did to you. Maybe there might be some negotiation going on here. Luke has a little bit of leverage, I think, because Luke is being prosecuted for an unrelated charge. But if he lets it known to his attorneys, I don't know if you can legally do it that way. But
yeah, I was going to say, doesn't know if you can do that.
Drop the charges or I'm going to sue you. Or, hey, let's come up with some settlement here. Give me a slap on the wrist and I won't sue you. Or Luke might be like, hey, I'll sit in jail for my crap with Kayla Day, but I'm still suing the Sheriff's Department. But can you successfully sue the Sheriff's Department is another question, because they have all types of immunity and it's a very high threshold. However, Carlos has been thrown out there like, his name is synonymous with this case. There's still people that think Carlos is involved, just the fact that he's put in the spotlight on this because of whatever information they had that led them to Carlos, though the sheriff is not clearing him at this time. He has a case. I think he has a case. A private citizen thrown in this mix and lumped in as a possible kidnapper is, is defamatory. It's definitely reputational ruining here. And it will bring out the fringe people that probably still think he's involved. And probably that's why people are snooping around his house and taking pictures and stuff like that. Wild stuff.
Yeah, I wonder what evidence they had, because we still don't know what they had to actually get to his house other than, hey, you could put a mask over a lot of people and they would look like the suspect. So what was the information, how they got the warrant? And I mean, all the money they spent to get down to Rio Rico, and the local police force was there. I mean, it was a huge operation.
I think it could be GLS. He worked for a driving company called GLS, Global Logistics. I don't know the acronym. Let me look it up. GLS, Global. It's like a parcel company, an international parcel company. Who knows? He probably was delivering packages. They pinged him or something like that. Phone pings or something to put them in the area, and then they get packaging. That's what he did.
That wouldn't make him a kidnapper.
No, not at all.
That's the whole thing. Is like, I mean, come on, like that's some flimsy evidence right there.
Luke Daly is ordered to give his DNA too, which is a very interesting.
But here's the other question: is say they did get it by geocache, geo, however they do it with the cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
What if there's other people they're tracking right now that they were able to get somehow, right? Because if they weren't able to get it under like a certain radius, could they get it farther? Because that's the thing, is they have to have some good evidence to go after those two guys. And we all think that it was based on the cell phone, you know, who pinged in the area around, you know, that time, but they can't be the only two that pinged, right? So
there has to be others. I mean, there has to be more out there. There has to be more, but I mean, it's geofencing. It's you know, the triangulation. It's different techniques that they have, and they can get all the numbers and get all of them. And I'm sure there was other numbers that were in there at that time. Maybe not. I don't know.
yeah, that's where we just don't know. But you know, it's interesting that, like I always say, how close Tucson is. You know, they haven't released any footage of any vehicles, you know, flock cameras, you know, nothing like that. So, you know, I think we've had this flurry of activity because of the 6-month mark, right? And that was kind of, they were planning on doing this. I don't think it's you know, anything special. I did think when what Savannah said, her words and the way she put it, I think that was the biggest thing that's really broken lately, you know, as far as changing things.
Well, I think, you know, again, I started out this live prime suspect. I think the fact that Ashley Banfield recently said that, you know, the sheriff's office pretty much, or people within the Pima County Sheriff's Department, told her that Tommaso is the prime suspect. I think that's huge. I think the fact that Nanos has said no one is cleared, no one can be ruled out, whether that's Luke and Carlos or somebody else. Lots of DNA was talked about in the last few days. Lots of DNA, you know, now the hair's nothing to do with this case now. Mixed DNA, possibly up to 4 people. The sheriff has revealed in one of the recent interviews. Yeah, I think there's some new stuff out. And familiar DNA is now in the mix, you know, that they're looking at multiple different labs. I think there's some key stuff here.
Yeah. And which one do you think is going to be or could be like the top breaker? I mean, obviously the DNA, if that, you know, that could lead right to somebody.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be, you know, the perp here. I don't think the perp is just going to come forward and give themselves up. If the perp has communicated with someone else what they did, will that person ever break ranks and flip on them or her? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, I was saying the perp could get arrested for something else. I mean, I hope they looked in like all the mug shots. But even if they did, would they be able to match it up with the person at the door? Right. So if you had 100,000, or let's just say 10,000 photos of mug shots and you ran them through a program, you know, how accurate would it be? I mean, because, you know, there's programs out there I'm sure they're using. Because all we have pretty much is his eyeballs, you know, and his body type and his how tall he is. So
Hey,
it's
Mia 919. Nice to see you. You know, in my backpack, I still have your cooling fan that you sent me. I appreciate that. The cooling fan for phones. I have that. Says hi, love seeing you guys tonight. Miss you all. Haven't really been around much lately. It's good to see you all. Still keeping the embers hot on this case. Justice for Miss Nancy. I can feel a break coming really, really soon. I do too. What do you think, Tucson? Am I saying familiar? Some people are saying you're not saying it right. Familial DNA. Sometimes, yes.
Familia.
I botch words sometimes.
Yeah, I do that to some words too. It's yeah, I mean the DNA, I mean it's kind of, you know, we did hear that the hair did not match up to anyone. Is that what we know as well? The hair has no link to any, because that's what we found out as well, right?
Yes. And I think Jen Thorbridge's story is an interesting story too. Don't know where it's going to go with that. That's an interesting story out there. Is there a Mexico cartel element to this, like hired buy
Well, it
some.
doesn't even have to be Mexico. I mean, it's just near the border. There's all those little towns. I mean, they don't have to take them across Mexico. They can take them to one of these small towns, right? And they're not basically in these small towns. Everybody knows everybody, and if the cartel is in charge in like was it Sasabe, these kinds of places, that they wouldn't have to take them to. Why would they want to take them to Mexico if they're trying to do a ransom? They, you know, that would be too hard. They would just take them to this small town. Hey, we can get her back quick, you know. So to me, I think the small towns around Tucson are the biggest, you know, like possible places. If I had to guess, and I'm just, you know, I'm just some normal citizen. So that's what. But knowing Tucson, you know, the police in a lot of these towns, they are, you know, everybody knows everybody, you know, so let's just put it that way.
Valerie V Love, thank you. She says, I think it's getting hot. I think it's getting hot. Thank you so much for keeping Nancy's case alive. We love you and our Army strong. Philly Patriot in the house. How are you, Philly Patriot? Great show tonight, like always. 857 Tucson. Tucson John, JLR Army strong. Where is Nancy? So many people have commented, and then I'll go back here. It says, doesn't take 6 months for genealogy and get results. Doesn't take 6 months. I mean, we're at the 6 months mark. Should have been back by now, you think, already?
Well, the way I look at it is, since this is such a high profile, if this was like somebody else, right, like a politician's son, daughter, family member, right, do you think they would wait 6 months? If this was a, you know, why is it taking 6 months? There's 24 hours in a day. You're telling me they can't get this done in a week or a couple days?
The fact that, like Megyn Kelly was saying, like they're still going through it now. I mean, it's just weird.
It is, especially when they know, hey, if we can get this information off of this, you know, DNA, we could solve this case and, you know, have a lot of people happy. But that has always been weird. I thought maybe 6 weeks, okay, because they did say, oh, it does take a long time to get. Like, okay, how long? Okay, 6 weeks. Well, now we're at what, 4 months?
Unbelievable. Jody, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Army's still stronger than ever. And thank you so always for the support, Jody, from Maine, the great state of Maine. All right, brother, but it's been real. I think I'm going to sign off for the night. I don't really have any other information. I've been scouring, kind of looking, multitasking here while we're having a conversation. It's great hearing from you, Tucson.
You too. Yeah, it was a good show, good talk. A lot of people, you know, like to have us back together. So hopefully, you know, we'll come out. We'll plan another one. But yeah, let me shout out to the JLR Army.
Go over there and subscribe to 857 Tucson because he's boots on the ground. He is literally on this case 24/7, 365. And if anything breaks, Tucson's going to be the first to get to the scene. You're always with it. So show him some love. Go over there and sub up to the channel if you have not. 857 Tucson. He's our guy. He's our fam. Wrongfully persecuted from this case simply by streaming in front of Nancy Guthrie's home, gets swooped up in a stupid, ridiculous charge that got dropped. But it's crazy. It's crazy. But Tucson, you're doing a great job out there, man. And
thank you.
You know it just like most of us in here. We know every detail of this case that has been put out. You know, you can't get nothing by us.
And that's why we're not going away. And justice for Nancy. You know, obviously, just hope, like you said, are we heating up? I think this is a little bit of hope, and that's what we need. And maybe some of this also, maybe Ashley Banfield will make a statement. Maybe she'll come clean a little bit more where she's at. Does she still think Tommaso is it? Even a little bit, or is it just zero now? So let's, you know, shout out to Ashley Banfield. Maybe she'll respond to today's program, right?
Somebody flat out needs to go to Nanos and say, are the families still cleared? Is Tommaso Scione cleared?
Yeah.
Someone needs to ask that specific, not family. Say, is Tommaso Cioni cleared?
That's yeah. I mean, among a lot of other questions is, you know, why didn't he immediately have the FBI? You know, why? And explain that, because he's trying to say he had the FBI, but he did not. He only had one guy who was like a representative. So he should have had the whole, hey, we're closing up the scene until the FBI teams get here. But they had his team go first, right? And then they turned it over, right? So now the scene's dead. So even if the FBI came, they're working a scene that's already been ruined, right? They took down the tape. So it doesn't, he screwed up. As soon as they found out it was a kidnap, they should have said, everybody out of the neighborhood now. Boom, cleared the neighborhood, and they just wait until the FBI shows up. And then they all go, the FBI takes the lead, and then the sheriff stands back and they go, okay, hey, and then maybe they get assigned some things. But yeah, they did it the backwards way, and now they're trying to, you know, cover their ass.
Don't forget California Madison. Great point here. After saying tons of DNA, Nana said they have tons of video to sort through. That's another thing we forgot to mention here. Another thing that's been out the last couple of days. Tons of video to sort through. Videos of what? Inside the house, perp, Annie and Tommaso, surveillance in the neighborhood. What are these videos? The tons of videos that Nano says they have to sort through. Great. Thank you for reminding us that, California Madison 2013. The videos. The videos. He has tons of videos to go through. What videos? You mean you haven't went through all the videos yet? What videos are we talking about? I mean, you know, if it's videos inside the house or Annie's house, I mean, that you had already went through the videos, it has to be surveillance of neighborhood grilling, you know, like maybe the whole 3 5-mile radius around the Catalina foothills, and you're just going to cameras and ring cameras. I mean, what are you doing here? Circle K, what are you doing here?
You know, and maybe they've been also still trying to get the old footage, you know, that was in the cache. You know,
I like this comment. I'm gonna put this comment up. Your videos, Tucson, my videos, the streamers' videos in the neighborhood. How about that? People that maybe stop by or something. Maybe the streamers' videos, you know?
Yeah.
How about that? Yeah, I'll give you a lot of the videos when we've been streaming all the time. Maybe it's our videos that they're going through.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling they have. I mean, I know they were watching a lot of streams, so but you know, let's hope that they did recover more footage, because that was a big talk when this first broke. Does Nancy have any more footage, you know, or more cameras in the house? Did she have the nest inside? And you know, we're still hoping that there is footage. Maybe they didn't want to release it because it showed Nancy, right? I don't know, but for them to just have that footage makes you wonder, could there be more?
There's a lot of pressure right now. I just feel like the FBI director and Annis is clashing. Things are breaking. Pressure breaks pipes. Something's going to break here. Something, like, you know what I mean? It's this can't just go on for months and months and months more like this, you know? People are really going to start calling out, and people are going to start airing people's dirty laundry if this continues. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why the countdown, I think, you know, if the attorney general decides to make the call and you know, file the charges against Nanos, and then Nanos decides to resign, and we get some new energy in there, right? I think this negative energy at Nanos, everybody knows it, and he even knows it, but for whatever reason, his ego just, you know, he could have resigned, but he's choosing to stick it through and make everybody around him, you know, deal with it. It's sad.
We're not done yet. We got Patriot Pride just jumped in.
Oh, nice.
What's up, guys? What's up?
Welcome.
Thanks, guys. Sorry about earlier, JLR. Had some audio issues.
How's it going?
It's going great, man. Thanks for the invitation. I appreciate you inviting me up. It's always an honor, man. So thank you.
So what do you think's going on? What's your take? You're on this case. You're each and every day you're covering this case and jumping on panels and talking about it. What do you think's going on?
Man, there's so much that could be going on. I mean, I heard you guys just talking about nanos, and obviously, unfortunately, that's a joke. And there's just so many things that so contradictory that he says. The crime scene was immaculate, but we go back earlier, and he was very concerned about the crime scene. He was very concerned with the way that the crime scene was when he got there. So everything he says is just kind of out there to me. And I go back, we were talking last night on our show. I go back to, if we pay attention to a lot of the details that came out initially, like some of the interviews that he did initially, we get a little bit more context, and then they try to retract it back. So I don't know. I saw you had Thornbridge on a little earlier. I thought that was a great tip. I mean, it's really one of the only tips we've had, right? I mean, in this whole case. So, I mean, I definitely think that's worth exploring. I know that organization, the success rate is pretty high with them. So, I mean, I think that's definitely something to look into. And, it makes sense from a criminal standpoint. If you think you're being intelligent, having a multi-layer or multi-tier crime, to where, one set of people do the crime, they hand it off to another set of people, and they think that, they've gotten away with it. And, I heard her talking again last night on our show. We do know that there are people in that area and in that ring that, have been charged with human trafficking before. So, I think it's definitely something that we should, that should be looked into.
Yeah. The thing about that to me is, the more people involved in a group of conspiracy, it leads to somebody getting caught. When you're involved with a case and you're just expanding out and have co-defendants, like, I'll just say on a federal level, drug dealers, you ever see these RICO conspiracies or drug conspiracies, you see a list of names, 10 or 15 people indicted, large groups of people, somebody within that party is the one that flipped and just broke the case wide open and got the heat on them, whether they get in trouble for something unrelated and they talk, or there's a breakup within the conspiracy and someone's mad because they didn't get paid right or whatever, jealousy, envy, whatever, ex-girlfriend, whatever, somebody breaks off and then ends up going to talk, whatever, like that. We haven't seen that happen in this case. So to me, it kind of feel like it's just narrowed down to just one or two people involved here, very small, like when we, that theory with Jen, which I'm definitely open-minded to everything, I think that requires massive amount of people, more people. Somebody would have spilled the beans by now on that, my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's a great point. And that's the only, that's kind of the catch-22 that I'm dealing with, in my mind, because you're exactly right. I mean, the more people you get involved with something, obviously, the more risks that are associated. And especially if you're using, lower level criminals, or people that have, in this case, that have been charged with human trafficking, also been associated with addiction problems, and habits. And, those type of people, it's very difficult. And, I'm not stereotyping, but it's difficult for anybody to keep their mouth shut, especially people that need a fix and, they're going to get money however they can. So I totally agree with that part. Just a lot going on here. And I don't know. I really don't know what my main theory is anymore.
Yeah,
I mean,
it switches daily, right?
It does, man. And I mean, unfortunately, it really does go back to, I mean, I've always said, I think, again, not accusing anybody, but it goes back to who has the most to gain from this. And, a lot of things are just not adding up with people not, I mean, I saw earlier as well, Annie and Tommaso have been out of town for however many weeks, but that could have just been a summer trip that they had planned. We don't know that, but there's a lot of things that just don't add up. And, the way that they're acting and the way that the sheriff is acting, and the first call allegedly Savannah made was to Kelly. And I mean, why would that be? There's just a lot that's going on here, guys. And,
see, to me, it's like it's no urgency that an outside killer is on the loose, a kidnapper killer is on the loose. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
the way Manos is doing, it's just really tight-lipped and just like, well, we're working on the. But in reality, if this was a total stranger out there somewhere doing this, the public and all of us are in danger. Everybody's in danger because you got this killer on the loose. And it just doesn't feel like in their sense of urgency to, unless they're not trying to scare the public.
That's it. They don't want to, they don't want to, you know, alarm people. I mean, you would think they could throw up one billboard, right? One billboard, maybe two. That would be asking much, but let's just say one billboard where they think would be a great place. Not one billboard. You can't even go pick up a flyer, you know, and so I don't know. I don't think I don't know if it's like that everywhere, you know, but I did talk to or Boomer Investigates. He said he solved a case one time and it was a billboard in Florida. You probably know about the case, but this great new YouTuber, I call him the Rookie of the Year. He's an old detective. Boomer Investigates. He did a video about this case, and it was cold enough where they said, hey, let's throw up a couple billboards, and they found the guy, and he killed two girls, a mother and a daughter. And so the billboard, he said the billboard solved the case. That's where he got the tip. So, you know,
they've done none here, really. I mean, I've heard electronic billboards. Nothing in Tucson. Nothing being done in Tucson at all about this, even though the killer could be still in Tucson, as Nano says. I mean, the killer, kidnapper, whatever.
Yeah, and I totally agree. I mean, and at first, again, he says, you know, the reporter asked, do you think that the community should be alarmed, or, you know, and he says, no, we think it's a targeted attack. And then, you know, weeks later, he comes out and says, you know, everybody should be aware. And, you know, so was it targeted? And do you guys, is that the path that you're taking or not? Because you have an obligation, you know, for the community to try to keep everybody safe and be as transparent as possible. So, you know, which one is it? And so it's so tough, man, for everybody, because there's no transparency and there's just nothing at all out there. And I think that obviously a lot of these theories could be put to bed if we could just get a little bit of real information, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I mean, look how strong we are on the internet. We're on the strength combined. There's tens of thousands of people are still watching and paying attention. Might not be from Tucson, the majority, but I mean, it's still, you know, a lot of people still care, and we're not going to be satisfied, all of us collectively, without answers here. And I don't think we're going to go away. And you know, if they think this is going to die down, you know, just the latest in the last 24 hours, I don't think this dies down yet. And I don't, you know, this is going to just put tremendous amount of pressure on Nanos, expose Nanos for who he is. Sure, he's not liking this. Guthrie family, sure, they're not necessarily liking this either, in a sense, because I always said that I don't think Savannah Guthrie likes any of us. I don't think Savannah Guthrie likes YouTubers that are talking about these.
So unfortunate too, because all you guys are doing, all we're doing is just trying to, you know, create awareness for Miss Nancy and try to get some type of answers, man. And it's just, I don't know, man. It's just so unfortunate. I've never seen anything like this. And, you know, it could be a cultural thing or a community thing, but you know, where I'm from, man, we all try to pitch in and help each other out. And, you know, there's just nothing like that going on here. And it's just so unfortunate to me.
Plug your organization, Patriot Pride. What do you got going on with your organization?
Well, thank you, man. Yeah, we're Patriot Pride. We're a nonprofit, and we help support military families in need. So I lost my nephew in Iraq in 2007. He was more like my little brother. And so we were always going to do something together. So I thought, what better way to honor him than, you know, start something, but yet give back. So we're a true, you know, nonprofit. And it started out being able to help local military families. And, you know, with the help of a lot of you guys and, you know, the support and the awareness that you're helping create. Now we're helping people across the nation. So I just want to thank you guys. It's always an honor to be up here with you guys, and thanks for the support and for the great work that you guys are doing out there, boots on the ground. You know, kudos to you guys.
Well said. All right, gentlemen, I'm signing off. We've been over 7 hours, but thanks for stopping by, Patriot Pride. Appreciate it. Go check out Patriot Pride YouTube.
Yes, sir. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Talk to you later, Adam.
See you, bud.
Later.
All right.
All right, man.
All right, Tucson. I won't keep you anymore. I know you're getting tired, just like I am. I'm a little bit tired right now. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
Hey, we're used to those 10-hour days though, you know what I mean? So it's like it's a little different though sitting here, because at least when you're out there, you're walking around, you're moving. So yeah, thanks again having me on. And I think we broke it down as much as we could, and maybe we'll get something. Tomorrow's Friday, so we could get the Friday something.
Last day of the month, and then we reach officially the 6-month mark in this case and everything like that. They need to just find Nancy and find out who did this, because wow, never seen anything like it. But yeah, we had a lot to talk about, so it wasn't just like a boring dragged live. There was actually very interesting stuff coming out, interviews coming out in real time, Garrett and stuff like that. So we expected this. We expected this around the 6-month anniversary. So
I
maybe
did. Yep.
the next day there'll be more, and somebody will spill the beans and call someone else out, and we can try to understand where they're going with the direction of the case.
Yeah. And that's why I was thinking with all this, how they're treating the public, is maybe they do have something and they're just watching, they're waiting, they're putting stuff out because they need, we're asking for it, but maybe they're on something. Just hold a little bit of hope, of course. But yeah, have a good night, and I will talk to you in the next day or two.
Can't wait till you get out there, boots on the ground on something.
Yeah, I'm waiting. As soon as it pops, I'm there.
Be safe, brother.
All right. Shout out JLR Army. Peace.
Peace out. All right, folks. JLR Investigates. We covered Nancy Guthrie 24/7, 365. We are not going away. We are Nancy's Army, JLR's Army, Nancy's Army. We all come from different walks of life. We all might not agree with each other on many things, some things, but at the end of the day, we all care. We want to know what happened with this case. So we're all here to listen. We're all here to dissect the information, and we allow people to freely express themselves in the chat. A lot of people with a lot of opinions, and keep them coming. You guys are great, all of you. This is a worldwide case, and hopefully they will get answers soon. I am praying for all the law enforcement out there searching and finding Nancy, all the volunteers, praying for Sheriff Nanos, praying for FBI Director Kash Patel, praying for the Guthrie family. Hopefully the Guthrie family gets answers very, very soon on what happened here. And maybe Nancy's still alive. Maybe she's still alive. That would be a miracle. That'd be the story of the century, literally. If Nancy Guthrie's alive, that would be the story of the century, no doubt. That's hope. All right, folks, I am JLR Investigates. If you're new to the channel, hit that like, sub, and notification button.
All right, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. I am going to put the link in the chat if anyone wants to come in the panel for a little bit. I'm not going to be on too much longer, but try to stick it through for a little bit longer. See here, who do we have in the chat? Who do we have? Just getting things cleaned up here. And while we're waiting, I got to run to the other room while I take a little intermission break, if you know what I mean. And then I will be right back. But thank you for sticking it through. I know you guys are awesome in the chat, chatting with each other. So I am going to play a little intermission. All right, so yeah, I'll play this little intermission video. I got to run to the next room, but welcome in from JLR's stream. That was a great stream. We went over so much. Shout out to everyone who was there, listened. Hello, PI, Virginia, VM, Gail, Teresa, FinFan, Angela, Allison, Ritzy. Wow, everybody. Lots of familiar faces So we're gonna just do a little music, a little wind, little intermission while I run to the next room for a couple minutes. A little intermission, everybody. So just gonna play her songs here. All right.
They can move the chairs.
Here's the link if you want to come in. I'm gonna be right back, everybody.
In the way, but they
Here's the
can't
link.
stop people from caring. Came here with a purpose, not for glory, not for fame, just trying to keep attention.
Be right back.
On a missing person's name. Some bring chairs and coffee, some bring hope and prayers, some bring stories and updates to remind the world who cares. But every time we show up, there's another little game trying to make us disappear, trying to make us walk away. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us, you can't bury hope beneath the dust. You can block the view, you can make it tough, but you can't stop people who care this much. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. The family's pain is bigger than your fuss. As long as someone's still missing, as long as answers haven't come, we'll keep speaking their name, and we'll never be done. The cameras keep on rolling, the message is still spread, because somebody out there loves them and wants answers instead. We're not here to cause trouble, we're not here to pick a fight, we're just keeping a light burning through another sleepless night. You can try to make it harder, you can try to shut the door, but compassion has a stubborn heart, and it keeps coming back for more. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us, you can't bury hope beneath the dust. You can block the view, you can make it tough, but you can't stop people who care this much. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. The family's pain is bigger than your fuss. As long as someone's still missing, as long as answers haven't come, we'll keep speaking their name, and we'll never be done. Oh, maybe someday you'll understand why strangers choose to stand for somebody they never knew and carry hope the whole way through. Because every missing person is somebody's child, somebody's sister, somebody's smile. And every day they're not forgotten is another day. The light survives. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. You can't break a heart that's built on love. You can throw shadows, you can spread doubt, but you can't put this fire out. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence can't silence hope. You can't silence love. And you can't silence people who refuse to give up. Yeah. Tucson nights don't sleep much anymore. 857 Tucson. We're live. Headlights cutting through the desert dark. Phone lights glowing at the edge of the park. Another call comes over the scanner tonight. Another family praying somebody's alright. You can hear the helicopters in the sky. Neighbors standing out there wondering why. And every live stream carries someone's pain, while the city waits for answers in the rain. No script, no polished lines, just real people, real time. 857 Tucson live in the midnight glow, following the stories that the whole town needs to know. From the courthouse steps to the red and blue lights, standing in the silence on those long Arizona nights. Nancy Guthrie's name still echoes through these streets, and every update matters to the hearts that barely sleep. Through every breaking moment, every truth we're trying to find, he's keeping Tucson connected, one life at a time. Pima County voices on the radio feed, families holding on to every lead. You can feel the weight behind each word they say, hoping someone somewhere helps bring light someday. Mainstream cameras may not stay too long, but this city knows when something feels wrong. So he shows the scenes exactly as they are, under neon signs and desert stars. No filters, no disguise, just truth reflected in tired eyes. 857 Tucson live in the midnight glow, following the stories that the whole town needs to know. From police tape lines to the courtroom doors, trying to give a voice to the unheard and ignored. Every comment praying, every viewer watching close, every stranger feeling pain for people they don't know. Through every breaking moment, every truth we're trying to find, he's keeping Southern Arizona connected, one life at a time. And sometimes the hardest thing is pointing a camera at heartbreak, but somebody has to stand there, somebody has to stay, for the missing, for the families, for the people scared and waiting through the night. 857 keeps the signal alive. 857 chasing answers through the silence and the heat. Still walking with this city through the sorrow in the streets. And when the whole world turns away, you're still there shining bright, keeping Tucson informed, aware, and connected every night. 857 Tucson. Real footage, real voices. Southern Arizona, we're still alive.
We are still live. We are still live. Welcome in, everybody. Wow. That was a great episode with JLR. Let me know what you think. I was just kind of eating some dinner here in that little intermission. I think I got halfway through, so I'm happy. So if I disappear for a minute, I'm just finishing. But I didn't want to leave you guys waiting anymore. I wanted to bring anybody on the panel who watched the show today with JLR, and anyone that wants to come talk about what they heard. Maybe they didn't get a chance to get on the show. But if not, I know everybody just wants to maybe just listen, watch, see what's going on. But I want to also leave the line open if anyone wants to come in. Thank you, Kathleen. Shout out to all the mods too. Melly's in there. I know we've had a lot of them. Stephanie Jinx was in earlier. Jody. Let's see, who else do we got? Christina. Everybody, please say prayers for Christina. She's needs those prayers for her family and her this week. Please, for one of my mods, Christina. But Trav and Lena, I don't know if they were in here. Kind of looking up, but it looks like PI 56 is here. Hope for Nancy. Marcy says, Honeybee is buzzed in to say hello. Welcome. Starsky's in there. Welcome. Does anyone know the name of the woman who called in with the information on the man? I have no idea. Yeah, the beautiful songs. And Raturai in there, Ritzy, Dana, Jenny. So thank you guys for putting up with the little intermission. And we do have a panel member ready to go because I want to hear what your guys' thoughts on the show. I did a lot of talking, so you heard what I said. I want to know what you guys have to say. So this is your opportunity. Maybe you've never called in before. Maybe you're like, look, I'm calling in. I just watched JLR and you guys talk for the last 6 hours. So I want to let me know. Here's the link. Come on in. But we will bring in Fueled by Folgers. Welcome in.
What's up, Damien?
All right, so I'm going to give you the floor. Because I know you got your show and I was watching. You're doing a great job on your show.
Yeah, I went live earlier today and it went great, and all that. So
just stay positive,
always.
And the main thing is, as far as the only thing that I would say is I was having a little trouble hearing you.
Yeah, it was my mic. Okay.
I could hear you, but it just sounded like you were in like a it's just like far away. So maybe, but other than that, man, your shows are great.
I wound up having to do the mic like that, but I figured what it was is I've got this volume control on top and it wasn't all the way up. So I turned it all the way up. And when I did, everybody could hear me loud and clear. So I don't have to hold it anymore. So
So real quickly, let me just PI. Thank you. Let me see what she says. I emailed you. I haven't. I'm gonna look at my emails right now.
I sent you an email earlier too.
Yeah, I was getting to them pretty good, and then I'll
I
be
sent you
honest. I
something
I
that
kind of hit the wall towards the end because I didn't eat, and now
yeah.
I ate. Well, I ate half of what and so I'm getting that energy back. But I didn't eat.
I sent you something that ABC World News put out about the Nancy Guthrie case.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me just see PI 56. Thank you so much. And she says, I mean, but you but your chat to know that you are so kind, awesome. I took your words to heart. The other night song is out there. Ooh, PI, thank you. Wow, thanks. So she has a song. I don't know if you were it was late where you're at, so you probably missed it. But she has a beautiful song that she wrote, and we're gonna play that tonight at some point. But we do have two new panel numbers to discuss. Whatever they were able to hear today on the show. So I'm gonna bring in Patriot Pride and We Investigates.
What's up? What's up?
Whoa, man, that was a action-packed show. Welcome in, guys.
What's up? Thank you. What's going on, Adam?
Hey, man.
Hey, I'm gonna asking for a favor right quick. So I got all y'all up here. I'll see if I can get some help.
Yes,
So
sir.
y'all know Jim Survival. He's a mod for you. We'll see if we could rate him. He's 22 away from 500.
Okay.
And he was.
Let me
he
get
was
that.
hoping
Okay, Melly, do you have Jim's? Can you put it in the because I don't have that link, but yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, if you could drop that in there and we could do a raid on him right quick and push him over 500, I think that'd be cool. I was already in bed and then I saw that. So, and then I asked Melly,
We'll
would
get
you
her
come in?
done.
Yeah,
We'll
let's
get
get
her,
her
and
done.
your mic is it's tweaking out a little. I don't know what I can hear you, but every it is a little bit like I don't know what it is doing. So how's it going, Patriot?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's going great, man. I had the studio going, so I figured I'd come hang out with you for just a little while.
That's awesome.
Yeah, always an honor to be up here with you guys.
So yeah,
It's always an honor to be on here with 857 and Patriot Pride. And this is the first time I've ever met We Investigates. So good to meet you.
What's going on, Christian? I seen you, bud. I know who you are, man. I know your channel, and I always try to throw your name out there for you. I heard you had your first live. I wasn't able to get there today, but
No,
hopefully
it
I'll
wasn't
catch
my
one.
first live. This is probably like my 12th or 13th live, but my lives have gotten a lot better because now I figured out how to put videos on my live and everything else. So
Right on, right on. Okay, well I'll make sure I get by there, man. You know we got so many people out there. It's hard to get to everybody, but I'll make sure I get by there and check you out, man. I've seen you numerous of times on everybody's channels, so and I always enjoy your conversation.
So yeah, everybody, real quickly before I forget, sub up to Jim's Survival. Sounds like he has a survival channel. Is that what it is?
He covers he's covered some true crime over there as well. He's a great guy. He's a really good guy. So yeah, guys, let's get him over to Let's get him over the 500 mark tonight.
Yeah. So Melly just put the link. Sub up to Jim. He needs 22 more. And then also We Investigates and Christian. I mean, I'll be honest, I've been talking for 6 hours. So you got anything you guys want to share about the show or anything that you guys, found out? Lots of news came out, but I don't feel like anything changed, but that's just normal, I guess, with this case.
the thing that gets me is the piece of hair that was found. They come back and said, that there's no link to any suspect with the hair, but did they send it to the right laboratory? Because you remember on JLR stream, they were talking about that. I think Maureen O'Connell had mentioned whenever JLR brought that up, that there was a laboratory in California that specializes in nothing but hair DNA without the follicle on it. But you know, we know how Nanos is. He's got these specific labs that he wants to use, but then he comes out and says, oh, well, we got labs all across the nation that are working together. But, you know, why not send the right DNA to the right labs or send it all to Quantico and let them deal with it? You know?
Well, Patriot, so and that's the thing. That was a big thing. Now, Patriot, because you're friends with Thornbridge, or because you kind of introduced them to the whole community. Is that right?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, I mean they're great. They're great at what they do. Jen and Glenn are great people. But yeah, they kind of started out calling in the show, and you know just loved hearing the information and the insight that she had, and you know they contacted me and said they were considering starting a true crime channel or a podcast, and so yeah, we kind of went from there. We did some shows together, and they've hit the ground running. They're doing a great job.
Yeah, because I think even though the cartel and the whole Mexican mafia thing or whatever they call it, she was they certain people call it different things. I mean it definitely seems like it could be something that the FBI already is looking at. But if not, they should, because most likely those are the people who kidnap people. You know what I mean? I don't know too many American gangs that are kidnapping people and but yeah, feel free. I'm gonna take a couple more bites just because I'm in the middle. I didn't want to leave everyone waiting. So you guys share your opinions. We're getting people, everybody share your links in the chat. I know we got a couple.
Dom C says she's 130 away from 500. So everybody go over there and let's try to push her to 500.
All right, be right back.
But, right on. I think Jim is almost there now, guys.
I mean, I've always been with the theory that I thought that not the actual cartel, but maybe an offshoot of the cartel or some group like that has something to do with this. And man, I went back and watched that Thornbridge Ed's Unfiltered thing when they were talking to that lady from that search group and everything else. And it's like, man, it just makes my theory even more like I'm believing it 100% more, because this guy's like, the kidnapper sold him basically gave him the body, gave him money to say, get rid of the body, and all that different kind of stuff. And it's just, this could have been a crime unit inside of Tucson that's related to, the Nogales cartel, mafia, whatever that they want to call them, and then the Nogales cartel got involved, and then there's no telling. I mean, but I truly believe that Nancy is in Mexico. I've always said that. I've always said I believe she's in Mexico.
Yeah, it's definitely a good theory. Wayne, what do you think?
I think that we're no closer today than we ever was, Adam. And I think it seems like the floodgates are opened up now. They said, go out there and do every interview you can do. Savannah, go release your Instagrams and that type of thing. Nanos, go have at it. I even see the PIO of Pima County out at a crime scene yesterday when Damien was out there. I'm like, what in the world's happening? Everything at one time. It's almost like the FBI said, give us 6 months to see what we can do. Everybody keep it quiet, keep everything on the hush hush. And now they're like, hey, we did the best we could do. Y'all have at it and go get out there. And I mean, it's starting to have a flood of information, man, all at one time. It's kind of like a whirlwind, to be honest with you.
It really does seem like just over these past couple of days, a lot has come out, and I wonder if there's, a motive behind that. Like, why all of a sudden are we getting this? And you're right, it's really not new information, but it's information, and we haven't been getting a lot of that. So it's kind of ironic to me as well.
I'm wondering if they just kind of throw, some more rabbit holes out there just for people to go down. trying to do other stuff, to stay away from, what actually happened to Nancy Guthrie. And so, we're going to throw this DNA out there. We're going to throw this lawsuit from Carlos out there. We're going to throw this, that, and all this other to try to distract us away from what's actually going on.
You're talking about the media?
Yes.
Well, see, you got to look at this. The way the media works is like if you've ever worked in a corporation and, you got a new month or you got a new week and they set their months out and weeks out. So this was on this 6-month date was on the calendar, right? And so they released everything a little early, I think, because tomorrow is Friday and then everybody's off on the weekends, right? The people who are, so this is all corporate media, planned, contrived, as far as getting this out. And it all comes down to them, how they're going to sell the stories and not piss people off, because for a long time, this was like 24/7, remember?
Yeah.
On all the news stations. I think Fox News literally, like, that's all they were doing. And people were getting pissed because it was like, they were like, enough Nancy Guthrie. Not everybody feels it as passionate as we do. So to me, when anything comes out in the media, I look at it in that sense of this is just corporate media. There's an executive, like manager, what do they call him? A producer, executive producer who makes all the decisions. So that's what's unique about the YouTubers is we literally can just, have our communities doing stuff for us. And, but it is a difference, as far as how much information that I think came out in the past week is kind of shocking. So what do you think is the biggest piece of information, out of everything that's come out that could be or is shocking or anything that's at the top for you guys?
I think the biggest piece of information that I heard is that now I guess Nanos has come out and said that nobody's been cleared.
Nobody's ever really cleared, guys.
That's what I was saying.
Remember at the very beginning, he said the family was cleared.
Yeah, he did. But in these cases, just, nobody's ever really cleared. They'll tell us whatever they want to tell us, but nobody's cleared until, the person's found.
Done. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just one of those sayings, right? I mean,
they'll sometimes say you're cleared to try to get you to make missteps, and see what will happen.
That's true. That's true.
And 857, I got, as you guys were talking about geofencing and stuff, something came to my mind and wanted to wait. I knew I was going to hang out with you for a little, or thought I was going to hang out with you for a little while, and just wanted to run it by you and see what you think. So I'm not sure if you saw the show last night, but kind of linked some people together and, found it kind of interesting that Kayla has been in custody since the 12th of February, right? We know Kalela is in some form or fashion in custody, right? They say he's in rehab. Luke still has cases on him, okay, and he's out. So, what if both of these people are, being held and protected rather than, the opposite of what it seems? They're incarcerated. They are incarcerated, but maybe they're being held protected for their own, their own good. Maybe they let Luke out to do geofencing on him, to see where he goes, to see what he does, and to, again, like you're lying to saying you're clearing somebody, maybe just to see what steps he's taking. It was just an idea I had.
Yeah. Well, I think they're doing that on everybody. I mean,
not
anybody
accusing anybody.
No, they're like, no, yeah. No, I think they've probably done that on Annie and Tommaso, just because, obviously they were investigating something over at their house, right? So they're going to be, seeing, hey, who did they talk to? you know, maybe they're going forward and they're just seeing, well, what, you know, they're acting like they're just free as birds, but maybe they're keeping an eye on them. And they're building their case. If it's anybody, whoever it is, that's how they're going to be. So they could be like a lot of this throwing the public off could just be that because they have somebody. Because, you know, and the other thing about the with this case, nobody has recognized that body because that was a big talk. Everybody is look at how his gait, look at how he walks, and I mean, I'll tell you, it looks like to me, it looks like one of these young thugs I've seen before, and they have this certain kind of like cool person walk. And how has nobody recognized that person's body type? Because it is a specific body type, I think, and how he walks. So, you know, I don't know, is it so big that, you know, someone is protecting them because they don't want to, you know, have their whole life thrown apart, or but where do we go from here as far as you know, the covering the this case? Do we still go after Nanos, or do we finally give him a break, you know, or, you know, leave him alone? Because there's nothing we can do.
I think we
It's
go
still
after
there.
Nanos because I mean, look, Nanos and Cash Patel been going after each other here the last couple of days in their interviews. You know, Nanos sitting there lying, saying that, oh, you know, Cash Patel's lying that he got misinformed, and then Cash Patel turned around saying, no, I didn't get misinformed. We weren't allowed in for 4 days. I had a plane waiting, you know, and all this different kind of stuff, you know, and all that. And I know Nano said that supposedly they had an FBI agent there at the first day, but ultimately that FBI agent can't do nothing because Nano's department was the lead investigative team. But I also remember Nano said in that interview when he talked about that he changed it up and said it was somebody from the violent crimes unit that was there. So I guess the FBI has, or he said that they have groups or something like that, I guess amongst the sheriff's department. And it was somebody from the victims crime unit that represents the FBI, I guess, in Tucson or whatever, you know, and all
Yeah.
and everything else. So,
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is I meant to say with that geocaching, Patriot, you were saying is there's what they said is a process of elimination, right? And so obviously those are going to be people that are going to, okay, we got 20 people, we got to eliminate all of them, right? And for whatever reason, Luke and what's his name, were, what's the other guy's name?
Carlos.
Zach?
Oh,
Carlos.
No, Carlos.
Yeah.
I always get all those three names. I get them
Carlos
confused.
Paxolio or something like that.
Yeah. So, you know, I think
Rico.
that's how they, you know, obviously probably had a whole bunch of names and those two picked out. And I don't understand how they could get a warrant though. Can you just get a warrant just because you're in the neighborhood?
No, you have to have probable cause.
Yeah. What do you think, guys? Give them a chance, Christian, for and
I will.
Oh, we're good. I like the fact that Christian has a lot to say, and he knows what he's talking about. I heard him say when he was with the young guy, his name skips my mind right now. So anyway, when Nanos was interviewing with the young guy, he threw out the word the Guthrie Task Force. Like they had a task force specifically designed for the Guthries to be working on the case, and that kind of made my ears perk up a little bit. And then I saw you yesterday with the PIO officer, Kevin, right?
Yeah.
I kind of been screaming that lately, last few days, like he needed for letting Nanos get out there and make a bumbling idiot out of himself, for the guy that unalived his mama, not even letting the public know that the guy was sitting in Pima County jail, and everybody was like, there's a manhunt for the guy and he's sitting in jail the whole time. Like, where is this PIO at? You know what? And then for you to go out there and finally see him yesterday, I said, well, there he is. So So you think he seems like a pretty decent guy? Why do you think he's been so quiet though?
Well, you know, when you work in a corporation or the federal government, you kind of just you kind of just keep your nose down. You don't ruffle flap. You know, you want to keep your job, right? Because you want your insurance, man. You got kids, man. So
Yeah,
you
especially
don't.
when you work for Chris Nanos, you kind of want to be cool, right?
Well, you basically just don't want to piss him off. And so he's a really level-headed guy, and just
Okay.
he could probably get along with anybody, you know, just kind of like, and that's why he's still in his position, is because he hasn't ruffled feathers, and he's just a normal freaking like a normal, you know, sheriff,
Yeah.
I guess.
I seen
And
him early on, and I was wondering if that was actually him, because I seen him in those press conferences, like when they were showing the timeline up on the big screen TV. I seen him kind of walk across, and he kind of did this ducking move, and I seen him kind of in the background a couple of times, and I'm like, is that the public information officer? You know?
yeah,
And
there's a couple of them, but he's like the top. Like he's been there pretty a long time, and but like I said, normally they would have just shut me down and walked away. But he was just real. I mean, I was like shocked how respectful he was, and he didn't seem like he was in a hurry. He just stood there. He looked me in the eye. And then I
right.
responded, and he was like, you know, he like took it okay. And then they
Yeah.
came out with that message today, which was like a pretty long thing. So JLR's like, do you think he did it because you pressured him? I'm like, I think that was all planned. I think it was all planned.
Right.
I think it was.
And it just
What
makes
do
me
you
wonder
think?
why so much at one time is like, here comes all the interviews. Here comes Savannah. Here comes the PIO guy. It's like it was all clogged up, and then somebody was able to get it unclogged, and now there's just like a flood of information and different things going on. It makes me wonder, like, one or two things. I mean, is it just solid code now? They don't have anything, so they're just like, okay, everybody go for it. Or, you know, is it opposite? Is it heating up to the point to where it's fixing to boil over, and they're fixing to have something going on?
What do you think, Adam? Is it blowing up, or is it freezing up?
It's so hard to say. I mean, you know, going back and Damon, you and I have talked about this before. I just kind of I try to look at facts and what hard evidence that we have, and read into what that means. And I always go back to, I think you guys were talking about warrants a little while ago, but you know, to have a federal search warrant served on Luke's house, it's not an easy process. From the research I've done, I mean, because it involves multiple federal professionals, and we covered this a little bit last night, but it covers, you know, agents, prosecutors, and federal judges. So
Exactly.
it's not a quick or a simple process at all. And so, you know, that to me, to have a federal warrant issued and to put that many resources into that one home for, I think it was like 6 hours, that just says a lot to me. And I keep going back to that for some reason when, you know, I'm thinking about this. And then after that, you know, just dead silence. We haven't heard of anything else. So again, I really do think that they're just trying to get all the evidence together, because we do know that whoever has it right now, I think the feds have it as well. And we know that their success rate is like 92% once they prosecute someone. So, you know, they're not going to take anything to trial without very, very hard evidence. And I think that's just where we are. I think they're trying to get all that stuff together.
Yeah, and that's where I heard, you know, from the beginning, it was like there's parallel investigations, right? You remember when FBI said FBI, they moved the case up to Phoenix, right? You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You guys, yeah. So basically, Pima County has their team, you know, here in Tucson, and they're working their own investigations. The FBI has their own team in Phoenix, maybe down here too, but they're not like the FBI and the Pima County have never just like hung out in an office, you know, banging out the files, right? So it's parallel investigations, and then they probably meet, like the supervisors of each group probably meets once a day, or if there's anything that's like, but it all comes back down to budget and manpower, right? And we're going on 6 months. They're not going to put more people on it. They're going to start being like, we're going to pull this guy off because we got this going on. So to me, it happens in a lot of cases, like the Holly Dasso case, right? Now this is a little different because it does have, more, notoriety. But if they don't have anything, they don't have anything. So what can they do other than just start going silent like they have been? And then eventually they'll just pull off the case, and then it'll just be like a lot of these cold cases, so that's why every time we hear anything, we're like, oh, could this be it? Because I don't want it to be like that, but I'm just afraid that they're gonna have to start, there's other murders going on, they can't just spend it all on Nancy Guthrie, right?
Well,
As much as she's a precious grandma, 84, there's lots of people, you've heard it. There's lots of people missing. Why are you guys spending time on Nancy? Well, that's how they think too. So that's what's like, that's where I don't know where we're going to be in 6 months from here, but that's how they think, right? Would you guys agree, disagree?
well, no, Damien, I kind of agree in a way, but then I don't. I kind of agree with what Adam is saying because granted, we're not hearing stuff, but they could be building a case. They may already have a person in mind of who they know that did this. And like you said, they need to have hard evidence in order to prosecute this person in federal court. So I think that they're just building a case, and that's why it's been so quiet and we're getting tidbits. But like you said, Pima County may not have the resources to continue on with the Nancy Guthrie case, but the FBI is going to have the sources. So it may wind up fully being handed over to the FBI, once Pima County completely pulls off of it, and it'll just be the FBI working the case by themselves. Because, you got FBI in dang near every major city. So they've got plenty of manpower, plenty of resources to keep investigating this case. Especially if they think this is international, if this has international ties, they're definitely going to be on it. They're not going to quit until, they catch somebody.
Yeah, they won't quit, but I think Pima County, they can't just have a full-time staff for Nancy Guthrie. I know they just can't do it for a year. Maybe right now it's okay, but so it might be in the FBI's hands, and then Pima County might, but there's going to be other things that happen that we don't have I think there's 3 detectives, maybe 4 at the most. I don't know the exact number, but it's not like they can just be all tied up on Nancy Guthrie for the rest of time, and you know what I mean? You see my point?
Oh
and one other thing we need to remember too is, I don't want to say now at 6 months we're in the infancy stage, but we are still early for them getting the evidence that they need. If you look back at like the Alec Murdaugh case, I think it was either 300 or 400 days before he got arrested, and that was a pretty solid, in my opinion, case. So again, I think they're just trying to get everything together, get their ducks in a row for when they do, prosecute. It's kind of a home run. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's a good point. They gotta have they can't have everything.
Especially if it's multiple players. So you're looking at having to get a lot of evidence together, which a lot of times they'll just try to go after one and then get them to turn on the other ones and get the snowball effect going on. But if they're building a case, and some of it could, if my theory is right, which I keep coming back to, I've been down every rabbit hole with everybody, and I don't really rule anything out. I kind of do. There's certain things I kind of do. I'm like, can't get that far over there. But if it's back to square one, kind of what we think it is, you got extradition involved, you got family members involved, you got different things that you're going to have to prove, because maybe they're not like the actual physical person that went there and did the retrieval and did the cleanup and the removal and the hiding of, but they possibly paid somebody to go do that. So now you got to get the conspiracy to commit involved with it, and you got a lot of stuff that you have to prove. So that's a lot of evidence, as opposed to like Kohlberger. You just had one guy, you had his DNA. They was able to track that down pretty fast, had his car, had his phone. And with him, it went faster. But in other cases where it's like Adam was saying with Alec Murdaugh there, I mean, that was big. You know, he had to, they had to prove a lot on him. He was powerful, attorney, that type of thing. So they had to build the case, and it did take a lot longer with him. And it's a shame that he's going to have to go back to trial again. But I believe
Well,
he'll be.
you know, and again, like I said, if this has international ties, you know, if this has something to do with some kind of organization that's, you know, related to the cartel or any kind of cartel, they're going to have the money to hire the best attorney in the freaking world to represent them. So that's what I'm saying. The FBI is going to have to be on their P's and Q's to get enough evidence to prosecute, you know, one person or several people against that high profile attorney. You know, I mean, go all the way back to the O.J. Simpson case. You know, look at the attorneys O.J. Simpson had. You know, and he got off of that, you know, clean because he paid the money for some high profile attorneys. You know, and the prosecution didn't have enough evidence built up to prosecute him and put him in prison. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, if this has international ties and it has anything to do with the cartel or anything like that, you know dang well they're going to have the money to hire any attorney that they want to defend them in court.
Yeah, you would definitely think so, and it makes you wonder if it is as high as the cartel. Is anything going to be done about that? Because
well, one thing about the cartel I mean, I haven't done, like, I'm no expert on the cartel, or, you know, there's tons of good documentaries though you could watch on YouTube. Vice used to have some. Vice, if you guys watch that channel, and there's some great ones, but there's like the cartel guys at the top. Okay, you know, El Mencho, you know, El Mayo, all these people that are in custody, and then there's all these like little groups. Like, it's basically a large corporation. Okay,
yeah,
they are dangerous, but and there's different divisions. Okay, and then the people who are like on the street doing the real bad stuff, right? Like, you know, the kidnappings, dude, those are the lowest form in the cartel. I mean, we're talking people that they literally don't even work for the cartel. They're hired, and they're hired by their boss, who runs some little operation. That's what he does, but he doesn't actually, he's not a part of the cartel. He's just hired. So when you say cartel and they do it, they're just hired help. And they're, of course, yeah, they're working for, it's just a job for them. And it's in, so the cartel, the way I was explained, is it's just like that. And that's how they can keep it all separate, where the guys at the top, they're not even making the decisions on all that. It's these lower guys, and they report back to him, and so it protects the whole system all the way down to the people on the street. They don't even know them, because they're just, you know, the local, they call them the Carlitos. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's like a smaller gang within the gang. So that's where it gets really, like, it's not just, it's the cartel. I mean, it literally have, like, the cartel, they have to tell on each other. So hopefully, if it is, you know, they see, hey, if I tell my friend, or, you know, I find out who it is, they can get the 1.2 million. But if it's, so does that kind of make sense? Is kind of how I understand it.
Yeah, that's perfectly said. That's exactly what
Well
I
did.
said the other night when we were on the show with Thornbridge. You know, when you say cartel, people just have I think an idea, but true cartel guys, they are big time. Like they don't want heat like this. So it's
Right.
just like Damien
Right.
said, it may be people that aren't even really what you call cartel. They may call themselves that, but it's probably the lowest level criminal that is out there that's just trying to get by on a few bucks. The real, like he was saying, the real cartel, they're making so much money. They don't want to be involved with something like this. They don't want this kind of heat. So yeah, that's exactly what I was telling Jennifer is she, from what when she was doing the interview, the lady said that they may be associated with the Nogales cartel, and that's what I was telling Mike. I was like, if this is the case, I think this is a very very low level criminal that's done something like this.
Well, I mean, you got to think. I mean, and I agree with Damien. You got the main cartel, but and then you got the smaller organizations that come off the cartel because you may have people that were in the main cartel that I'm going to go over here and start my own group. This person's going to say, hey, I'm going to go over here and start my own group, and so on and so forth. And then people are going to break off, and start these different branches and stuff like that. So yeah, you're right. It probably is a very, very, very small group. They may still call themselves a mafia, a cartel, a gang, or whatever, but it's like a small group, And I can relate it to this, like when you have a major biker gang, you got smaller biker gangs that originated from the first biker gang. They may not be, that they may not carry the same name. They have a different name, and they're a lot smaller, and all that different kind of stuff. And so it's just, it's a domino effect, and Damien, like you said, the main cartel, they're not gonna, they're gonna keep themselves protected. They're not gonna allow the heat to come on themselves when it comes something like this. But if it is a smaller group, and that's what I'm taking from that interview that Jen did, with that lady yesterday when I was watching it. I'm thinking that this is a smaller group. Like they said, the Nogales cartel could be very, very, very small, and they're the ones that are going to take the heat because ultimately that lady said that, he was paid just to get rid of Nancy's body. He doesn't know who the person was that gave him the body, and all that. He was just told, hey, you get rid of this body, we're going to pay you, and stuff like that. And now that he's coming back saying, he feels bad because, it's an elderly woman and in their culture, elderly people are revered, and all that different kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, I mean, in all cultures, that's just
exactly,
but yeah.
Well,
it's a small group.
Inside of these even these smaller groups, they still have a code of ethics.
Yes, they do.
You still there's certain things you don't do, or
Right.
If it's found out you did it, then you're the one that's going to be in trouble. So who knows what's going on, man. I don't know. I really don't.
And I mean, and how do we know even Porch Guy or the people that actually did the kidnapping? How do we know that they're even alive anymore? See what I'm saying? Because if they did do something like this to an elderly person, like you said, with the ethics within these little small groups and all that, how do we know that somebody didn't get a hold of them and, kill them? I mean, we won't know. I mean, I hope we will,
Well,
but I mean, I don't know.
What's weird is, I mean, most ransoms, if that's what this is, they leave the note at the house.
Yeah.
Right? And so how long did they wait to eat, to message? So they almost created the media storm they could have avoided. They could have just left whatever note or emailed the note right away to the families or whoever, so that Savannah would have got that note right away. But they waited. I think they waited 12 hours or something, or if it. So to me, there's still, we still don't even know I mean, I think everybody now thinks that they're real, and they really want us to make a they want the public to believe they're real. Savannah said it, the FBI. So it's like, do you guys think that the ransom notes are real now based on everything they told us?
Well, Brianna, whatever her name was, she came out and read the note, word for word, talking about the smartwatch that was left at the foot of the bed, the floodlight that was broken in the back of the house, certain details. I mean, if you weren't there and you didn't commit this crime, how are you going to know about those details?
The light I can see, the watch, I can't see them knowing that detail unless somebody on the inside leaked that information. I think I've heard it said before, like they went home and they had dinner that night, and this case, we found the light, bro. We found the watch at the, just have to let it slip out, and then somehow it's inside information is how the ransom notes came out. But I think that's just too much of a stretch. I think if she believes it and there was that much information, there's probably more information in the notes that we haven't heard yet. And I think those two are legit. And I think that's the last of the communication. When they got the second one, I don't think they've heard another word from them. And they've tried to come through Reuters and say, well, we don't really believe that they were real. We think they were fake. That was just tickling the wire to try to see if they could get them to say something that way. And then that didn't work. So, they're going a lot of different ways. Now, Savannah's got another statement out there. They're trying to get some kind of movement out of them, try to get them to say something to at least say where her remains are.
I think they were distractions. I think that the people that had something to do with it obviously wrote them, but I think that they are distractions to try to get you to believe one thing when something else really happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just can't believe, okay. I mean, just help me make this sense. The perp at that front door went into Nancy's house and he did not take anything, right? He didn't try to look where her jewelry is. He doesn't need that, right? Why would he need a $10,000 golden necklace and a ring set?
But how
Why
do we know
why
that he
wouldn't he
didn't try
take
to
the
look for
diamonds? He doesn't need the diamonds. Oh, he just went in the house. He just needs Nancy. Oh, I got Nancy. I'm out of here. I'm gonna leave the gold bar in the safe. Right? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
To me, that guy was there to freaking rob. And maybe he took Nancy too, but hey, he's gonna take the jewelry. He's not why. I mean,
they spent how much time in the house? 40-something minutes.
yeah.
What are you
Don't
gonna spend in
tell me he
40-something
didn't
minutes?
take anything in the house besides Nancy. That's just ridiculous. Give me a break.
I don't think
I'm just being. This is just my opinion. Don't Sheriff Nanos. Don't go after me. Just my opinion.
Well, another good point, Damien, is here's what it's very difficult for me to believe. Well, based on a couple of things. So he said again early on, and I said this last night, we find out a lot of things when we listen to something that happens right after an event. Press conferences, releases, information, and then they try to retract those things like they never said it. But so he did say, I'm not going to discuss the cameras inside or outside. He did say that in a press conference. And another thing that I find very difficult to believe that is one of two things. If the thumbnail is really from the 11th of the person allegedly casing the place out, okay, so that's 2 weeks of data that they had to go back and search through. But yet you're telling me that you only got a 44-second clip of the actual night that it happened.
Thank you. Somebody's thinking like I am.
So to me, either they can obtain a lot of information or that person may have been there on the same night. One of those two things.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have to have more footage, of course, and that it seems like they would want to let us know, or why would they want to confuse us and bring up that 11th date and then never confirm anything? Like, do we even have anything confirmed?
Well,
about the 11th.
No, and I've always thought that one from the 11th was the exact same night, because you remember first when this case first come out, they said the only subscription on any camera was that front door camera. Now they're coming out saying that it didn't even have a subscription, and this is Kash Patel saying this when he did an interview last week about how they got left out and that there was possible footage that was deleted and all that and erased. And so when I went and Googled it, about Nest cameras on how that works, it only stores up to 3 to 6 hours of footage. And then after that, it deletes everything in there if you don't have a subscription. But if you have a
allegedly,
right?
Except they got one, right? They got the one, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, let me tell you something. Google is the government, man. They got footage. They tell you it deletes because if they didn't tell you that, then Google would no longer have a company. I don't know.
Yep.
Somebody told me that. Was it you?
No, it wasn't me, but for the security of or the it's privacy issues basically, because if they told people that they could get whatever they want, people would lose their minds. You know what I mean? So they can, just like he said, they can get whatever they want. I'm telling you guys.
Yep.
But Google isn't going to give it to them. Just it's like like the president has to call, and the president probably did call. Hey, here's the memo from the president. Kash Patel's holding it. Hey, give me that secret file, and they get it, right. And that's what I was saying. This is a national security threat that just in my mind, Nancy is she's a political family, because even though Savannah's works for NBC, to me she's a political she's a part of the political party. She's in the Democrat Party, even though she works for. So to me, if they could just kidnap somebody's celebrity's mother, and then that's a national security threat. And so I mean, I hope they have more footage, and they're just they haven't found the guy. Maybe they have they don't want to tell the world that they know, and they're looking, right? There's maybe there's lots of people looking, and the guy's probably hiding, right? The suspect, if he's not going to be out, so it makes it even harder. But we could be just seeing them playing a bunch of media hype. So they, like you said, look over here because we're working on this over here, and you guys just do you, and we're gonna do us. So I don't know.
Right. And I think with the cameras, what they're actually saying is if they could have got the cameras faster, that they could have retrieved more data off of them. I don't know that they actually said that there was a subscription for those cameras after all. What Kash was trying to say there with Sean Hannity was, if we would have got the cameras faster, we could have possibly got more footage and from different cameras.
And Wayne, I don't mean to cut you off, but that's my point right there. If they'd gotten there faster, well, then how did you get something from 2 weeks earlier?
Exactly. If it's from 2 weeks earlier.
The Nest camera, from what I understand, was a different camera from the other one. So the reason they got that footage is because he actually disconnected it, and then it sends 40-something seconds of the last 40-something seconds. It sends it to the cloud. Had he not disconnected that camera, it would have just kept overriding what was there. And they
I didn't know that. That's interesting. I didn't know that. So basically, because he disconnected it, that actually is a good feature. Like, people steal your cameras, right? And it'll just automatically, if you didn't have a membership, well, it had to do that to the other ones inside as well, wouldn't you think?
And Nest will actually do that, where Ring will not do that. So that's a feature from Google.
Well, remember that they said the cameras on the inside that there was motion detected on the cameras, but that they were still trying to see if they can figure out where the motion came from or who it was.
Right. And that was at 2:12. That's another thing I was going to say, Christian. I think that's when they actually went in the house. I don't think they were in there for 41 minutes. The 147 is when that camera came off in the front. And then that gave them time to get set up to see if the police was going to come, see if Nancy was going to wake up, get the car set up, go around back, get rid of the floodlights, prop open the gates and that kind of thing. And then they actually made entry, and those inside cameras picked them up at 212. And then they had from 212, they had her out of the house and got her away from her phone far enough so the app disconnected at 228. So that's only a total of 16 minutes inside the house. That's what I believe.
Huh.
Well, to piggyback off of the disconnection of the camera, if he just disconnected the camera, he had to disconnect the camera from the Wi-Fi. So just because you take the camera off of the base, that doesn't disconnect the camera. So the only way to actually disconnect that camera is to cut the Wi-Fi service to it.
Yeah.
And then so when that Wi-Fi service does go down, yes, Nest is the only that I'm aware of camera that does keep 44-ish, 45 seconds, but then it has to reconnect to its home Wi-Fi to upload it back to the cloud. So for instance, if you took it next door, it's not going to work because it's not married to that Wi-Fi. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, yeah.
And it wasn't
And so
hardwired either, right, Damien? Y'all saw that out there, right? You could see
it
the
was
branch.
hardwired. Yeah, it was hardwired.
It was hardwired.
Yeah, I'm
So,
pretty sure. I mean, it wasn't, I don't think it was a battery.
right.
Now somebody just said, well, how come we don't have any audio? Because like mine has audio. My cameras have audio. Why isn't did they are just choosing not to show us the audio?
I think I heard Sleuth said that there's actually audio, but you barely can hear it, and there's nothing there. Like it's just, but he like enhanced it to the point to where he could get some audio, but there was, and you could just barely hear it, and there wasn't nothing to be heard. But I mean, I could be wrong on that one right there, but so yeah, if it was hardware, and then that's what I got from, I think it was Monks, is once it disconnects like that, then the last 40 something seconds, it shoots it up there to the cloud, and that's saved, and then from there on, that camera's just null and void.
I think what Adam was saying is once it disconnects from the Wi-Fi and it's got to reconnect in order to shoot it to the cloud. But if you disconnect it, I mean, it's still working. It's not producing a picture, but it's still working.
Yeah, it's just the previous 40 something seconds that's already sitting there. Once it loses the connection, the previous 43 seconds shoots up to the cloud, and that's where it sits. And then unless you reconnect it, there's no more, if that makes any sense. But if they would have left it connected, maybe use some spray paint, just hit it black and left it connected, it would have overrode those 43 seconds.
Yeah.
And going through the night and through the next day, and they may not have ever even got that footage either. But it's a slight miracle that they even got what they got.
And I think that's why when I seen it on Google, when it talks about if you don't have a subscription, that every 3 to 6 hours, it's on a loop, and so it just loops over itself. And I think that's the reason why, if there is footage, if that one from June 11th is from the same night, why did if there was no subscription, we wouldn't even have that footage.
Yeah.
So, I'm thinking that they had a subscription, and all that, because they even said that Nancy had a camera in the back where she liked to watch her javelinas, and then she was gone a lot of times with her friends and all that, and she had a subscription and it's being recorded to a cloud. She could come back and watch it on her phone or her TV or whatever and see the wildlife in her yard. That's why I don't believe that they said that there was no subscription. I believe that there was.
Do you guys think that that the crime had already been committed when we see the porch guy and they're wanting to bring her out at that point in time, or do you think that's when he's just getting there?
No, I think it was already being committed.
I think they went in through the back, and then something happened inside, and for whatever reason, the guy went around the front. Maybe they knew the camera was there, right? And I think it was a burglary gone wrong or something gone wrong, a ransom gone, or kidnapping gone wrong. And the reason it went wrong is they didn't plan on taking Nancy, or they were, and they weren't planning on taking her out the front. And then because if they were there on the 11th, they knew that damn camera was there. That's why he stops, right?
Yep.
Because they don't. So to me, it might have been a plan B, like, hey, go take that camera down. We're going to take her. Open the front door. I'll meet you out there. And then he goes around the back. He goes out front, rips the camera down, opens the door, or they open the door from the inside, obviously, because it's locked. And then he's waiting for them to, at the front. So
Well,
that's how I think.
Remember Pretty Little Clues on her channel? She did a whole stream on the lamp that's on the ceiling of the porch and like zoomed it in. And when porch guy was coming up there, you could see in the lamp that there was somebody on the inside of the door, looked like somebody kneeling and somebody striking somebody. So that was telling me that maybe that was going on while porch guy was coming up there and taking the camera off.
Right. I'll just say the opposite. And it's just my opinion, and it's just going off the timeline and the way the guy looked. He don't look like something crazy had went down at that point to me. He looks like he has been dropped off. He looks like he's being sent on a mission to go get that camera and get that camera down. And then I kind of start piecing the timeline together. Now that you got that camera off, you're waiting for any action, any movement from the inside of the house, maybe waiting to see if law enforcement's going to come. Now you're going to work your way around the back of the house. You're going to get rid of those floodlights. You're going to prop open that gate. You're going to get through that back door. You're going to get that propped open, and you're going to get her out of there. And once they seen, and that's when the 212 kicks in, bam, they got them on camera now. They make their way to her bedroom. They get her out of her bedroom. They realize she don't have good mobility. So instead of taking her all the way around the back and out the gate, that way they decide to go ahead and take her out the front door to get her in the car right there in the driveway. 16 minutes later from the time that they've got the motion detected on camera, they've got her out of the house into the car and they're gone. That's what I think.
Do you think that she put up in your opinion, do you think she put up a fight?
At that front door, I think she fought for everything she was worth. Absolutely, I do. Because she realized that she was going then.
Yeah. And to me, if the family is not involved,
yeah,
I try to look at it. What is the absolute simplest thing? What makes the most sense to me? And I think it was, and again, I'm not putting anything on Savannah at all, but her mother was in the public limelight a lot, and they had just had that hometown show, not long before that, and so it to me, again, what makes the most sense if it's not family is it was a ransom. The idea was to take her, to get her and get her out of there and hold her for ransom. And I'm like Damien, I don't think, if we're not going with the family theory, I don't think they actually meant for it to go the way it went. And I think she did put up a fight, and I think that she may have scratched them, or she got DNA on her, or they got it on them, or whatever. And that's the reason they were in there. If they were in there for that amount of time, is they're like, now what are we going to do? We got to course correct, and we got to figure this out. Yeah. And I think initially they probably were going to take her out the back. And it just hit the fan, and they're like, we got to do something. We got to get her out of here. And, we got to get rid of it.
Yeah.
It's like, what goes into the planning process of these people going, hey, okay, we got this 84-year-old. We're going to go. They don't want her dead, right? I mean,
because she's the collateral,
Yeah. So what is their thinking into how are they going to pull this off? They don't want, if that's their only thing, right? Because they don't want the gold. They don't want to know where her jewelry is, or hey, what's in that safe? I don't know if she has a safe, but hey, if she did, they don't want you. So to me, that's why, I mean, I guess we just have to like everyone said, just know that the FBI, Nanos, they know more than we know. And
Absolutely.
hopefully that is the key to the case. And they're just not telling us, and we're over here
And I
crying
piggyback.
like babies. Tell us. And you
Now,
know, if it ends up solving the case, their silence is what solves the case, you know, and we're just being buttheads because we want them to talk. Then I'm fine with it. But yeah, if it ends up being like another 6 months or 6 years and we
Right.
still don't have anything, then it's like, oh man, what did they do wrong? What could have they done different?
well,
But
I want to hear y'all's opinions or theories on this question I'm about to pose.
be right
Do
back. Go
you think?
ahead, Chris. You
Okay.
guys jump in.
Do you think she was alive when they walked out the door, or do you think that she was already dead before they took her out?
I'll say alive.
I don't know. That's a really good question. Based on the evidence that we've gotten from some of the experts, we know that some of the blood was oxygenated. So if we're looking at just basically statistics and evidence, then it says that she was.
Okay, so here's another one. Okay, you remember when Jen was talking to that Mexican lady yesterday and describing that when that person got the body, that she was wrapped up in a hotel blanket and a black tarp. Do you think that they wrapped her up in that inside the house and carried her out, or do you think that happened later?
Wayne, I don't know if you remember this, but I was telling somebody this the other night. Again, another fact early on, or not a fact, but something that was said early on, was that the bed sheets were missing or gone as well. And so I think they probably wrapped her up in that in there, and then maybe wrapped her in a tarp later on. What do you think, Wayne?
After she passed.
Who said that the bed sheets were gone?
It was just something that came out very early on in the case. There was a lot of things. There's always a lot of chatter, but
Right. Yeah, because I've heard that rumored a couple of times, but I've never heard any solid proof from anybody that the bed sheets were gone. And from what I hear, like if you believe the ransom notes were real, then she was actually alive. And if you believe what Savannah says, and if you believe those and like I said, when I say real, I don't mean like from a kidnapper real. I mean like they're coming from somebody that knows something, and like they could have been sent there by the family to get her, to take her out of there, and they have inside information. So everything was immaculate, and supposedly she was without shoes. So, and I'm hearing with Thornbridge X there talking to the lady that's over in Mexico, and that story has been out there for a minute. They've actually recovered several more bodies. If it's the same story that I know of, while looking for Nancy in the particular place where this person is telling them Nancy is, they've recovered over 20 other bodies there in the meantime. And they're saying that she had shoes on. Savannah saying she was taken without her shoes. They're saying she's missing one shoe and she's wrapped in a comforter like you would see at the motel room.
Well, the thing is if they needed her to, if she got out of the house and she was alive, they would have maybe got her some slippers so she walked better, right?
Yeah.
Because they want her to, get faster, right? So you give her a little slippers. I could see that happening if, like we are thinking that, hey, maybe they wanted to keep her alive and get the money and get her back, right? But that's all assuming that all these ransom notes, the first two, I guess, are real. And
I
from
don't
what
believe any
it's
from TMZ, all those anything past the other two, I don't believe for a minute that.
Well, that I'm kind of like with you, Wayne. Is if you believe that the first two ransom notes are real, then that means she was alive for what, a day, 2 days, 3 days, something like that. And if they took her out barefooted, they could have put slippers on her because they had her alive wherever it was, to where she might have been able to walk a little bit or whatever. Wherever they had her captive, they probably put slippers on her.
Yeah, it could be that. And if they took her to a motel room, they could have wrapped her in the comforter there at the motel room. So it'd be
Yeah.
interesting to see how that right there plays out. But yeah,
Well,
I
his
think that,
backpack is stacked. I mean, when I saw that tonight, I saw another
yeah,
video 100
I
times.
saw you
Maybe
react. I saw you reacting to that
things.
with JLR. What are we looking at here? 857.
Oh, this is a live zoo cam from the Reed Park Zoo. So
What? What's going on?
yeah, I just throwing it up. I don't know. I could have put up something else, but I was like, yeah, the
Oh, you
lions.
did.
They
I just thought
actually,
it was connected to the case somehow. I was like, wait, I haven't seen this.
yeah, actually, it's on my scanner right now. I play the cam and the scanner at the same time, so it can be
Gotcha.
entertaining. The elephant sometimes, but yeah. Anyway, just
It's
I don't
entertaining.
know.
What is that laying
Yeah,
there?
the lion sleeps tonight. I need
Man,
to
is
start
that
singing the song.
right? Right.
It looks like he's comfortable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's wagging his tail just a little bit. Just
yeah. This
maybe
is Reed Park Zoo.
that's pretty awesome.
Well,
He's sleeping
857.
well.
Hey, I'm gonna jump down, man. I just want to come hang out for a few minutes, and
Glad you did.
thanks for allowing me to. It's always an honor, man.
Yeah,
Ron,
definitely, man. This is like I said, this is we're in beta version. That's what I call right now where I'm at, So in the future, I hope to keep growing the community. Everybody's just it's when you see the chats and everybody just talking, and it's just amazing. I never thought that this kind of community could be out there. So thank you, Patriot, Wayne, Folgers, and everybody in the chat. It's a
I
great
just,
feeling to have this.
I just want to say I don't have a family. Y'all are my family.
Oh,
And that's why I watch all the time, all the channels, because y'all are the only family that I have. Oh, and just to let you know, Adam, I'm about to buy some of that good old rub.
Okay. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I
Okay.
want to do a show where we go over some of your products and stuff, Adam.
Yeah.
And if you're okay with that, do some free promos for the Patriot Pride brand.
Hey, that's awesome, man. Thank you so much.
I'll buy
Need the
some of
rub.
that Georgia barbecue rub.
That's
Yeah,
right.
I'd love
That's
to.
right.
Yeah, let me know. We'll get you some,
No
Christian,
doubt.
and love to know what you think about it, man.
Yeah, I mean, my email's the same thing as my channel number, so you can reach me that way, and we could talk that way. I mean, I'm definitely gonna buy some rub.
Cool, man. Well, thank you. And
Thanks for
again,
coming on.
yeah, thank you guys. And Damien, again, it's always an honor to be up here with you. And thanks for everything you're doing, man. The boots on the ground, and just the support that you give everybody else.
Yeah,
It's awesome, man. And I'm honored to be able to call you a friend. So thank you.
Thank you. You too, man. Good to meet you. And yeah, let's plan that. Let's plan something in the future. I like these pop-ins, but let's put something on the calendar.
Certainly, man. Sounds good. We'll see you guys later.
See you later,
Have a good
Adam.
night.
later.
See you.
Later, brother. All right, all right. I'm just gonna
Thank
check in
you.
one time and see what Jim's got going on here.
Yeah,
Since
let's see.
yeah, see. I'm gonna refresh the
Char-
page. I know he hit up.
Charmaine says 857, you do a great job reporting no matter what the weather is. You're out there for your people. Thank you for your boots on the ground. I mean, I try to stay away from the 100 and it's 113 this weekend, guys, here in Tucson. So, and
You're
you
still
know,
out there, though, bro.
yeah, well, the thing about it
You're there
is,
for
you know,
2 different cases already.
yeah, I mean, I do a lot of stuff behind the scenes with other stuff, not Nancy Guthrie, but once it cools off again, I plan to go back out to Nancy's and do some reporting and just like
Right on.
normal, but right now, like if you're out, skin cancer is a big thing, and
Oh, yeah. I did roofing like in Florida and stuff, man. So 100-something degrees on the ground. So I got like the brown spots all across my shoulder and stuff. You can see some on my face. Just leaving it in God's hands because I had to do what I had to do to make a living at that time. But yeah, skin
exactly.
is the real deal. Hey, Damien, you got him at 497, guys.
All right,
He's
we need three more. Melly's got it. Oh, look at that. Melly's got the link. Everybody hit that link. Let's get him over 500. Come on.
Let's go there, guys.
Excuse me.
Let's get Jim over 500 tonight. He said he's going to have a giveaway too if he gets over 500 before the end of the month. So
let's go 500.
Let's go, and then we can go watch his giveaway and maybe win. Last time he gave away a really nice pocket knife. And do you know Stacks? That's always in the chat.
Yeah, I've seen the name.
Got me some shibby music going on. Yeah, so Stacks won the knife last time. It was a really, really nice knife.
Nice.
It had a flag on it, and I mean it was really nice size and everything. So yeah, he won that. He's hanging in there too. This is one of his longer streams.
Good.
So,
Did you go and sub there, Christian?
I will once I get off here. I'm on my phone, so I can't go and sub to somebody's channel while I'm in StreamYard on my phone.
All right, well that'll make 498.
But I'm sure it's over 500 now. Go
I'm
check. I'm
definitely
sure.
gonna go sub. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
it's over 505 now.
Yeah, I think he might have ended his stream too because it looks like I'm back at the beginning of the stream.
506. All right, we did it. Thank you, everybody.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Good job, y'all.
Now go over to do Wayne, because you're at 230 or something.
267, my brother.
All right, let's get Wayne to 500.
I appreciate it.
And Christian, he's already got that number.
Yeah, I'm at 587.
Christian's on it. Free Christian everywhere.
And I've already subbed Wayne's channel.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that. I promote you every time I get a chance to. Everybody wants to know what your channel is. I always tell them, fueled by Folgers and Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Well, one of my mods, Damien knows. I was talking to him on the phone. Green Bay Mitch. He said that he's talked to Damien a few times and all that. He's one of my mods. He's a real good guy from Wisconsin. So, and he's always in Damien's chat.
What's his name in the chat?
His name is Green Bay Mitch.
Oh yeah, I've seen that name. Yep.
Green Bay. Mm-hmm. From Wisconsin, you say he's there with where Pretty Little Clues is. Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yeah. 270 over here for me, Damien. I'm gonna get that big, huge but you've helped me get a lot of these, Damien. I mean, probably over half of these, man. I appreciate it.
Good. That's what it's about.
Damien was the one that got me to where I was at. Because I think when I first announced it, I only had like 20, and then like a week later, I was over 500. So,
yeah, he pushed me like from, I think I was like 50 something to 150 in one night. So, yeah. And then I just been hitting, going to a lot of different channels and having a lot of people drop that in there for me. Like my brother Trav right there. He's a good guy. What is he like? One of the greatest mods ever? That guy there.
They even got a song. They even got a song about him.
That's what I was gonna say. Got a song about him. It's really cool. I've seen it. Did you see Red Eye last night, by the way, both of y'all?
I didn't hear you.
You know who Fat Redall is?
Yep.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Did you see him last night on Captain Kev's show? He made his first appearance of showing his face on the stream. He was up on the panel and he came on camera. So if you want to see what the guy looks like, go check out Kev's stream from last night.
Right on. Yeah. I played that one song. It's called Trav is the Best Mod, but it was the explicit version. And I mean, that thing was going.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I need to get the, not that it matters too much, but some people, if they're not used to a channel, like I'll drop an F-bomb occasionally, but if they're not used to it, and then all of a sudden there's 10 of them in a row,
Right.
it's like a shock to their system. I promise
Yeah.
you. I
Yeah.
can deal with it. So I'm really you got to get the censored version because
I wouldn't know how
I
to
just
act.
don't want to like people will turn it off if they hear too many in a row. Like they can deal with one. They're like, hey, yeah, one is good, but like
Right.
so yeah, if you can get the we'll definitely put Melly needs a song too. Melly,
Kev says she's
everybody.
on there tomorrow
Well,
night.
see,
She does.
I'm trying to get a hold of Fat Redoubt, see if maybe he can do like an intro song from my stream that I can play every time I come on live.
He'll be on Captain Kev tomorrow night if you want to drop in there for a few minutes and talk to him. I'm sure he'd be glad to help you out.
Oh, there's Captain Kev.
Yeah,
He's
he's
in the
saying
chat. If anyone wants to come in, Captain, if you want to come in.
he should jump on up here right quick.
Yeah, he
Before
likes coming on the streams. I know he's busy doing his own channel. He's got lots of things going on over there.
He does. He does. His chat is off the chain too, but yeah, it's a little more risque over there sometimes, you know. It gets a little R-rated, let's say that.
Oh wow.
Well, hey, Damien, I was going to ask,
Chat
how
is
many
something.
PIOs do they have there in Pima County?
It's a good question.
I don't know. I think at least 3 to 5, right?
Yeah, because I know when you went out to that one active shooter scene, what was it, day before yesterday or whenever it was, and you talked to that one PIO, Kevin. I know you'd mentioned that he was the PIO for the Nancy Guthrie case, and the whole bit. And so I was sitting here just trying to figure out, well, if he's a PIO for a Nancy Guthrie case and they have more than one PIO, what is he doing at this place?
Right.
So,
yeah, I wonder why he was there too. I was so surprised to see him because I've been speaking out a lot about that PIO for the last 2 or 3 days. Like, damn, he needs to be fired. And then all of a sudden, Damien's got him right there talking to him. I was like, okay, this is cool. So, yeah, you
No,
did a good job questioning him
not
too,
all
man.
of them are like that.
Right.
But he yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm still thinking that we're gonna wake up before we find anything about where Nancy is or who the suspect, and we're gonna find out that they charge nanos. I think there's so many people. I mean, what's weird about this is even his own party wants him gone.
yeah.
I mean, usually Democrats and they'll try to save their own. They're even jumping ship on the guy. So how? I mean, I just don't see how that happening. Once they jump ship, then it's over. I don't know how he can even survive. He's got nobody that trusts him. He's got nobody that in his mind he thinks everybody loves him, right? But the reality is way different. And that's what's like
There
if
may be there may be a couple people in Tucson that do love this guy.
well, no, there is. I'm not saying in like as a family, like as a family member, they love him, right? But I guarantee you, the only people that might like him and that like working with them are like maybe 2 or 3 people at the top because they're all like the good old boys and they get to make all the decisions and they bow down to nanos, right? But he's an old school cop.
Does he seem
Right.
like he does pretty good with the youth, Damien? Like, interacting with the kids and that kind of thing. And that's maybe why he gave which he thought was going to be a cupcake interview, and it turned out to be one of his toughest interviews yet. But
I tell you what, that kid hammered him hard with those questions.
Yeah, he
that
did.
was awesome.
But you always see him doing the dress up stuff, and he's doing the Christmas stuff and the Halloween stuff. It seems like he may have a heart for the youth of the community. I'm just trying to find something good.
Well, everybody, I'm not like, I never personally say anything about him personally, other than what he does as his job and how he treats as a government employee. Of course, I mean, if he doesn't, but here's the thing: anyone can get a heart when you got $100,000 budget to spend that year on kids. All right. Well, you got a heart now, right? Yeah. You show up, everything's done for him. He shows up at the event. Here's a couple backpacks. But I mean, that's just built into the budget, right? It's, I mean, you don't see him going out, on the weekends, doing extra stuff or, anything. I'm not saying he doesn't need to or anything, but yeah, I imagine he has a heart and he probably cares, like any human being. I'm not, it's more critical on how he treats the public in the whole, how he,
Right.
treats people. Obviously, I know people personally that are so angry at him for what they did to their life. They blame him.
Right.
They literally blame. And so when you hear stories about that, that's a whole different thing than like, does he care for children? I think he cares for kids.
And
I mean,
he,
I don't think he's that evil.
well,
He cares for children and that Corvette. That's all he cares about.
right, right. Well, he fooled a lot of people because he did get a lot of votes, and a lot of those people have egg on their face now. And it's hard. Sometimes it's hard for people to admit, "Hey, I made a mistake. This guy fooled me. He tricked me into voting for him. I see now that he's a piece of crap. He's a bumbling idiot when he gets on camera, especially when the pressure's on." But I'm sure behind the scenes, a lot of people are like, "What in the world did I just do?"
Well, I think it's funny is, Brian Enton's back in town. Brian Enton's been trying to score an interview with him, and he won't do an interview with Brian Enton. He'll do an interview with everybody else because he probably already knows that Brian Enton's going to hit him with the hard questions.
True. Very true. I didn't know he was back in town.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's back in Tucson. He's been, I think he's been there a couple days already.
Okay.
He was live streaming from Nancy's house and Nancy's neighborhood, and all that.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Nothing special about him coming out on the 6-month anniversary.
No.
And he's not going to be out here Saturday because he only works Monday through Friday.
Right.
He's just a corporate employee as much as he's a great YouTuber, but I mean, he's got a boss. They paid for him to come out here and do a story. He tried to get the interview with Nanos, but this weekend, I mean, it's not like he's going to be working on the Nancy Guthrie case, because it's, everybody has their own lane. But like I said, I think this is what really shows what YouTubers and the YouTube community is versus what they are. And they want to try to compare themselves to us, and they're not us. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
They are not.
They are not us.
No, but they think they want to try to compete, and they can't compete. They
No.
can't compete.
They're losing
That's
now.
what they're realizing. They can do what they do, but they can't compete and do everything that YouTubers do and build this community. I mean, Enton has a community, but it's mainly just a bunch of viewers. It's not a community like people are interacting
Right.
with each other like they are here.
And we see who's putting in work. You're putting in work, dude. I mean, even with it being as hot, you done been out to 2 crime scenes, in the past week, and you're bringing what people want to see. People want to be there. They want to see what the house looks like. They want to see you go up there and lay a flower on the porch for the lady, And that's what they want to see. They don't want to see this talking head with a microphone that's going to pop in there nice and pretty. Okay, are we on? 1, 2, 3. Give me the bright lights. Let me say something real smooth, and let me look good. And then, 5-10 minutes later, okay, guys, shut everything down. I'm back to the room now. And we got to sit and watch, 10 or 15 minutes worth of commercials just to get through that. People are over that now. They want to see people working like you. You're out there, you're putting in work day in and day. And I mean, with streaming lately, I mean, man, you've been burning it up every single day. I'm like, goodness gracious, this man's going to work himself to death over here.
Yeah, I've always been like that. I'm pretty intense with my hobbies, I guess. I used to do that before I was doing this. I was painting. Yeah, I'd paint all day, and I was like, just the way my brain works. But the main thing about it is I like seeing things come together, grow. And what's happening here is like this organic grassroots community that a lot of people, we see in other areas that is kind of naturally happening. So I anticipate it growing, you know, with this association that we're going to be working on, and then where people can meet new friends, right? Because it's hard to make friends in this world, right? And at least
Absolutely.
people can start to build that trust. And then, you know, the main thing is it's about, you know, we're all learning. I'm learning every day. You know, I mean, people think I'm learning just like you guys. So, it's all good though with, you know, where we're
Hey, and
at
I
because
have
we're here
to
for the right reasons.
I learned
try
from
not
all of y'all.
right. Me
Exactly.
too.
Oh, we
Watching and
got
listening.
Bruce. We got Bruce.
Oh, Bruce.
What's up?
What's going on, Bruce?
Bruce
Hey,
from the
what's going on,
Philippines.
guys? What's going on, guys?
What they call you in the song, Bruce?
Huh?
What they call you in the song?
Happy boy.
Happy boy. Oh no, the song that let's see, the song
Tucson,
that it's Taiwan to Tucson.
Taiwan, Tucson. That's Taiwan,
Taiwan to
Tucson.
Tucson.
Oh wow. Well, and they call in his city they call him Happy Boy.
Yeah, happy
Yeah.
boy. Yeah,
Happy boy.
got to put that in your song too, man.
There's
I
Happy
didn't
no,
Boy.
mean
There's
to take
Happy
over
Boy.
or anything, and not to talk too much, but you was talking about collaborating with some people and like sending some people out and that kind of thing. And I thought that was a really good idea today, man. It's something that I'm kind of looking to try to do because I'm not in the studio, you know, being on the internet too much and that kind of thing, which I'm learning it and I'm trying to get better. But I like to go out, and if I had, you know, some assignments to go out to or something like that, and I could stream that to somebody else's channel while they were in the studio, that would be
Mhm.
really cool, man. So that type of
No,
collaboration you're
look,
talking about is
I
interesting.
I just want people. Look, I have my wife's sister is a heads at the airport. She gets all these deals once a year. I can bring 5 people once a year. So why not bring some people? I'll, you know, feed them. I'll make sure that they have a roof over their head. If they don't want to stay with us, we'll put them in a hotel, wherever they want, wherever they feel comfortable. But I want to show people, all right, what other life is like, because you got a lot of people that complain about being here, but they haven't traveled the world to see actually what we actually have here is a lot, which is, you understand, to like myself, I understand a lot more. I appreciate things more. And it's little things. It doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be somebody that, hey, I got all this money. No, I can be happy with living the way I am. And I want to bring friends along, man. I want them to enjoy it too.
Absolutely. Hey, can you put me down as one of those 5, please?
Yeah, sure.
No, we'll do a raffle here on the channel, the giveaway. We'll have everybody hashtag something, and then
Yeah.
There you go. For sure.
There you go.
For the remaining 4, that is.
Yeah. Well, Damien gets the first one, because
Okay.
I want to collaborate with Damien in the Philippines, but we'll do some stuff. We're gonna do some stuff while Damien's in the studio, but I'm just saying, Damien's the first one, man. And I'm not saying other people don't deserve, but Damien's out there, man. Out there, and this guy works his butt off, man.
I agree, bud. 100% I agree. I don't mind going second to Damien at all. As long as I'm in the 5, I don't even care if I'm 5th, to be quite honest with you.
No, man. If you want to come out, man, I'll get you something, man. Don't worry about that.
I just got my passport for the first time in my life earlier on this year, so it's sitting there waiting. I haven't even used it one time yet. So yeah, bet that.
Yeah, I'd love
y'all
to
see
go
her?
there. I would love to go there for sure. I mean, obviously, the pictures you showed of how beautiful it is. I mean, how close you are to the water. It's amazing.
Oh, the Philippines is beautiful. I've been there a couple times.
Oh, you have, Christian?
I was in the military, so I've traveled all around the world.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Christian, that's right. Even Christian was telling me about that. When did you say about that, Christian? Like about a month ago?
Yeah.
Or something like that? You'd been there a few times?
Yeah, I was in the Marine Corps. I've been to the Philippines a few times because I mean if I still remember right, they still have a couple American bases there, don't they?
Yeah, Subic Bay is I think their biggest one. But yeah, they got several of them all over the place. Subic Bay, along Post City. Like see the guys would that were on ships, they would go in and they would have whatever amount of days off, and they would literally get on a bus and go to along Post City, which is not even that far down, a few hours away. So you jump on a bus. Back then when my dad was there, it's probably like, I don't know, maybe 20, 40 pesos or something, not much. But it's not much today. It's a couple bucks. So yeah, it's cool. I got to actually go down and see this time, actually, Christian, the base in Subic. I didn't get to go actually inside or nothing. I couldn't do that, but I got to see it from the outside. It was fun.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. I've been to Australia. I've been to Japan. I've been to Philippines. I've been to the African continent. I've been everywhere. So, Philippines is beautiful.
Well, we're going to see about that. Yeah, I believe that it is absolutely.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of beautiful women. I'll tell you that. There's a lot more women than there is men. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's the truth.
That's God's blessing to the world right there, my brother. For sure.
True facts, man.
Yep. Absolutely.
They're just good people, man. And I think probably wherever, like even Christian's gone, I'm sure there's, again, like you gotta be able to see, see it for your own eyes. It may not be something that you like. It may be something that you say, man, I love these beaches, but I don't like this heat. I don't want to sit here. Maybe Damien will like it because he can handle the heat. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I can too. We were just discussing that. I used to do roofing down in Florida and stuff like that. So I love the heat way more than I like the cold. The cold makes my bones and my back and everything else hurt, but I can deal with the heat. Being in here in Georgia, it gets kind of hot and humid too, kind of like it does in Florida. So the heat is not a thing for me.
I hate the heat.
Yeah, so a lot of people do hate the heat now.
I'm a cold weather person. I love the cold weather.
Ooh, not me, man. Not me. It's too many clothes to have to put on and too much laundry to have to do. And like I said, my bones start hurting, that type of thing. Just give me some swim trunks and a pair of sandals and let me hit the beach and I'm happy.
Well, I'm in Texas, so I mean we're having a heat wave here too, and I hate every bit of it. So
right. Yeah. It gets really hot in Texas, huh, man?
Well, we've been in, I think the hottest it's gotten was like 107. And that was just the regular temperature. That wasn't even with the heat index. I think the heat index put it like 113, 115, something like that. So
it's when you never even open the door like the entire day, right? You just stay in a house with air conditioner on and just don't even bother to crack the door just a little bit. Just forget it. Forget the outside altogether. Yeah. Yep. Well, Damien, man, I'm gonna jump now, bud. It's 1 o'clock here in Georgia, so I appreciate you.
Thanks for coming on, Wayne.
Thanks for having me, man. You got me. I'm up to 288 now, so we're getting close to 300 now, and then I'm gonna go around to a couple of the other channels and get those big bumps, and I'll get over my 5.
Damien got me another big bump again. He got this is 2 times. He's got my channel up above now. Like it climbed, like it was at like 7 something, and then it went up to 8. And now it's at like I think either 854 or 860 or something like that.
Nice.
Wow.
Very
I couldn't
nice.
believe it. I was like, wow.
Yeah, he helped
Yeah,
push.
people they love expanding the community and just helping other people build their channels, and it's
Yeah.
not easy. I know that because I mean, when I started this, it was not. There was only about a couple people in here, and so it's amazing to see this, positivity, right? Because we see the negativity as well that goes along with this community, and I try to avoid it, but it always will somehow attract, to the bigger YouTubers as far as like, when there's a lot of people in there, they want to
Right.
attack. So just be ready, guys. But we got your back. Anybody, we got your
Appreciate
back.
that, man. Thanks for helping get Jim over 500 tonight. I don't know if he was still on when he saw that or not, but when he gets on in the morning, he'll see that. So he'll be really, really happy.
Very
And,
nice.
Yep. Appreciate you helping him out because he helps out. He's, like I said, he's a mod at Patriot Pride and stuff. He's always promoting people's channels, and he's helped me too. So when I seen him that close tonight and I saw that you were still on, I asked Millie, were you coming back on? Because the music was playing. She said, yeah. I said, let me jump up and throw some clothes on and get Damien to help Jim tonight. So
Nice. That's a good friend.
Yep.
So
All right,
looks
man. I
like we
appreciate
got. All right. Have a good night.
you too, man. Take it easy. Chat. Have a good night. Bruce, good to see you. Christian, good to see you, man.
Too, buddy.
And
You too,
we'll
brother.
Take it easy.
Thank you again, 857, man. I really
See you,
appreciate
man.
you. Bro. See you, bro.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Look at this. Savage is saying right now, she's rubbing this in our face. We're over here sweating, and she's at 65 in Jersey right now.
Hey, Savage, can I come to Jersey and enjoy the weather?
Yeah, can I come over too?
Wow.
I can't wait till it gets 65 here in
65.
Texas. That'll be about another month and a half.
Oh, well, then we can complain about how cold it is.
No, because I love the cold. I won't complain.
Yeah, well, here in Arizona, we like to complain about how hot it is and then how cold it is.
Well, yeah,
Even
because
though,
don't it get cold in the desert at night?
yeah, it does. But not like you guys. I mean, it doesn't snow, and actually, it's not that bad. So
We really
I'm
don't
gonna
get.
play this video because I was looking for it literally,
All right.
and I thought I titled it something else, and I guess I titled it this. But this is around 4 p.m. on the first day. This is the second video I did that day, and the sheriffs show up for the first time. Look, there's no tape, so I'm gonna let this play because I gotta go step into the next room for a minute. Be right back.
I can't see nothing. You got the chat bar across the screen.
Okay.
There we go. Much better.
See, there's Jeff. There's Jeff. That guy right there. He's interviewed on News Nation a lot with the hat.
Nancy Guthrie's house.
Be right back. This is live day base. This is Monday.
Detectives
February.
have arrived.
Detectives have arrived. Watch this. This is the first time they got there after the first night she went missing.
$12:15 p.m.
Where's the crime scene tape?
They don't have any.
That was their first mistake. They should have had crime scene tape put up.
It did.
All right, everybody. So the detectives have arrived. Sheriff, detectives, Pima County Sheriff. This is now an active crime scene. They're knocking on the door right now. They're knocking. They're knocking on the door. Right now, they're knocking on the door.
Do they not see the blood on the porch?
They just knocked on the door for a reason. Nobody answered. No answer. How you guys doing? Just knocked on the door. Excuse me.
So this is right when it basically Nancy went missing, pretty like February. I didn't do the best filming on this. I just got a new tripod thing and it wasn't working.
You're doing a great job.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the tree
right there, if you guys can see it, no, the cactus is in the way, but they're starting. Seeing it, they're going in.
I don't know what I was
Damn,
doing.
look at the size of them. Holy cool,
Yeah.
man.
I was like, okay.
Damn, Damien's like right there, man. He's just like right on the. He's like right there with him.
They went in that way. I don't know if there's like a walkway. I was thinking the garage is right there.
See, there's the cups. You see the cups?
Yeah. That's weird.
We are the first ones here as far as the investigators really aren't even on the scene yet. Try to get out of everybody's shot.
Wonder what those cups were from.
So there might be a door there, but looks like the investigators have made it into the house for the first time. Okay, so it looks like there's a gate right there that you can get to the backyard. Yeah, this is her house, Becca. We're right in front of her house. Detective just showed up. Based on this morning's coverage, it is an active crime scene now.
Now it gets good here because in a minute they go knock on the door.
They already did.
Oh, they already did, huh?
They knocked on the front door.
Here.
Oh, okay.
So as you can see, if someone left here, you got Cactus. She's 84 years old. She's
That's what I said. Did they not see the blood on
not
the
been
front porch?
found walking around.
That I don't know.
And so there's only one thing that sticks out, and this is speculation that possibly she was kidnapped.
So I was literally probably one of the first people to say that.
There's no other reason why she would be missing. So as of right now, that's the clue. That's what I'm going with. That's my guess. Is now here's what we just don't understand is 84 years old, goes to church.
Now that was before we found out that it was online church. So we were kind of thinking that she was supposed to get picked up or she was supposed to drive. So we did find out later it was online church.
Just the sweetest lady from everybody has said. You guys know people in your life like this, just the sweetest lady, church, friends, beautiful daughter, successful daughter, and now she's missing. And so this is really suspicious, obviously, but where it even gets more suspicious is she can't even walk more than 50 feet at a time, has a walker, and she doesn't drive. So here we are. Thank you. Thank you. This is the house. The detectives just showed up. They have made entry into the house. Right over here, you can see where the front door is. And it was interesting. I never didn't think they would do this, but they actually knocked at that front door. They didn't get a response. And so they came around here and they walked in here. I believe right here is the driveway garage. So right up here where that white car is. That's a good question. How is she supposed to get to church? That's what we don't know, is she didn't show up. So there's a good piece to the puzzle, as you heard on JLR this morning, a good piece to the puzzle. We don't know the details like that. The only thing that's been released is Sheriff Nanos has now claimed that this is a crime scene.
With no police tape, though.
That's what I was saying. Where's the yellow tape?
Here's a lay of how the street looks. I mean, just a beautiful neighborhood. Probably lots of retired folk. I mean, this is not anything that any neighbor would expect to happen, especially from an 84-year-old elderly, well known in the community. Obviously, her daughter. So we're waiting to see if the detectives do come out here, but they just have made entry for the first time. Let me know if you have any questions. Yeah, it's a quiet street. That's why I suspect that this was a kidnapping. There's no reason why Nancy Guthrie, who lives here, why she would be targeted. Was this random? Why would they randomly take an 84-year-old woman? They haven't did the person she left with, do they know Nancy? I mean, these are all the questions people are asking, going to ask the detectives, because she obviously didn't leave here on her own.
You know something I just noticed, Damien? That lamp right there. I said that lamp right there.
Yeah, there's two of them, one on each side.
Wouldn't those have been lit?
No, they didn't work.
Oh, they didn't work? Okay.
No, they didn't. But anyone just getting here, this is from basically that Monday when Nancy went missing. This is right about I think I said right around 12 from what
you said 12:15 p.m.
That white car was here already, so that's not actually a detective car. That white car actually was here when I got here.
Cameron's car.
We will walk
Still don't
around
know
here and
whose, but
give you a lay of the land. Now, the interesting thing is they do have, like I said, they do have a camera on the front door. So here's, if you're coming up to Nancy's house, this is the road you would take right here. So as you can see, lots of desert. So if you tried to walk in the desert, you wouldn't get far. And then here's Nancy's house, right here.
are you sleeping, dude?
Oh,
No, no, not me.
I'll just mute it. Who's this guy walking right here? Does he have a mask on?
Right here.
It's kind of weird. Didn't get the best view.
Right
Maybe
here.
it's just.
I don't know, but if you pause it right there, look at the
Whoever
tire.
came
Look at the tire
here
tracks in the driveway.
most likely would not use this driveway right here because that's like driveway for to go to the front door. If you live at this house, you most likely would go around. There's two ways to enter.
Yeah, there they are right there. That's a thick cart, whatever it is, right into the curves around, and somebody took something heavy out of that house right there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But if you look in the actual driveway, it looks
They're
like
into
tire
this house.
marks.
Well, there's gonna be tire marks, but this is a little more suspicious that someone rolled a cart, unless it was the sheriff, right? And they rolled the cart of, like, investigator tools, and they have those rolling carts they use.
Also, you can enter through this driveway right here or up here a little bit right here. And if you go in through this way up here, that takes you to the garage. I don't know. I didn't see any cameras up there. But we are going to be signing off here in a minute. And we'll update if anything else comes through.
All right, there it is. So yeah, that was Monday.
Wow, I never seen that one. That's freaking wow.
That's crazy how quiet it is. Just just watching it gives me like an eerie feeling.
Yeah, it was really weird when I showed up that morning because I was expecting like a bigger police presence. Like I could see at least one sheriff. Like I was thinking, hey, there's probably going to be a sheriff like just parked at the front house, right? And there was just nothing. And then they came, but they were parked on the street. And it's like they didn't know what to do, or they're waiting for orders, I should say. And that's when they were going to move us back. And then they let us stay there. And it was like, all right. And then the next thing you know, every day the media doubled. It doubled. I mean, Aaron Katursky was out there. I mean, all the big names were out there. And everybody thought that like this case was going to break right away. It was. And then once the raids happened, it was like, wow, this is really heating up. And then here we are 6 months later.
Still nothing. I just thought it was crazy how they walked up and knocked on the front door.
Yeah, that was odd. I did not understand that.
Because I mean, did they not, like I said, did they not see the blood on the floor? Did they not see that the nest cam had been removed and the weeds sitting down there, you know, and all that? I mean, that should have been the first thing that should have told them, oh, wait, somebody broke into this place. You know, obviously there's probably nobody here, and then should have went around the back instead of knocking.
Well, what I'd like to know is how when they got there, when Annie and Tommaso got there, how was the house?
Exactly.
Was that front door open? Was
Uh,
that front door, I mean, or did they close the door? Obviously, it had to be unlocked at that point if they took Nancy out there. It's not like they're gonna lock it as they leave. So,
and it
but
makes me wonder if they left it open.
did they leave the whole thing wide open or did they close the door? Because that would result, if they had to open that door, that would result in somebody touching those handles. And they did replace all the door locks in the house, which is obviously something they're going to do when this happens. But I wonder, hopefully, maybe they got some DNA off the off the off the handles of the door, because that is the one place they would have had to touch to open that door. You have to turn it. There's no way around it. You got to touch that door handle. All right, dudes. Any final words?
Nope. Just wanted to come up and say hi, man. That's all.
Cool, cool. I'm glad you did. And tomorrow's Friday. Hope you have a good weekend and
You too, man.
catch you on the next one.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Christian. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, Christian, final words.
No, not really. I'm glad that you showed this. I've never seen this. I need to go back and watch it and watch the first probably week and all that different kind of stuff. But that was a very interesting video because I mean,
Oh,
like I
okay. Let me
said,
put the link. I'll put the link in the chat. So if anyone wants to go watch it,
because
here's
I
the
mean,
link to that video.
my thing is there's no yellow tape up, crime scene tape and any of that kind of stuff.
No, it was definitely yeah, I think a lot of them, they just didn't know what to do. They're not used to these kind of cases. It's usually, just a walk away and so that seems like that's how they, were treating it. But sorry, I'm just multitasking over here.
It's all right, but I'm gonna go ahead and hop out.
All right, Christian.
All right,
Have a good night. Thanks for coming in.
No problem.
All righty, everybody. I'm trying to find the songs. The songs. People sent me songs. All righty, let's see who's in the chat. If you guys do have any new songs that are out, you can always email them. I got a little file going so I can pull them up. But thank you, Rose, again for the $5 super camper lady. Sent the floating heart. Thank you. Appreciate that. I sent the song, but I mean I see the song here. But it seems a little personal. It says this song for my daughter. For your daughter. Charmaine, good night. Thank you again, Charmaine. Chris, what's going on? Hope you're having a good night. You were on JLR earlier. Vicky, good night. Jen says, I'm gobsmacked by the DNA riddled. Carrie, yeah, lots of people think that, Carrie. Lots of people. They have a warrant for DNA for Luke. I don't know what that means. He already was in trouble. He's already got I know he has a bondsman. He has a bondsman. I know that. Someone told me that they're his bondsman. Diana, thank you, and thank you for the support. Yeah, Kathy, that's a good point. Going back, sometimes zooming out is always good. Yeah, those videos are wild. I might have to pull up some of those someday and look at some of them because, I mean, I remember and every day and how many cars that were driving by, as the, months went on and days went on at the beginning, it was like every day it was just like this steady stream of people that just wanted to see, I mean, what was going on, what's going on here. Okay, well, I have to look what a DNA warrant is. I only know what a warrant is. What is a DNA warrant? Well, it seems like they would already have his biological sample. I mean, that seems like, I mean, I understand maybe it's a big deal, but they already have his DNA sample. The guy's he went to jail. They already got it. So I don't know why they would need it again unless it somehow something happened. But yeah, man, well, that's awesome. Maybe he's it. I don't know. I mean, I thought a lot of people cleared Luke. I mean, his name still comes up, but obviously they raided his house and they let him go. So I don't know. That would be crazy if they came back and they found out it was him. That would be crazy. If Luke was it, I mean, I thought they arrested him. And then Sheriff Nano said we let him go. But maybe they found something. They need to talk to him again. I don't know. I don't know what people are saying. Huh. Well, maybe that's it. I don't know. Gracie, you lost so much sleep. Yeah. Yeah, that first week was crazy. The first 2 weeks was crazy. It was crazy.
Chatters on YouTube Live, sharing their opinions, sharing their lives, enjoying good conversation. We are laughing and chatting and having a good time. They slide to me just to stir the room, drop a little poison and they run from the truth. Try to bait the crowd for a cheap little show, but the whole chat knows what they came here for. What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? We won't feed that noise.
What about them trolls?
What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? We keep it moving on. Yeah. Chatters get angry and frustrated, want the trolls gone. But rage is a fire and they love when it burns long. Lonely and angry, no outlet, no control. Looking for a crack, trying to steal your soul. Chatters must rise above the nuisance and chaos. Hold the line, stay calm, don't let them bait us. Pray for the ones who only know the dark. Maybe one soft word can reach a broken heart. Chatters on YouTube Live, sharing their opinions, sharing their lives. We choose peace tonight. What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? Oh, we won't feed that noise. What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? We keep it moving on. Praying for them trolls. Praying for them trolls. If they come with chaos, we answer with calm. Praying for them trolls. Praying for them trolls. Pray for those who are lonely. Pray for those who are lost. What
About them trolls.
What about them trolls?
Thank you. Sent the laughing disco. Thank you.
What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? We keep it moving on.
All right, that was from Domsy. Oh, and we got a special one that just came through here. Just came through the email. Just came through. Holy moly, Marie, thank you. Thank you. Good night, Marie. Thank you for the super. See you soon. Tomorrow's Friday. Happy almost weekend. Almost weekend, right? All right, here's the clean version. Here's the clean version, everybody. It's called Travis is the Best Mod. Here we go, everybody. Make sure it's not too loud. Oh, it's not even on. Volume's not even on. Here we go.
Travis in the chat, blue name, clean hair. See a troll type slick, he delete that silly spam. One click gone like it never was there. You came for the smoke, he left you in thin air. Talk big, talk loud, get folded in line. He throw the trolling trolls back and he do it in time. Type fast, try your luck. He read it all, then he show you up. One more swing, one more clown. Travis on deck and he's shutting you down. Travis the best mod. Travis the best mod. Trolling the trolls. Travis the best mod. Travis the best mod. Chat so clean when Travis around. He don't beg for peace, he enforce that law. Caps lock king, get hit with the raw emoji grin. When the fake stuff dies, you thought you was slick, he already wise. Pin that truth, then he sweep that lane. If you came to clown, you leave in shame. Whole room laugh when he catch that liar. Travis in the chat set the whole thing on fire. Type fast, try your luck. He read it all, then he shut you up. One more swing, one more clown. Travis on deck and he's shutting you down. Travis the best mod. Travis the best mod. Trolling the trolls. Travis the best mod. Travis the best mod. Chat so clean when Travis around. Hands on the keys. Eyes on the thread, say one wrong thing, you really gone. Instead, he keep it moving, he keep it fair. Troll come loud, he disappear. Travis the best mom. Travis the best mom. Trolling the troll. Travis the best best mom. Travis the best mom. Chat so clean when Travis around. Travis the best mom. Travis the best mom. Chat can't breathe when Travis around.
Awesome. I think that needs to be a t-shirt. Trolling the trolls. I think that would be a good t-shirt. Trolling the trolls. What do you guys think? What do you think? Trolling the trolls. All right, we're going to listen to this next one in honor of Brian Inton being rejected by Nanos. He flies all the way out here. One of the goats in true crime. Brian Inton flies all the way to Tucson from Florida. Weeks of waiting. Will Nanos give me the interview? No response. Comes out here and Nanos just gives him the big rejection. Poor Brian. Poor Brian. All that work he does for Nancy's case and he doesn't get the interview. Instead, they give it to a 17-year-old prodigy out of Canada, out of Shibby's country. And Melly, the genius out of Canada, gets the interview over Brian Inton. Sad. But we stand with Brian. Here's a song by Angela, Adventures with Angela, about Brian Inton.
City lights reflecting on a rain-soaked street. Scanner softly talking through the passenger seat. Another breaking headline lighting up the phone. Another family praying they're not left alone. From the Nancy Guthrie story out beneath desert skies to the hard nights where the whole world's watching live. He's there asking questions when the truth feels hard to find. Trying to give a voice to the people left behind. Because every name's a person, every case leaves scars, and somebody's gotta stand there in the middle of it all. Brian Inton on the scene, reporting through the night, through the chaos and confusion, trying to shine a light from missing persons to breaking news unfolding hour by hour. He reminds us humankind still holds power. Compassion in his voice, concern in every word, making sure the hurting people still feel seen and heard while the whole world keeps on moving and the headlines quickly change. He keeps showing up again. Flashing lights and caution tape underneath the midnight blue. Community searching for answers nobody knew. He talks to grieving families with empathy and grace, never treating tragedy like something to replace. And the viewers keep watching because somewhere deep inside, people still believe the truth deserves a guiding light. Not just noise and anger filling every screen, but someone who remembers what journalism should mean. Not every story's easy, not every ending's fair, but it matters when somebody shows the world they care. Brian Inton on the scene, reporting through the night, through the chaos and confusion, trying to shine a light from missing persons to breaking news unfolding hour by hour. He reminds us human kindness still holds power. Compassion in his voice, concern in every word, making sure the hurting people still feel seen and heard while the whole world keeps on moving and the headlines quickly change. He keeps showing up again. And maybe people need that. listen instead of only chasing clicks and views. Brian Enton on the scene beneath the flashing lights, still chasing down the truth in the middle of the night. For every worried family holding on to hope somehow. He keeps the stories human now, and long after the cameras and the crowds have gone away, the people won't forget the ones who cared enough to stay. Reporting through the night, keeping hope alive on the scene.
Oops. Oh, that's awesome. I love that melody. God bless Canada, America, North America, the world. Peace. We got to have peace, more peace, less division. I see so much division. It's awesome to see people coming together, everybody helping each other out. And then I did have this song for, let's see here. It was sent to me by the one and only PI 56. You know, you've seen her. And look at here. We got 2,090 subscribers. Here's her channel. We're going to play her song. She made a beautiful song. She said she didn't want to share it, and now she does. And she said, you know, something you said in the last show, I decided I want to share it. So here we go. We're going to listen to her video, PI 56.
The creation of first wife and
Well, I don't know. I thought this was it. Where the heck is it? Did she post? Well, here's her channel. I don't know. I guess I could go up here and go to the end. But let me make sure I read this email right. Okay. Okay. I made the decision to post it. Post the poem. The story in the song. The song will no longer be private. Well, I don't see it on your channel, PI. Dang it. I really wanted to play her song. Where is it? She said it would be live. Well, dang it. Yeah, I don't see it. But I did just get an email from somebody. It looks like it said song. There we go. Here we go. Maddie. Dude, Maddie from Australia. I just got a song from Maddie. Let's check this one out. Oh, man. Oh, PI. Hey, I didn't see your song live. I don't see it on your channel. PI, I do not see your song on the channel. Christino, she's a mod here. She's if you could send prayers, she's going through some stuff right now. She just needs a prayer sent. Jersey girl, she's around for sure. I don't see it on your page, PI 56. I went to go play the song and I do not see it. I'm looking. Pain to Purpose. Where is the song? All right, well, we're gonna jump to Maddie's song from the UK right now. We got this ready to go, Maddie. Here we go, Maddie. It's only 33 seconds. So this is like maybe an intro or something. Thank you, Maddie, from the Australia.
We are not just YouTubers. We
I
are
love it.
independent media. We cover cases, uncover facts, and keep our community informed when other media won't. Our loyalty is to the truth in our community.
Nice. Very nice. Thanks for sending that, Maddie, from Australia. Let's check what PI said. Is she posted? Is she gonna post? Oh, I posted it. It's there. Cold Case Tribute. Oh, okay, that's it. Okay. I thought it was named Pain to Purpose. I still have it written down. Pain to Purpose. So I had it wrong. She does have it posted. So everybody, with no further delay, this is posted. Let's go to her videos. Here's her channel. Okay, so what did she say it was? Cold Case Tribute. There's no Cold Case Tribute. Is there a way you could just send me a link to the song? Because I just don't see it here. I know it's getting late, but I just don't see it. Thank you so much for the super P. I don't see it. Oh man. Okay, I got the email. I got the YouTube. We're ready to rock, guys. We're ready to go. Okay, so everybody, this is a beautiful song by PI 56. It's called Pain to Purpose. Pain into Purpose. Pain into Purpose. It's emotional, it's beautiful, it's touching, and it's healing. It's a healing song as well. So everybody, let's give this a listen. PI 56, give her hearts. We're just trying to, end the night playing some good songs. It's been a long stream, lots of stuff covered. So luckily it's not even midnight here. That's my goal. If I can get to bed before midnight, I'm doing good these days. So here we go. I am not going to wait any longer. Well, number one, because I found it. I was looking for it and we found it. So here we go. This is called Pain into Purpose by PI 56.
And this is PI 56. Several of you know that I've talked about my sister's cold case, but I don't say much about my brother's. And that's because he was killed in Venezuela. And with the corruption there, it will always be a cold case. I wrote a poem many years ago because having lost two siblings in both cold cases, it's a tough thing to deal with. But it gave me a different perspective on my purpose. So this is the poem, and it's going to be followed by a video. And the song in the video I also wrote. The quiet in my house was far too loud. Two voices missing from the living crowd. A brother stopped mid-song on a highway road. A sister gone. A heavy darkness where there should be dawn. I learned that grief is not a thing that fades. It sits in kitchens and it haunts the shades. And so I look the ache inside my chest and vowed to give the weary world my best. I could not fix the cracks inside, so as PI 56, I knocked on another's door. To ease my own tearing pain, I found my stride in standing tightly by another's side. I speak for mothers crying in the night. I bring the names nobody saw to light. By fighting for the ones the world forgot, I give my siblings peace the system not. Their cases grew so cold, the files stayed completely closed. But through my hands, their spirits are exposed. As PI 56, I shout for every soul that has no voice, to turn my shatter into purpose, and by doing so is my own choice. And just as a footnote, the 2 areas where you hear PI 56, yes, I did change those recently. It did used to just say I. But PI 56 is important to me because I want to bring a voice to those that don't have one and expose as much truth and honesty and be there for families in need. So this is just a tribute again to my brother and my sister. I'm still working very hard on her case, and it is not officially reopened, but the door is not closed for that either. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of your prayers and support. God bless you all. As always, please stay safe. And for now, PI 56 is out.
PI 56 on the line with a file full of names. She walks through the ash and dust where the silence still remains. Her sister in her own home, cold blade in the dark. Her brother on the blacktop, shot down mid-song at the wheel. She learned how grief can gather like rain in a screen door frame. Then she turned that broken mirror and started saying every name. Pain into purpose, pain into purpose, for the ones nobody saw. Pain into purpose, pain into purpose. She carries them along. She knocks on old front porches with a notebook and a light. Talks to mothers in the kitchen, stays till after midnight. Cold cases like worn out quilts folded in a drawer. She pulls the threads together till the truth comes through the door. And every face she finds becomes a flame against the cold. She builds a room for the missing, where the stories can't be told. Pain into purpose, pain into purpose, for the ones nobody saw. Pain into purpose, pain into purpose. She carries leaves your sister out. She will say your names in daylight till the dark gives up its doubt. And from the wreckage, from the ashes, from the hurt that wouldn't leave, she made a home for the unheard, a place to grieve. Pain into purpose, pain into purpose, for the ones nobody saw. Pain into purpose, pain into purpose, she carries them along. Pain into purpose, pain into purpose, and the lost are not gone.
Wow, that was very beautiful. Wow, PI 56. Beautiful. And thank you for opening your heart and sharing that with everybody. Wow. The hearts, everybody loved it. And it's just pain into purpose. I wrote it down, and that's what it is everybody's going through, has gone through, and we're just putting it into purpose, right? That's what it's about. So thank you for sharing that. And just beautiful song. And thank you again for allowing everybody to hear it, because I know it means a lot to you, and prayers for healing. And I know you're going through the grieving process still. Excuse me, the grieving process, and we're here for you. So big hugs for PI 56. We love you. Thank you for sharing that. Beautiful song. All right, so we're wrapping it up. I'm just checking the emails. I don't want to miss anybody if they want their song played. I know I got one from CC Investigates. Do you want me to play the one for your daughter? It says for your daughter. Is that the one? Oh, thank you. Thank you for sharing that and writing it and just making it happen so people can hear it and hear your story of what you're going through, the cold case, and we're all waiting, and it's going to be the community that you can come back to when you're waiting to hear the results. So thank you for just being so vulnerable, right? Allowing yourself to be vulnerable, which can be hard, right? Putting yourself out there, but it also can be healing. So thank you for allowing us to be a part of that healing. Okay, it's like a mother. Okay, so we'll pull up Christy's song. Oh, look at that. How cute. This is by CC Investigates.
Grandma's beautiful granddaughter, I'm watching over you. Just 'cause I left her, just know I'm still your angel, from holding you forever in my arms. as I hold you tight, and Grandma won't ever let go. If there was a phone in heaven, I'd call you every second of the day. Just know I didn't ever leave you, my beautiful granddaughter. No, I'm rocking you, singing to you, hugging you. No, I'm always protecting you until we meet again. We will have fun together again. Carry on what I taught you and carry it on, 'cause Grandma is right here by your side, holding your hand and loving you still with all my heart. And even though you can't touch me right now, grab a Care Bear, the ones I gave you. One is me, I promise you I love you. I promise I've made my presence, and I'm right there at home with you. Whatever dreams you take, I'll be at every event just to hear you sing. And I can sing with my beautiful granddaughter. Just know I'm watching over right by your side, holding your hand. And I'm sleeping at the graveyard, but I'm right by your side, giving you all the love and kisses like Grandma did. P.S. Know when your nose gets those little twitches, that's Grandma giving you our special nose kisses. Beautiful. When you're crying, I'm holding you. Always remember that I'll be with you till we meet again. And one of the biggest blessings in Grandma's was you.
Beautiful, beautiful. I love it. It was very sweet too. You know, just a sweet song. Obviously, I love the word it said squishy noses. That was a love that line. Beautiful song. That's what's cool about the Suno app. You can really write songs really for whatever you want, and even though it's AI, I think it's almost more meaningful because you're making it for somebody. You're making it for an emotion that you're feeling versus somebody else's song that they wrote. You kind of have to, it's just not written the same way. So as you could see, Suno is, and maybe there's other apps, but that's the one I use. It's helping people, I think, heal, right? Helping people stay creative. So keep staying creative, making those songs. Beautiful. Beautiful song. Wow. All right. Well, we're gonna end it. I'm hitting the wall here, but Fat Redial. If you do have that song, if not, I'll play it next time. But if you want to send over, someone said you had a song. Welcome to the chat, buddy, from Australia. Yeah, everybody, Alex's chat is popping off right now. I'm going to go say hi in there in a minute. Also, after this stream, it'll automatically take you over to the Lion chat, right? The scanner, and the lion is sleeping. He actually moved. So he was facing the other day. Now he flopped over to the other side. So come over to the scanner chat if you guys are up late night or you're in Australia and it's already tomorrow. But yeah, if you want, I'll play the song. If you want to send it to me, we can do a special with it. It's Kev's channel. Okay. Well, we might do 2 songs then. What's the name of it? What is the name of it? Wow, he's got some really, really late night stuff going on over here. Captain Kev. Woo! Wow. Okay. Okay, I'll check my email, 857live@gmail. Tell him is the name. Is it on Captain Kev's page? Or are you going to email it? Oh, there it is. No, there's one here that's called Welcome Home. Oh, there it is. Okay, tell him. Okay, I got it. All right, here is a song by Fat Redial. Excuse me. Good night, Kathleen. Good night, Kathleen. Thank you for all your positivity. All right, everybody, here is Fat Redial's song. It says, "This is the story of my life and the reason you all get to hear my work. I am Tyson, and you already know me as Fat Redial." So here we go, everybody. With no further delay, Fat Redial.
You must accept the card you're dealt. No matter how unfair you think the hand is, the hand dealt is the hand you must play. Will you hold them or fold them? Hey! Life was full of abandonment and death. Always had me lost and alone. Walking through a storm in the valley of the shadows of death to figure things out on my own. Words like mom and dad just didn't exist, merely just a myth in the land of make-believe and fairy tales. I'm the product of a child that was left behind after a parent's death. No one ever came back to pick me up after ending up on my grandmother's doorsteps. I didn't choose my road chose me at the age of 3. Haunted by ghosts only I can see. I can't believe it happened all again as a teen. She took her last breath in our house right in front of me. Now I have a guardian angel protecting me. I still remember that day like it was yesterday. Just a few hours before my birthday. It's been 20 years and I can still hear the death rattle echo through my ears. My ears. Scars don't fade, they just hide under sleeves. Now I hate my birthday. Most say it's just PTSD. For me, it's the most affection I've ever seen. They say real men don't cry. That has to be a lie. Cause I'm real as it gets and I cry all the time. So just maybe it's okay not to be okay. Maybe it's okay
so natural to me. Must have been all the open caskets and burials I've seen. That's numbing all of my PTSD. Fighting in a house of sin and demons within. Wondering what life would have been if all their lives didn't end. And we were one big happy family to the end. Maybe it's okay not to be okay. Maybe it's okay not to be okay. I'm used to keeping it bottled up inside. Every secret buried deep where the truth hides. But those memories keep crawling back to haunt me with no father figure to show me how it's supposed to be. Making me a fraction of the man I should be. That's why I can't let nobody close to me. Cause I'm just half the man that I was supposed to be. I don't even know if my kids got to know the real me. Because I don't know if I turned out who I was supposed to be. She tried her best to raise me until cancer took her away from me. Love her to death, strongest person you'll ever meet. Mourning the loss of 2 kids in the same week. And giving a 3-year-old grandkid in diapers and car seat. This all happened in the same week. Looking back as a parent, I was probably the one keeping her held together. Imagine losing not one, but 2 kids the same week. Maybe I wasn't a burden and was a beacon of light, giving a purpose and reason to fight. They say real men don't cry. That has to be a lie, cause I'm real as it gets and I cry all the time. So just maybe it's okay not to be okay. Maybe it's okay not to be okay. Why does feeling so lonely and afraid come so natural to me? Must have been all the open caskets and burials I've seen. That's numbing all of my PTSD. Fighting in a house of sin and demons within. Wondering what life would have been if all their lives didn't end. And we were one big happy family to the end, happy family to the end. Maybe it's okay not to be okay. Maybe it's okay not to be okay. Hey, I come from a place where love don't last, where memories fade and pain comes fast. Had to teach myself how to stand through the pain, cause the future don't wait. Health issues, I'm not talking to friends and family about with health secrets that have haunted me since birth. And it looks to have been unearthed at the same site. Still deciding if I should put up a good fight. As of now, I'll self-medicate to no surprise and keep it all bottled up inside, so I don't become a burden in anyone's life, so they can carry on and live their best lives without the burden of me inside. And I won't have to see them cry. Won't have to say them cry. Nothing worse than to say your child cry. Changing the projection of their lives, making it half the person they were supposed to be. Like me, my depression is perfection, still searching for where to put that pain. Some days I pray, others I try and find different ways to numb the pain and fade away, fade away. These were the cards I've been dealt. Should I hold them or fold them? Should I walk or should I run? I'll just sit at the card table and count my blessings, cause there'll be time later for self-reflection. Once the dealer has used all the cards in my deck. Remember the house always wins. Ooh, we just don't know when. We just don't know when. We just don't know when or how. If you happen to empty your deck of cards before I do and end up at the house that God built, just tell him this one thing for me when you see him. Don't you forget. When you see God, please tell him I do exist. When you see God, please tell him I do it. Cause it's the greatest trick the devil ever played, was convincing God that I didn't exist, that I didn't exist.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. That was amazing. Everybody, man, I don't think he has a channel, but I just put the link. Does he have a channel? I thought I subscribed to his channel a while back. I don't know. When I put in fat redial, nothing came up in YouTube except marinated Marines. Is that it? Is that it? Marinated Marines? All right. Well, thank you for sharing that. That was awesome. I love that. What is that? That one beat or the with the banjo. What is that from? I know it sounds like it's some from. All right, everybody, give a sub up. Here's the link. Marinated Marines. Almost to 16,000 subs here. Dang, wow, man, great. I'm gonna have to check out some of these songs I haven't heard before. Oh, that's it. Okay, Mockingbird, yeah. Trying to get the link. YouTube isn't working with me, huh? Yeah, it's been a long one, huh? It's been a long one. Tonight, that with JLR, I mean, stories were coming in, new interviews. It was crazy. Haven't had one of those days in a while. This whole week there was actually 2 days like that. Hasn't been like that. So I don't know if it's just because we're up on the 6 month mark, but it has been a crazy week. But tomorrow is Friday. Hope everyone has a good rest of the night. Wakes up refreshed. But we will this stream when it ends, it'll automatically take you over to the new stream. Sorry, I got to sneeze. So right now the lion is sleeping tonight. He is sleeping over there, right there. This will be the live cam going on right now, live on the scanner 24/7. Sometimes we play the elephant, sometimes we play the street scene, sometimes we play the giraffes. Right now, the lion, usually the lion's not here. So it's lucky for whatever reason, he's perched up high tonight. He flopped over that way. Now he's flopped over this way. I don't know how long they sleep, but he looks pretty comfy if you ask me. So let's check everyone in the chat. Thank you again, Fat Redial, for sharing the songs. Everybody's sharing the songs. PI, CC, everybody. Alex is live too. He's live right now, so go over there. So here's the link to the live scanner going on right now. Green Bay, welcome in. 15K subs. Yeah, looks like I cheated on I put a video. Got a million. Wow. That's how YouTube can work sometimes. That's how it can work. Good morning, good night, good morning, good night. So yeah, send me any of the emails. I got a file going with all the songs. If you're okay with me playing it, I always try to, share out your streams. If you got a song. Yeah, it's good. I love these songs. This is what I did not expect is covering these heavy cases, and then also having this cool thing where people are making songs, they're making them about Nancy, about whatever, it's just so this is what's cool about this community. So thank you guys. I am gonna sign off for the night. I got a final song picked out, but then just remember this stream will end. It'll go over to the scanner chat. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Good night, Carrie. Good night. Thank you. Hugs. Yeah, well, Pima is how it is in Pima County. It's how it is in Pima County. This isn't we're stuck in the 1980s. So it's just the way it is here in Pima County. It's slow changing here. Got a sheriff, he's literally stuck in 1985. He thinks it's 1985 or still. Anyway, I'm going to end it in a positive note. Thank you guys for coming in. All the comments, the chats, answering each other's questions too, lifting each other up. Everybody's going through their own stuff, and everybody has their own things with life, and they can come in here and feel the community, feel the love. And so I will catch you guys on the next one. Go over and to the Lion chat tonight, and I have a final song picked out here by Adventures with Angela. It's called, I thought this was appropriate, it's called We the People. Here's the link to her song. Good night, everybody. I will talk to you tomorrow. And we got one more day in a month. So tomorrow is the end of the month, July 31st. And then it goes into my birthday month. So I guess I'll start celebrating on August 1st. My birthday is going to be on the 10th. So I'll just start on the 1st. But no, I'm just kidding. Have a good night, everyone. Peace and love. Thank you. Hitting the hearts. Oh, yeah. Someone told me to make sure I tell you guys after the video ends to hit the hype button. Hit the hype button. So I don't know what that means. Hit the hype button. I've done it for people. I don't know what I'm doing, but I hit it. I guess you get 3 hypes a week. I don't know what that means, but thanks for hyping. Thanks for sharing, Karen. I'll catch you on the next one. Peace and love, everyone. Sleep good, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night.
They say power belongs to the people, not to politicians, not to kings, not to anyone above the law. Every office, every badge, every title comes from the consent of the governed. This is our country. This is our voice. My granddad kept a pocket constitution folded thin from years and time. He'd say, don't ever forget the power of those few words they left behind. This country's not a throne or kingdom, no crown sits above the law. The people built these halls of government, and the people own them all. Every badge, every office, every title, every seat comes with a duty and a promise. become a weapon in the fight. Justice should be blind to status and equal in the light. Votes to wear the badge, serve honorably, standing watch through storm and rain. But accountability matters. That's how trust is built again. Rights aren't gifts from politicians. They're not favors handed down. They're protected by the people. Every city, every town. We're the voices, we're the heartbeat, we're the reason freedom stands. We the people wrote the story with our hopes and with our hands. Serve and protect, that's the mission. Not fear, not power, not control. When respect runs both directions, that's what keeps the